have clearly and categorically stated that all those who are traveling from abroad and from affected area needs to will be tested. The random sampling will be decided by the airline staff itself, following which if any of those who are found positive will be assisted as per the guidelines. Also, the positive samples will be sent for genome sequencing as well to determine the variant if there is any difference in the variants. Also at the same time, children below the age of 12 will not be chosen for the sampling. It will be a hassle-free procedure, and all this is being done to remain prudent, to make sure that prevention is better than cure. And if at all, if somebody is positive, they can be assisted right there and then, because the number of cases that are rising in countries like China, USA, Brazil, Japan, it has become imperative for India to straighten up its guard, and which is why in a preemptive measure the Health Ministry has issued a guideline, and we are reporting from the IGI International Arrival from where these international people coming from abroad will be coming out, and it is here where the testings will be done. The COVID RT-PCR test will be conducted as per the guidelines of the Union Health Ministry. This is Madhurima Mishra with Vijay Narudeshwar for Republic TV.
We are at the Chennai International Airport arrival, and here the precautionary measures due to the current COVID threat is taking place. As you can see, the Tamil Nadu Health Department has put out a tent in front of the arrival, and 2% random samples are being taken out from every single flight that lands in Chennai. As you can see, a random person from the flight is being called upon this area, and the tests are happening. And we have a very properly set up COVID testing point here with sufficient doctors and nurses to make sure that these samples are being taken and it is being sent for testing. And also all the RT-PCRs are being tested for every single passenger who is flying from countries such as Hong Kong, China, Japan, South Korea, and some European countries like France, etc. Therefore, there is a proper help desk here as well, which is maintaining. The Health Minister of Tamil Nadu, Ma Subramaniam, just visited this COVID checking point, and he inspected if all the precautionary measures are put in place, because it is starting from today. The Tamil Nadu government is trying to follow all the instructions given by the Union Health Secretary in a notification sent to the Health Ministry. Therefore, all 4 international airports in Tamil Nadu are under tight security now, so that this COVID threat can be fought. This is Vashni Ramu along with camera person Dilip from Chennai for Republic TV.
Now, viewers, as we had been tracking for you, the Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia had been chairing various meetings in order to prepare for the COVID-19 upsurge that had been making rounds as well. And now, of course, the mandatory RT-PCR is one of the rules, and the other, of course, there was a meeting to check the oxygen availability as well. So let's listen in to what Mansukh Mandavia had to say about the COVID-19 upsurge and the situation that India is tackling, and whether or not the government is ready to tackle the situation.
देश में कोरोना महामारी न फैले उसको लिए सतर्कता बरतना हमने चालू कर दिया है। जिस तरह से चीन में कोरोना महामारी की भयानकता हम देख रहे हैं, उसको देखते हुए चीन, जापान, दक्षिण कोरिया, हांगकांग, बैंकॉक सभी से आने वाली फ्लाइट पर हम एविएशन मिनिस्ट्री के साथ बातचीत करके तुरंत ही एयर सुविधा पोर्टल का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करके सभी पैसेंजर को RT-PCR कंपलसरी करेंगे, उसका ट्रेसिंग करना चालू कर देंगे, और इंडिया में आने के बाद किसी को बुखार मालूम पड़े या तो टेस्ट पॉजिटिव पाया जाए तो तुरंत ही हम उसको क्वारंटाइन करने के लिए भी आदेश जारी करने जा रहे हैं, ताकि देश को कोविड महामारी के सामने हम बचा सकें।
And here's some news in brief, viewers. State investigating agency has sealed several properties belonging to the banned Jamaat-e-Islami. Properties, in fact, have been attached in 4 districts of Budgam, Pulwama, Srinagar and Kulgam. One more gang war took place in broad daylight in Mehendipura Balaji police station area of Dausa district in Rajasthan. History sheeter Niranjan Meena was attacked in the clash between his and rival group. The gang war erupted over establishing supremacy in the area. BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla has questioned the law and order situation in Rajasthan after gang war took place in Dausa district.
People left in the law and order situation and the police of Rajasthan because the Rajasthan government, its only focus is Satta Bachao, not in law and order and Kanun Vyavastha. And because of this, the criminals feel that this is my government and I can do whatever I want. And therefore, such open gang wars take place in broad daylight. This is yet another instance of how Rajasthan's law and order has completely failed.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the 75th Amrit Mahotsav of Shri Swaminarayan Gurukul Rajkot Sanstha via video conferencing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that the government back then did not take steps regarding it under colonial mindset. Now cutting across viewers to some live images that we are picking up on your screens right now. And in fact, differences over the unified mass at the famed St. Mary's, where this incident in fact snowballed into violence last month, has cast its shadow on the Christmas celebrations, with police being deployed to prevent the situation from deteriorating any further. Now, following the violence, the district administration had decided to close down the church. An argument on whether the priest should be facing the churchgoers or the altar during the Holy Mass had assumed the form of violence between the two factions as well. In fact, my colleague Ashwin is also joining us right now on the broadcast. Ashwin, tell us more about the kind of clashes that had erupted there, and speak to us about the latest updates as far as the authorities are concerned and whether or not they have taken cognizance of it.
Well, Priyanka, this issue has been snowballing for some time. In fact, last month also the same issue had caused much uproar in the church after it was decided to change the entire worship system into a unified format. As you rightly pointed out, the argument was between whether the mass should be held facing the churchgoers or should be held facing the altar. Now, one of the Vatican-appointed priest, Anthony Tarrant, was in fact appointed last month, but when he came to the Basilica for conducting this unified new form of ritual, he was completely stopped by the churchgoers from the local areas. And this had snowballed. There was a peace talk in between. But however, on the eve of Christmas, we can see violence has unfolded inside the very church premises, where the rebel group had took control of the church from inside, and the management of the church had taken control of the church from outside, and police had to finally get into it and lock the church. The district administration has ensured that no events will happen in this church. For the time being, the church has been locked. It is a vexed conflict that has happened because of a change in the rituals, in the way a mass is conducted in the church. And remember, it's there are very handful basilicas in the state of Kerala, and St. Mary's Basilica is known to be one of them. And in that, this conflict has arisen, causing much embarrassment to the Catholic Church in Kerala.
All right, Ashwin there getting us all the updates as far as these clashes are concerned. And of course, Ashwin, we have seen how you also pointed out that, in fact, the district administration had decided to close down the church as well. And of course, an argument on whether the priest should face the churchgoers or the altar during the Holy Mass had assumed the form of violence between these two factions as well. Speak to us about what's really happening right now on our screens, and also we see that on today morning, in fact, we had seen that the issue had taken an ugly turn between the two warring factions, leading to unruly scenes inside the church as the light equipment inside of the church had also been broken. Ashwin, speak to us a little bit about that.
Yes, from these photographs and these videos which have emerged, it clearly shows that the two factions of the priests, in fact, stood either side of the altar, offering contrasting style of mass at the same time. Now, this is what has unraveled. Something unbelievable has happened. The priests themselves are divided over the issue. In fact, the members of the laity, which favors the congregation facing mass, and those opposed to it were engaged in a war of words. So even between the laity itself, there has been differences of opinion, and this has led to a mass defection between the community, which was supposed to hold a mass on the eve of
All
Christmas.
right, Ashwin there getting us the details, very important details, viewers, in fact, emerging out of Kerala, where we are seeing that the clashes, in fact, had taken place at the Kochi church, and of course on the eve of Christmas, things taking an ugly turn as well. Time now here for a short break, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of the former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kochar and husband arrested in loan fraud case produced in the Mumbai court. And the Prime Minister Narendra Modi calls out Gulami mindset, says the world is recognizing India. Getting you all the updates after a short break.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
বাহ, বাইরে সিকিউরিটি আর নিজের বাড়িতে এইসব।
दादा बचा लिया आपने।
बेफिक्र कोलकाता जाओ, इंटरव्यू अच्छा ही होगा।
हर बंद राह ओपन हो सकती है, लगता है सिर्फ दिल। एक्सिस बैंक, दिल से ओपन।
Volkswagen Tiguan, India's safest SUVW.
Volkswagen.
क्या हुआ रोहन, क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया, पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो। एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए?
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा करके रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए, और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना। लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? रिया, अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
Your favorite service provider, 10, which gets you the best of entertainment, is back with something very special.
अभी मजा आएगा ना भिड़ो।
Your 3 favorite movie channels are bringing in super blockbuster films with features like wider picture and crystal clear sound straight to your home.
Wow. Oh, I love that expression.
To subscribe to your favorite channels, contact your local cable TV operator today or call 10 toll-free number 1-800-419-2020 now.
What's with all these attacks happening in Pakistan every single day, multiple attacks? What's happening in China? China is getting a hammering and a battering of a lifetime. What did China do wrong? After all, so many Indians were saying that, China is such a perfect society. They're vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. But I think India did a far, far better job. We suffered. Of course, many Indians died. But today, India is a stronger nation in terms of immunity.
Good afternoon. You're watching Superfast 50. I'm Suesh Asam. Beginning with the first story, the government is stepping up its fight against COVID upsurge abroad with the fresh guidelines that Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandaviya has now announced, where RT-PCR tests has now been made mandatory for international arrivals from China, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong and Thailand. On arrival, if any passenger from these countries is found symptomatic or tests positive for COVID-19, then he or she will be put under quarantine.
पोर्टल का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करके सभी पैसेंजर को RT-PCR कंपलसरी करेंगे, उसका ट्रेसिंग करना चालू कर देंगे और इंडिया में आने के बाद किसी को बुखार मालूम पड़े या तो टेस्ट पॉजिटिव पाया जाए तो तुरंत ही हम उसको क्वारंटाइन करने के लिए भी आदेश जारी करने जा रहे हैं ताकि देश को कोविड महामारी के सामने हम बचा सके.
Traffic has been affected in parts of southeast Delhi as the Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra led by party leader Rahul Gandhi entered the city. An advisory that had been released earlier cautioning commuters about the routes that were likely to be affected by the Yatra. Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra has entered the national capital. Former Congress chief said that people of the RSS BJP have created a bazaar of hatred.
RSS का BJP का नफरत भरा हुआ, डरा हुआ, अहंकार से भरा हुआ हिंदुस्तान, वो सच्चा हिंदुस्तान नहीं है. सच्चा हिंदुस्तान ये है मोहब्बत का, प्यार का, भाईचारे का, इज्जत का हिंदुस्तान. तो हम इनको दिखाना चाहते हैं, हम इनको सच्चा हिंदुस्तान दिखाना चाहते हैं.
BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala accused Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra of not following COVID protocol. He added that Parivar Jodo Yatra, Karab Jodo Yatra is what this yatra is all about.
Did Rahul Gandhi as a responsible person isolate himself? Start wearing a mask? He could be an asymptomatic carrier. Did he get himself tested? Did he do all the protocols that are required? Today he is saying mask is a bahana. COVID is a bahana. First they spread vaccine hesitancy. They spread lies and rumors about vaccines. Bachade ka khoon mila hai. Vaccines will be very dangerous for you. And now they are saying masks are also a bahana.
Union Minister Anurag Thakur lambasted Congress leader Rahul Gandhi for not realizing the critical state of COVID and what India faces.
राहुल जी, पूरी दुनिया भर में चीन, कोरिया, जापान में लाखों केस कोरोना के आ रहे हैं. अस्पतालों के बाहर लंबी कतार लगी है, शवों का ढेर लगा है, लेकिन आपको देश की सुरक्षा नहीं, आपको तो देश हित नहीं, परिवार हित पहले है. और ये कांग्रेस ने समय समय पर दिखाया. कोविड की शुरुआत पर भी देश में भय और भ्रम फैलाने का काम कांग्रेस के दिग्गज नेताओं ने किया.
BJP questioned the Congress party, accusing it of following a path of corruption and of not following COVID protocol as Bharat Jodo Yatra entered the national capital.
It appears that the Congress party over the last 50-60 years when it has been in office has pursued such a path of corruption that they feel everything can be bought or sold. What kind of language is this? Pyar ki dukaan. Can love be purchased or sold in a shop? And instead of making politics or doing politics on everything, perhaps we should also worry about the fact that globally there is concern about growing COVID cases. And in their yatra, they are entitled to go on with the yatra, but perhaps following some protocol would be to the advantage of all. Using masks, etc. If they join also the process, we can all help each other and prevent a pandemic from returning.
Prime Minister Modi addressed the 75th Amrit Mahotsav of Sri Swaminarayan Gurukul Rajkot Sansthan via video conferencing, where Prime Minister raised the matter of earlier governments not battling the colonial mindset.
हम शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भारत के प्राचीन वैभव और हमारा महान गौरव को पुनर्जीवित करें, लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता के दबाव में सरकारें उस दिशा में बढ़ी नहीं और कुछ बातों में तो उल्टे पैर चली।
Former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kochhar and her husband have been arrested in a loan fraud case involving the bank and the Videocon group and have been produced in Mumbai court for a remand hearing wherein the CBI has sought 3 days remand. PDP chief and former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti sparked another controversy, saying that there should be relocation of Pandits for some time so that they feel safe.
कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए, ताकि जब उनको इत्मीनान हो जाए कि कश्मीर में हालात सही हो गए हैं, वो वापस अपनी ड्यूटी पे जा सकते हैं, तो उनको तब ड्यूटी पे जाने के लिए कहना चाहिए। अभी इस तरह से मजबूर नहीं किया जाए।
In Jammu and Kashmir, State Investigation Agency has sealed several properties belonging to the banned Jamaat-e-Islami. Properties have been attached in 4 districts of Budgam, Pulwama, Srinagar and Kulgam. Uttarakhand Governor Lieutenant General Gurmeet Singh has approved the Anti-Conversion Amendment Bill passed by the State Legislative Assembly in November. The bill, titled Religion Freedom Amendment Bill 2022, was passed by the Assembly during the winter session, and the state government intends to implement the law at the earliest. After a major backlash, TMC leader Kirti Azad has apologized for hurting the sentiments of the people and culture of Northeast. In a tweet, he said that he regrets the hurt caused by his unintentional remark on Prime Minister Modi's attire. 8 people lost their lives while 2 others are in critical condition after a vehicle with 10 devotees returning from Sabrimala to Tamil Nadu plunged into a 50 feet deep pit. The accident that happened on the Tekkadi Kambam National Highway, police immediately rushed to the spot and initiated rescue activities. NIA raids are taking place in Katwa district of Jammu. Several other locations are also being raided. Sources claim that the raids are being conducted by Chandigarh NIA teams. Massive fire broke out inside a building in New Delhi's Vikaspuri area. 18 fire tenders that rushed to the spot. The reason behind the fire is yet to be ascertained. Allahabad High Court has granted bail to Kerala-based journalist Siddiqui Kappan, who was arrested by the Uttar Pradesh police on his way to report the Hathras gang rape case. Siddiqui was granted bail in a case lodged by the ED under PMLA. A major accident that happened in the Ramgarhwa police station area of East Champaran district in Bihar. Prime Minister Modi expressed condolences and announced ex gratia for the victims' families. 5 accused were arrested in Bihar's Ara district after a video of them raising Pakistan Zindabad slogans went viral on social media. The incident occurred where the group apparently celebrated their victory after a badminton match and raised anti-national slogans. Another incident of gang war that took place in broad daylight in Dausa district in Rajasthan, wherein history sheeter Niranjan Meena was attacked in a clash between his group and the rival group. The gang war erupted over establishing supremacy in the area. BJP spokesperson Shahzad Poonawala questioned the law and order situation in Rajasthan after a gang war took place in Dausa.
No confidence of the people left in the law and order situation and the police of Rajasthan, because the Rajasthan government, its only focus is Satta Bachao, not in law and order and Kanun Vyavastha. And because of this, the criminals feel that this is my government and I can do whatever I want. And therefore such open gang wars take place in broad daylight. This is yet another instance of how Rajasthan's law and order has completely failed.
In a major decision, the Modi government has decided to provide free ration to 81.35 crore people under the National Food Security Act for 1 more year. Food Minister Piyush Goyal said that the centre will bear the entire burden of providing free food grains under NFSA. Union Cabinet has decided to revise the pension of armed forces pensioners and family pensioners under the One Rank One Pension scheme. Because of this decision, more than 25.13 lakh veterans will be benefited. In a fresh development in the Shraddha Walkar murder case, Aftab's judicial custody has been extended for 14 days. With this, the court has also given approval for Aftab's voice sample, which will be recorded on Monday. Congress leader Hamid Khan has been arrested with MDMA drugs worth 15 lakh rupees in Ayodhya Nagar police station limits in Bhopal. Sources claim that the police has recovered drugs from his car, which has been confiscated. Bandipora police, along with 26 Assam Rifles and CRPF, have arrested 2 terrorists of the TRF-LET combined along with arms and ammunition. 1 Chinese pistol along with magazine and rounds, a Chinese grenade and detonators have been recovered from their possession. In a major breakthrough, Bihar police has arrested 5 people, including the main accused, in connection with the Saran Hooch tragedy case. NCPCR Chief Priyank Kanungu confirmed to Republic that Byju's gave a written assurance to the Commission that it will not sell its courses to families earning less than 25,000 rupees per month. Operating in the eastern sector, Indian Air Force Mi-17 helicopters carried out heli-borne operations with troops of the Indian and Kazakhstan armies as part of Exercise Kazind. Multiple people were killed and left injured after a fuel tanker exploded in a city in South Africa. Now, according to reports, the incident took place in the city of Boksburg, and following the blast, a fire that broke out in a nearby hospital. With China easing COVID restrictions, a COVID emergency situation has now arisen. In Beijing, courier goods have piled up with no delivery boys available to deliver the food. Streets, subways, airports and shopping malls all have been left deserted in China. A powerful car bomb detonated near a residential area in Islamabad, killing 2 suspected terrorists and an officer. Now, according to the police, at least 3 police officers and 7 passers-by were wounded in the bombing. The Pakistani Taliban has claimed responsibility for the explosion. A shooting in central Paris left 2 people dead and 4 others wounded. Now, according to the police, a 69-year-old suspect was arrested, though the reason for the shooting is still uncertain. Paris prosecutor's office has opened a murder investigation and was working to confirm the identity of the suspect. A storm blanketed the Seattle area in the US, with ice making roads hazardous, cancelling flights out of the region's biggest airport. In a Seattle neighborhood, people were salting sidewalks, clearing streets and driveways with shovels and preparing to stay warm. Hundreds of migrants gathered in frigid cold temperatures along the Mexican-US border near Texas, awaiting a US Supreme Court decision on whether to lift pandemic-era restrictions that prevent many from seeking asylum. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov was invested in securing a lasting, just peace between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Apparently, Lavrov met his Azerbaijani counterpart in Moscow amid allegations against Russian peacekeepers. Italian lawmakers have voted to approve the new national budget for 2023. The move by Giorgia Meloni's government to seek Parliament's approval is to ensure a speedy process and approve the budget before the year end. A 52-year-old man was arrested following the shooting of a 23-year-old man in Albstadt, Germany. Officials claim that the body of 20-year-old female relative was also discovered buried in the 52-year-old's garden. US First Lady Jill Biden and President Joe Biden attended a children's read at Children's National Hospital in Washington, D.C. ahead of Christmas. Tens of millions of Americans endured bone-chilling temperatures and blizzard conditions from a winter storm. Strong winds have made it difficult for planes to land at Reagan National Airport in Virginia, with footage showing at least one aircraft being forced back into the sky. Scarcity and economic turmoil are nothing new to Cuba, but soaring inflation and deepening shortages have taken the gloss off the holiday season. Basic goods such as milk, flour and toilet paper are difficult and often impossible to find in state stores as per reports. 100 million tablets of fever reducers have been given free of charge to citizens by over 300 retail pharmacies in China's Chengdu city. People can bring their ID or medical insurance cards to designated pharmacies, register on the drug delivery system and receive them for free, apparently. Terrorism continues to be supported in Pakistan. A key Pashtun leader has said that architects of the country's Afghan policy are responsible for bloodshed there. In an attack on Pakistan's political and military establishments, the Pashtun leader said those who celebrated the Taliban takeover of Kabul in August last year are responsible for terrorism in the country. A new Russian Navy submarine was launched in St. Petersburg. The Veliki Luki is a Lara-class vessel and work began on it in March 2015. It's set to have modernized technical control systems, electric propulsion system and navigation system. Philippines bounced back from their opening day defeat to Cambodia by posting a 5-1 win over Brunei Darussalam in their second outing in Group A of the AFF Championships 2022 in Manila. Barcelona returned to the training ground after the World Cup break with the first match of La Liga just 8 days away. Barca took on city rivals Espanyol on New Year's Eve. Anadolu Efes returned to winning ways by defeating Athens in their final EuroLeague home game of 2022 in Sinan Erdem Sports Hall in Istanbul. Milan turned around a 16-point third-quarter deficit to defeat Monaco 79-71 in their EuroLeague clash in Assago, Italy. The hosts led by 3 points at the first break, but slumped in the second quarter as Monaco drained shot after shot to take a 13-point lead. David Pasternak scored 2 of Boston's 4 second-period goals in the Bruins' 4-3 victory over the New Jersey Devils. Patras and Jake also scored for the Bruins, making it their 4th win in a row. Valencia Basket beat FC Barcelona 84-83 in a EuroLeague thriller, improving their standings in the tournament to 7-8. Nicolas was the game's top scorer with 28 points, but it wasn't enough to lead FC Barcelona to victory. Tennis star Sania Mirza is to pair up with world number 1 Anna Danilina to compete at the Australian Open 2023, which will begin from 16 January onwards.
सोच रहा हूँ कमेंट्री ट्राई करूं। मैच का आखिरी बॉल, तेज तूफानी डिलीवरी, एक धमाकेदार शॉट और ये गया छक्का।
छक्का नहीं, टूटा। आपके टाइल्स को चाहिए MY के लेटिक्रीट टाइल एडेसिव। फॉर्मूला ऐसा कि अब टाइल न टूटेगा न छूटेगा।
यार अजय, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Guys, just 1 second. Choosing a car for my mom.
What? Online car shopping? Wow, that's so cool, yeah.
शाहरुख ने बताया.
Wait up. Booking a car service.
From here.
क्यों? तुझे शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया?
इसने पूछा ही नहीं. There's so much more
जो शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया. It's all on the industry first My Hyundai app. Open a world of possibility with My Hyundai app. One app, many worlds.
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amrit Kaal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharati Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
And details that are just coming in of the blast that broke the roof of the emergency department at the Tambo Memorial Hospital. This destroyed 2 houses and several cars and injured bystanders in South Africa. A gas tanker that stuck under a bridge exploded in Johannesburg, killing 8 people, injuring scores more and damaging nearby buildings. Those pictures on your screens of the horrific tragedy that unfolded after that tanker exploded, killing 8 in South Africa. And they were all rushed to the emergency department at the Tambo Memorial Hospital. 2 houses have been completely gutted out and several cars that have been destroyed in this blast. You see pictures there of the injured who were at a fair distance but have been injured in this blast. 8 have unfortunately lost their lives in South Africa, but many who have been injured in this blast. Not only has the death toll risen, but also the damage to property after a gas tanker that stuck under a bridge exploded in Johannesburg. Scores have been injured. Nearby buildings have taken a hit because of this blast. And those are the first pictures that are emerging of the explosion in South Africa. We're trying to get further details on the rescue operations that are underway and how exactly is the authority now jumping into action. But this is a horrific tragedy that has unfolded in South Africa. Whether it was man-made or whether it was some sort of a negligence, the reason for the blast is not known. But this is a tanker that blasted. It broke the roof of the emergency department at the Tambo Memorial Hospital. It destroyed 2 homes and several cars that were also destroyed. So many who've been injured in this blast.
There is no cause for any significant worry or any panic or anything. You see, we are simply taking extra precautions. We are rather over-conscious and over-cautious about the whole issue. With our experience of last 3 years of having handled COVID in various waves, and in the light of the emerging high number of cases in neighboring countries and in particular China, which is a neighbor, we are taking extra precautions and we are advising our people. And I would like to congratulate the government of India, my own government, where the Prime Minister himself was leading during the COVID crisis earlier and now, anticipating that things could take a turn for the worse. Now he has proactively initiated a number of steps, meetings and instructions and coordination with state governments. So all this is happening. And the simple message to the people is that there is no harm in taking a bit of precautions. And the precautions are so simple. With my 2 years of experience of handling COVID, I can easily say that this was the tool which actually saved my life in those 2 years, because I was directly interacting with the patients in the ICU and with serious patients also. I was visiting the wards, and there was not a single day during COVID when I did not visit a hospital. New variant, number one, I must tell you that this had appeared in the last few months also. Now, because of this variant having caused havoc in China, so we are talking a little more about it in India.
Time for a short break. On the other side, former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kochhar and husband Deepak Kochhar, arrested in loan fraud case, are produced in Mumbai court. Also, Prime Minister Modi calls out Gulami mindset, says the world is recognizing India.
What's with all these attacks happening in Pakistan every single day, multiple attacks? What's happening in China? China is getting a hammering and a battering of a lifetime. What did China do wrong? After all, so many Indians were saying that, China is such a perfect society. They're vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. But I think India did a far, far better job. We suffered. Of course, many Indians died. But today, India is a stronger nation in terms of immunity.
Your favorite service provider, Den, which gets you the best of entertainment, is back with something very special.
अभी मजा आएगा ना भिड़ो.
Your 3 favorite movie channels are bringing in super blockbuster films with features like wider picture and crystal clear sound straight to your home.
Wow. Oh, I love that expression.
To subscribe to your favorite channels, contact your local cable TV operator today or call Den toll-free number 1-800-419-2020 now.
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
पढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया.
You know it's only a drill, and yet you train like it is the real thing. Because one day, at a second's notice, it will be. One day, you'll come together as an invincible team. And every second you save will be a life saved. The Indian Air Force is looking for an exceptional team. A team that is truly a cut above.
Join the Indian Air Force to be a cut above.
भारत जोड़ो यात्रा जो समर्थक है यहाँ पे कांग्रेस के, उन्होंने ना तो मास्क पहना है और ना ही किसी भी जो कोविड प्रोटोकॉल है उसको यहाँ पे फॉलो करते हुए दिख रहे हैं.
Thikkadi-Kambam National Highway in Tamil Nadu. Tragic accident. 10 people were there in that vehicle which plunged into 50-foot deep pit. Gang war in broad daylight. So news coming in from Rajasthan's Dausa of another gang war.
In the battle between content and landing, the nation decides. Republic is the winner. Slice and dice, landing channels run for cover. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
Good afternoon and thank you for staying tuned. You're watching the news at 3:30. I'm Suesha Sound. We continue to get you updates as the centre is stepping up its fight against COVID. Also, the Bharat Jodo Yatra that has reached the national capital. Other news that are also making headlines. Let's take a quick check. Former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kochhar and husband arrested in loan fraud case produced in Mumbai court. Big development in Shahi Eidgah versus Krishna Janmabhoomi case. Court orders survey. Amidst global alarm over COVID, India swings into action mode. RT-PCR mandatory for international passengers.
देश की सुरक्षा नहीं, आपको तो देश हित नहीं, परिवार हित पहले है। और ये कांग्रेस ने समय समय पर दिखाया। कोविड की शुरुआत पर भी
No masks, no COVID protocols. Rahul Gandhi marches on. BJP fires Parivar over protocol jibe.
सबने सफ़र किया पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए।
Mehbooba Mufti stokes controversy. She won't call for crackdown on terror but now wants relocation for pundits. Retailing ceremony of 16 army personnel who lost their lives in an accident to be held today in West Bengal. And this is the latest coming in from the Mumbai court, where custody has been granted to the CBI of the Kochhars. Chanda Kochhar and Deepak Kochhar will now be in CBI custody until Monday. These are the latest details that are just coming in. Chanda Kochhar and Deepak Kochhar, who were arrested on Friday by the CBI in connection with the loan that was favored to Videocon Group allegedly by Chanda Kochhar, which also caused benefits to Deepak Kochhar, as is being alleged, when she was the CEO of ICICI Bank. And while these charges have been levied on her since 2018, which she has completely denied, on Friday is when the CBI had arrested Chanda Kochhar and Deepak Kochhar in connection with the alleged irregularities of over 3,000 crore loan that was given to the Videocon Group when Chanda Kochhar was heading ICICI Bank. And as the matter is being probed, remember, CBI has been granted custody of both Chanda Kochhar and Deepak Kochhar until Monday, which means that they will be questioned until Monday by the CBI. Remember, they have been refuting all the charges as she's been accused of criminal conspiracy and cheating by the CBI for alleged irregularities in a loan of 3,250 crores in 2012 to the Videocon Group, which later became an NPA for the ICICI Bank. A whistleblower that also alleged that Deepak Kochhar and family members benefited from these dealings. And now the Mumbai court that has granted custody of Chanda Kochhar and Deepak Kochhar till Monday to the CBI. Shavan Sen is with me on the phone line. Shavan, what more do we know? All right, I believe it's Sambhav joining us on the phone line. Sambhav, you were inside the Mumbai court as arguments were made. Finally, the court having granted the CBI custody until Monday of the Kochhars. What happened in the court?
So, yes. The special CBI court in Mumbai has granted this CBI custody till Monday to both Kochhars in this complete scam. And now the point is, generally hearings don't go so long. But here in this case, hearings went for more than 1 hour, wherein both the CBI has put forth its argument and the lawyer for Chanda Kochar also put his argument, wherein the CBI very categorically said that coaches are not cooperating in the probe, because of which we needed the arrest and we have done the arrest. On the other hand, the lawyer for Chanda Kochar has mentioned that my client is very much cooperative and whenever the probe agency is, asking for questioning, we are going there. Everything is as per the law. And these are the allegations being put by the CBI. Now, the CBI has said we need to grill further and we need to investigate the matter further, and because of which we need the custody. So finally, the custody has been granted, which was very much expected also. Generally, in such cases, custody is granted to the federal probe agency. Here also, the custody has been granted. Now, it is to be seen what all investigation happens in this case. Now, the case is not new. Earlier, the Enforcement Directorate also investigated in the case, which CBI has made clear inside the court that ED has also investigated in this case. Now, the matter is with CBI. Let the CBI investigate and let's see what all facts would come out of the case.
Oh, absolutely. That is awaited. But let's also not forget, Sambhav, how Chanda Kochar and Deepak Kochar have been under the scanner since 2018, ever since these allegations have been levied on them, and most importantly, how they have been in denial. Now, the charges obviously of how Chanda Kochar used her official position and got illegal gratification through her husband from Venugopal Dhoot for sanctioning that loan, but she has been maintaining since then that there was no hidden motive. All right, not too sure if Sambhav is still connected with us, but remember, he was in the court while arguments were being made. Finally, the court granted CBI custody of the Kochars until Monday, which means they will be questioned by the officials until Monday. This, as we understand, that Chanda Kochar has been in denial of these allegations that have been made against her. And this, of course, is in connection of how Deepak Kochar also benefited from the dealings with the Videocon group and been under the scanner since 2018. The couple was finally arrested by the CBI on Friday, and they have been produced in court. Meanwhile, Somesh is also joining us on the broadcast. Somesh, fact is that she has always been in denial of the allegations that have been pressed, but also the very fact that her lawyer states that both the couple, both Chanda Kochar and Deepak Kochar are cooperating with the officials, which is not been agreed upon by the CBI, and which is why they sought custody until Mondays when they have been granted custody. Do we have more details of the line of questioning, or what exactly is the CBI's plan?
Yes. Now we are getting the big breaking news on the Republic TV that the Kochar duo has been remanded to the CBI custody till Monday. It means the request of CBI was for the 3 days custody. It means the today is to be counted as our first day. Tomorrow will be the second day, and third day will be on the Monday. On the Monday, they will be produced again before the CBI court. Now, what happened in the court was there was a lengthy argument by the defense counsel, and at the same time, the CBI advocate rebutted the argument. The defense counsel was trying to say that this is where their main issue of the argument was that the CBI has not yet arrested the borrower or the beneficiary of the whole issue, who is the Dhoot. And Mr. Dhoot is not even arrested earlier by the ED, and not in this case by the CBI too. So that's why they have been arguing that there will be the first beneficiary of the case is not being
Somesh, they're getting us details of how the Kochars are now in CBI custody until Monday, as per what has been directed by the court. And this, of course, is extremely important because the officials had been stating that the couple has not been cooperating as opposed to what the lawyers of the couple stated. Remember, Chanda Kochhar has been in denial of these allegations ever since 2018. But these are serious charges against Chanda Kochhar, who is stated to have misused her official position to grant this loan. We leave it at that. We move on. And we are now getting you the latest reaction of Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandaviya, who is said that the government is going to carry out air surveillance to monitor how COVID norms are being followed. His appeal to follow COVID-appropriate behavior is also informed that the government is going to carry out all necessary precautions. He said, and I quote, "We are working on alert mode to control the spread of COVID-19, conducting sewage and human surveillance. Virus RNA found in sewage samples in Delhi and Mumbai. Urge people to wear masks, avoid crowded places and follow COVID-appropriate behavior." Let's listen in to what he said.
देश में आज कोविड का केस बढ़ा है और देश में कोविड महामारी न फैले उसके लिए हम अलर्ट मोड पर काम कर रहे हैं। हमने एयर सर्वेलेंस भी चालू किया है, सुएज सर्वेलेंस भी चालू किया है और ह्यूमन सर्वेलेंस तो हो ही रहा है। ये तीनों सर्वेलेंस से पता चल रहा है कि अभी दिल्ली और मुंबई में सुएज और एयर सर्वेलेंस में आरएनए मिला है। उसको देखते हुए आने वाले दिनों में क्या क्या प्रिकॉशन लेना है, उस लिए हम सभी राज्यों को अलर्ट दे रहे हैं, राज्यों के साथ इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर कर रहे हैं। हम देश के सभी नागरिक को भी अलर्ट करना चाहते हैं कि आप मास्क का उपयोग करें, आप जरूरत बिना कारण से भीड़ में न जाइए, सैनिटाइजर का उपयोग करें, कोविड एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर का पालन करें ताकि हम कोविड को रोक पाए और देश को सुरक्षित रख पाए।
Union Health Minister urging to the people of the country to follow COVID-appropriate behavior, also saying that the government is stepping up measures to ensure the same, and air surveillance will now be carried out to monitor behavior of the people.
Tragic accident has taken place in the Tekadi-Kambam highway where 10 people from the Theni district in Tamil Nadu had gone to the Sabrimala for a darshan, completed their darshan, and they were travelling back to Tamil Nadu when their car plunged into a 50 feet deep. And we also heard that this was the Mulai Periyar Dam pipes that were inside there where the car and these people got stuck in between, and it was very tragic because 8 people have died and 2 people are currently getting treated in the Theni government hospital and are said to be in very critical condition. Now the Kerala police and the Tamil Nadu police immediately rushed to the spot last night at around 10:30 p.m. when this accident happened, and they initiated the rescue operations. And now we hear that an investigation is also currently ongoing onto how did this accident take place. This is Vashti Ramu along with camera person Dilip from Chennai for Republic TV.
We're stepping into a short commercial break. On the other side, we get to the big development in the Shahi Eidgah versus Krishna Janmabhoomi case. Court has ordered a survey. Also, Mehbooba Mufti stoked a controversy. She said she won't call for crackdown on terror, but now she wants relocation of Pandits.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
क्या हुआ रोहन? क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो।
एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए?
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी ज़रूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा घर के रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? भैया अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
Everyone looks at the world today. At Hyundai, we go beyond with experiences that take us forward. Inspired by our today, we design your tomorrow. Some said electric is the future. We said, why stop there? At Hyundai, we are going beyond mobility, and you are welcome to join us.
देखें, कौन नया खिलाड़ी आया है?
समझा देते हैं।
प्यार से समझाएंगे, धीरे धीरे से।
वो भी अपनी जुबान में।
ये तो अपनी जुबान है।
जुबान एक हो तो दिल भी एक होने चाहिए। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
.2% across India, 35% across English markets, 46% across super prime time, 43% across urban India. Channels that spend crores lose to content. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
Thank you for staying with Republic. And while PDP chief and former Jammu and Kashmir chief minister Mehbooba Mufti sparked another controversy where she said that there should be relocation of Kashmiri Pandits for some time so that they feel safe. Listen into that statement.
कोशिश करें उनका उसका कोई इजाला करे कि आप उसको डिक्टेट देते हो, एक अल्टीमेटम देते हो कि आप ज्वाइन करो नहीं तो आपकी तनख्वाहें बंद होंगी। ये गलत है। बहुत सफ़र किया है, सबने सफ़र किया, पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए, ताकि जब उनको इत्मीनान हो जाए कि कश्मीर में हालात सही हो गए हैं, वो वापस अपनी ड्यूटी पे जा सकते हैं, तो उनको तब ड्यूटी पे जाने के लिए कहना चाहिए। अभी इस तरह से मजबूर नहीं किया।
क्या रिलोकेशन एक सही रहेगा फैसला? अगर रिलोकेट किया जाएगा मसला हल होगा उनका?
देखिए, मैं कह रही हूँ कि अभी कोई बीच का रास्ता निकलना चाहिए, ताकि वो बेचारे इतने महीनों से परेशान हैं, यहाँ पर हैं, बच्चे कहीं, खुद कहीं, और बहुत ही मुश्किल हालात में दो चार हैं वो इस वक्त। तो ऐसे में मुझे लगता है गवर्नर की उनकी तकलीफ़ को जानने की कोशिश करें, उसका कोई इजाला करे कि आप उसको डिक्टेट देते हो, एक अल्टीमेटम देते हो कि आप ज्वाइन करो नहीं तो आपकी तनख्वाहें बंद होंगी। ये गलत है। बहुत सफ़र किया है, सबने सफ़र किया, पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए, ताकि जब उनको इत्मीनान हो जाए कि कश्मीर में हालात सही हो गए हैं, वो वापस अपनी ड्यूटी पे जा सकते हैं, तो उनको तब ड्यूटी पे जाने के लिए कहना चाहिए। अभी इस तरह से मजबूर नहीं किया।
क्या रिलोकेशन एक सही रहेगा फैसला? अगर रिलोकेट किया जाएगा मसला हल होगा उनका?
देखिए, मैं कह रही हूँ कि अभी कोई बीच का रास्ता निकलना चाहिए, ताकि वो बेचारे इतने महीनों से परेशान हैं, यहाँ पर हैं, बच्चे कहीं, खुद कहीं, और बहुत ही मुश्किल हालात में दो चार हैं वो इस वक्त। तो ऐसे में मुझे लगता है गवर्नर साहब को इसमें नज़रसानी करके कोई ना कोई बीच का रास्ता निकालना।
And moving on, we are now getting you a shocking video of a lover mercilessly thrashing his girlfriend. This has come to light when the girl insisted on marrying her boyfriend. The young man who got extremely angry and thrashed the girl, he slapped her, he punched her, he kicked her mercilessly, because of which she fainted. Locals admitted that the girl is in the hospital right now and she is undergoing treatment. A case has also been registered under section 151 against the man. You see how brutally he thrashes the girl. Why? Because she asked him to marry her. He got extremely angry and he slapped her, he punched her, he kicked her mercilessly.
चले जा एक बार जो उनके ऊंच के रानी
Mr. Blanc, you're the world's greatest detective, right?
In your words, there has been a murder. The killer wouldn't hesitate to kill again if it covers their tracks.
Wow!
Well, I'm out of here.
Yeah, me too.
Lock the doors. Stay in your rooms. Everyone is in danger.
Are you calling me dangerous?
Well, we'll see.
अरे आप इतनी दूर हमारे लिए?
आपकी मेहनत कहां से कहां पहुंच रही है। मैं आपके एक साइन के लिए यहाँ नहीं आ सकता। हो गया आपका अकाउंट ओपन।
हर बंद राह ओपन हो सकती है, लगता है सिर्फ दिल।
धन्यवाद।
एक्सिस बैंक, दिल से ओपन।
एक दिन मैं सोते सोते गिर गया और मुझे कुछ नहीं हुआ। पता है किसने किया? घोस्ट ने। वो हर बार मुझे बचा लेता है। मिलोगे?
अरे कोई घोस्ट नहीं, रोनी के पापा ही हैं जो उसे सेफ रखते हैं। जैसे हैवेल्स लाइफ शील्ड वायर्स जो दिखते नहीं पर घर को सेफ रखते हैं। ना आग पकड़े न जहरीली गैस छोड़े। वायर्स दैट डोंट कैच फायर।
Volkswagen Tiguan, India's safest SUVW.
Volkswagen.
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
2022 में सुबु ने कंसिस्टेंटली अंडर परफॉर्म किया और 3 बार डिमोट होकर भी दिखाया। पर सुबु तो उड़ रहा है क्योंकि जियो मार्ट के ग्रैंड फिनाले सेल में शॉपिंग पर मिलेगा अप टू 80% ऑफ। तो साल जैसा भी गया हो, एंडिंग तो जबरदस्त होगी।
Major accident in a brick kiln in Ramgarhwa police station area of Champaran in Bihar. Jammu and Kashmir, 2 people have been taken into custody and 1 Chinese pistol along with magazines and rounds, a Chinese grenade and detonators that had been recovered on their personnel. Massive fire has broken out in the shop in Delhi's Vikaspuri area.
जब देश आजाद हुआ तो हमारे ऊपर ये जिम्मेदारी थी कि हम शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भारत के प्राचीन वैभव और हमारा महान गौरव को पुनर्जीवित करें। लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता के दबाव में सरकारें उस दिशा में बढ़ी नहीं और कुछ बातों में तो उल्टे पैर चली। और इन परिस्थितियों में एक बार फिर हमारे संतों ने, आचार्यों ने देश के प्रति इस कर्तव्य को निभाने का बीड़ा उठाया। स्वामीनारायण गुरुकुल इसी सुयोग का एक जीवंत उदाहरण है।
With that, we get you all the top stories that we are tracking for you this afternoon. State investigation agency sealed several properties belonging to the banned Jamaat-e-Islami. Properties have been attached in 4 districts of Budgam, Pulwama, Srinagar and Kulgam. One more gang war took place in broad daylight in Mehendipur Balaji police station area of Dausa district in Rajasthan. History sheeter Niranjan Meena was attacked in the clash between his group and the rival group. Gang war erupted over establishing supremacy in the area. BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala questioned the law and order situation in Rajasthan after a gang war took place in Dausa district.
There is no confidence of the people left in the law and order situation and the police of Rajasthan because the Rajasthan government, its only focus is Satta Bachao, not in law and order and Kanun Vyavastha. And because of this, the criminals feel that this is my government and I can do whatever I want. And therefore, such open gang wars take place in broad daylight. This is yet another instance of how Rajasthan's law and order has completely failed.
PM Modi addressed the 75th Amrit Mahotsav of Sri Swami Narayan Gurukul Rajkot Sansthan via video conferencing. Prime Minister Modi said that governments back then did not take steps regarding it under colonial mindset.
शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भारत के प्राचीन वैभव और हमारा महान गौरव को पुनर्जीवित करें, लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता के दबाव में सरकारें उस दिशा में बढ़ी नहीं और कुछ बातों में तो उल्टे पैर चली।
Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra has entered the national capital. Rahul Gandhi said that the people of RSS BJP have created a bazaar of hatred.
वो जो RSS का बीजेपी का नफरत भरा हुआ, डरा हुआ, अहंकार से भरा हुआ हिंदुस्तान, वो सच्चा हिंदुस्तान नहीं है। सच्चा हिंदुस्तान ये है मोहब्बत का, प्यार का, भाईचारे का, इज्जत का हिंदुस्तान। तो हम इनको दिखाना चाहते हैं, हम इनको सच्चा हिंदुस्तान दिखाना चाहते हैं।
Traffic was affected in several parts of southeast Delhi as the Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra led by Rahul Gandhi entered the city. An advisory that was released earlier cautioning commuters about the routes that were likely to be affected by the yatra. BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala slammed Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra for not following COVID protocol. He further added that this is Parivar Jodo Yatra, corrupt Jodo Yatra.
Did Rahul Gandhi as a responsible person isolate himself? Start wearing a mask? He could be an asymptomatic carrier. Did he get himself tested? Did he do all the protocols that are required? Today he is saying mask is a bahana. COVID is a bahana. First they spread vaccine hesitancy. They spread lies and rumors about vaccines. Bachade ka khoon mila hai. Vaccines will be very dangerous for you. And now they are saying masks are also a bahana.
Union Minister Anurag Thakur lambasted Congress leader Rahul Gandhi for not realizing the criticality that India is facing when it comes to COVID.
राहुल जी, पूरी दुनिया भर में चीन, कोरिया, जापान में लाखों केस कोरोना के आ रहे हैं। अस्पतालों के बाहर लंबी कतार लगी है, शवों का ढेर लगा है, लेकिन आपको देश की सुरक्षा नहीं, आपको तो देश हित नहीं, परिवार हित पहले है। और ये कांग्रेस ने समय समय पर दिखाया। कोविड की शुरुआत पर भी देश में भय और भ्रम फैलाने का काम कांग्रेस के दिग्गज नेताओं ने किया।
BJP questioned Congress party for following a path of corruption and not following COVID protocol as Bharat Jodo Yatra entered the national capital. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details of the big development in Shahi Eidgah versus Krishna Janmabhoomi case, where the court has ordered a survey.
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
For how long will you continue being tensed about the future? Pension can free you from future's tension. With LIC's new Pension Plus, make your own pension plan because this plan creates market-linked wealth for your future. Moreover, this plan comes with guaranteed additions and also offers various options for receiving pension so that you grow young and tension-free. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
आइए नए उत्तर प्रदेश की क्षमता और असीमित अवसरों से सफलता की नई कहानी लिखें। यूपी ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स समिट 10 से 12 फरवरी 2023। नए भारत के ग्रोथ इंजन उत्तर प्रदेश में निवेश करें।
Former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kochhar and husband arrested in loan fraud case. They are now in custody of the CBI till Monday as per the court's direction. It's a big development in the Shahi Eidgah versus Krishna Janmabhoomi case. Court orders survey. Amidst global alarm over COVID, India swings into action mode. RT-PCR is now mandatory for international passengers.
देश की सुरक्षा नहीं, आपको तो देश हित नहीं, परिवार हित पहले है। और ये कांग्रेस ने समय समय पर दिखाया। कोविड की शुरुआत पर भी
No mask, no COVID protocol. Rahul Gandhi marches on. BJP fires Parivar over protocol jibe.
सबने सफ़र किया पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए।
Mehbooba Mufti stokes controversy. She won't call for crackdown on terror but now wants relocation for Pandits. Wreath-laying ceremony for 16 army personnel who lost their lives in an accident will be held in West Bengal. Thank you for staying with Republic. Now what we are getting you for you at 4 p.m. For days, Republic has been showing you the total COVID chaos that China has been witnessing. We've been questioning as to what China is hiding. A leaked Chinese government document that has now surfaced. Almost 250 million people in China may have been affected by COVID-19 in just 20 days in the month of December. This after the zero COVID policy was diluted in the first week of the month. This is according to Radio Free Asia, that cited a leaked government document circulating on social media. In this 20-minute meeting of China's National Health Commission, as per the leaked document, looked like 248 million people were infected with COVID-19 from the 1st of December till the 20th of December, or so as to say 17.65% of the Chinese population that is infected. Now, according to Radio Free Asia, the data on COVID cases released by government officials on December 20th is different from what the reality is, where nearly 37 million were estimated. A senior Chinese journalist told Radio Free Asia on Thursday that the document was genuine and had been leaked by someone who attended the meeting, who was acting deliberately and in public interest. 3 videos that Republic has been able to access that show you the reality of China's COVID emergency and how the health infrastructure has been completely exposed, where there are no beds available in hospitals. Hospitals have run out of space, patients are lining up outside hospitals, and they're being treated on the streets literally due to the lack of hospitals and beds. Also in Beijing, where funeral homes are overwhelmed. Funeral homes have completely run out of capacity and there are long queues at crematoriums. Similarly, we are getting you a picture. All right, we've cut across to these live pictures coming in from outside the court in Mumbai, where the coachers are now being taken by CBI officials. Chanda Kochhar, former ICICI Bank CEO, her husband Deepak Kochhar, who are in CBI custody till Monday, as per what the court has directed, have just been taken outside the court gate, where CBI will now question Chanda Kochhar and Deepak Kochhar until Monday. Chanda Kochhar, who had quit as the CEO and managing director of ICICI Bank 4 years ago, she denied that she had favored Videocon Group when it came to clearing loans, and she has been in denial, of the allegations that have been made against her and her husband. She was arrested by the CBI on Friday along with her husband. This is in connection to the alleged irregularities in over 3,000 crore loan that was provided to the Videocon Group when she was heading ICICI Bank. She later quit after these allegations were surfaced, and it was said that she had violated the bank's code of conduct and internal policies, which later became the cause of her termination. She's been accused of criminal conspiracy and cheating by the CBI for alleged irregularities in a loan of 3,250 crore rupees in 2012 to the Videocon Group that later became an NPA. A whistleblower who had alleged that Deepak Kochhar had benefited from these dealings along with other family members, and these are the charges against Chanda Kochhar and her husband. They just left from the Mumbai court. They are now in CBI custody until Monday, where they will be questioned in connection with the allegations of whether she misused her official position and got illegal gratification and undue benefit through her husband from Venugopal Dhoot for sanctioning 300 crore rupees to Videocon, which was actually a part of a 40,000 crore loan which Videocon had got from a consortium of 20 banks that were led by the State Bank of India. CBI has now taken custody of the Kochhars. Somesh is with me on the phone line as he was tracking all the developments inside court. Somesh, the Kochhars have just left, and we saw those pictures of how media contingent tried to get a word from the couple, but that did not happen because they were accompanied by CBI officials and have straight away left. They will be questioned by the officials until Monday. Give us details of what happened in the court, any details on the line of questioning, and what happens to the Kochhars until Monday.
remanded. Just now, the CBI court remanded both Kochar, Deepak Kochar and the lady Kochar to the CBI custody for 3 days, and now they will be under the remand of CBI till Monday. Now it is to be seen what CBI reveals in their investigation. The contention of CBI before the court was that they were not cooperating with the investigation. The CBI issued them notice under section 41A of the CRPC to cooperate with the investigation. But when the CBI in the courts today has said that yesterday when we asked them, when we repeatedly questioned them about the loan sanctioned to the Videocon, and after that there was another loan of around 3,000 crore. And after that there is another company of NU networking which has stakes of shares of husband of Kochar, and that time that company received money which was again, it was considered by the CBI as a quid pro quo against the loan sanction to the Videocon, and now they are questioning this both the couple in the custody. But what is the main issue in this case is that what was the issue raised by the defense counsel of both the Kochar couple was that why the beneficiary Mr. Dhoot has not been arrested yet, and he has not been touched by the ED earlier also, and now in this case CBI also is not touching the person who should be considered as a beneficiary, as said by or as objected by the lawyers of the Kochar duo. But now the CBI has said that now we need to investigate first of all the person who was having influence over the committee. The CBI counsel in the court today said that even though the Kochar was not the sole authority, but she was exercising influence over the committee who was there in the ICICI Bank for the approval of loans. And at that time there are irregularities. There have been irregularities in the approval process. The due procedure was not followed, and that's why this needs to be investigated. That why a particular company was given that large amount of the loan, and which was later turned into non-performing asset. However, today when the court asked for the approval and the sanction letter given by the bank, the CBI lawyers showed that before the court. But at that time the defense counsel for the Kochar has said that even in the approval letter given by and the sanction letter given by the ICICI Bank for the approval of the prosecution against the Kochar, with that letter it has been said that there was no any loss, or there was no any fault in the due procedure of the what is to be before approval of the loan. And this was said by and shown by the defense counsel for the Kochar, that the bank itself is saying that there were no irregularities, there were no any undue loss on the part of the bank due to this particular loan. But still, after that, the CBI has said that whatever it might be said by the bank, but we need to investigate that why the particular 300 crore loan was sanctioned to Videocon, and after sanctioning of this particular loan, there was another money
absolutely.
which was received by the
charges against the Kochars, and certainly that the CBI will investigate into of these allegations. Since 2018, remember, it has been 4 years that Chanda Kochar had resigned from ICICI, where it was stated that she had illegally she had abused her position, and she had violated the bank's code of conduct and internal policies. That is why a year later, this was treated as the cause of termination for Chanda Kochar, who has been accused of criminal conspiracy and cheating by the CBI for alleged irregularities in a loan of 3,250 crore rupees in 2012 to the Videocon group. This later became a non-performing asset for ICICI, and a whistleblower who also alleged that Deepak Kochar, husband of Chanda Kochar, had benefited from these dealings. Now, the couple will be questioned by CBI officials until Monday. And we're cutting across to breaking news coming in. It's a huge cache of arms and ammunition that were recovered by the army and Jammu and Kashmir police in Baramulla district. Police along with the army recovered a huge cache of arms and ammunition in Hatlanga sector of Uri in North Kashmir's Baramulla. That includes 8 AK-47, 74 magazines, 12 Chinese pistols, 24 pistol magazines, 9 Chinese grenades, 5 Pakistan grenades, and much more that were recovered from the area. Zeenat is with me on the broadcast. Zeenat, give us details of the recovery that was made.
See, Suesha, it's a huge cache of arms and ammunition that have been recovered by Army as well as Jammu and Kashmir police in Baramulla district of North Kashmir. This recovery was done by the joint forces in Hatlanga sector of Uri in North Kashmir. As for the recoveries that have been made by the joint forces include 8 AK-74U, 24 AK-74 magazines, 12 Chinese pistols, and also 24 pistol magazines. We are also picking from the sources that 9 Chinese grenades with 5 Pak grenades made, 5 wheat bags, along with 81 Pak balloons, 560 rounds of AK-47, and also 244 rounds of pistols were recovered from this very area of the Hatlanga, which is almost 100 plus kilometers from the Srinagar city. It's a huge recovery of cache and arms and ammunition that have been recovered by Baramulla police along with Indian Army, the Hatlanga sector where the recoveries have been made. And we are picking, this is one of the biggest cache, huge arms and ammunition that have been recovered in North Kashmir of 2022.
Absolutely, Zeenat, and that is very visible from the pictures. But are there any other leads, Zeenat, on movement of terrorists, of who may have left this, of the area that is being sanitized now, and the forces, of course, keeping a strict vigil on what else could be behind such an action?
Yeah, Suesha, we have been seeing the Kashmir Police Chief, ADG Kashmir, Vijay Kumar, have been pointing out time again that the Pakistan tries to push infiltrators or machinery, the arms and ammunition to keep the pot boiling. This Hatlanga sector is quite close to the line of control. Uri, which has been quite famous earlier as far as the ceasefire violations are concerned, but now ceasefire pact is intact. But now Pakistan, despite the ceasefire pact is intact, we are seeing the men as well as the machinery that they are trying to push, and this is evident from the fact the kind of recoveries that had been done by the joint forces in Hatlanga sector of Uri in North Kashmir. It also tells you that what kind of plans are there for of Pakistan for the Kashmir Valley as far as the arms and ammunitions are concerned, because definitely the kind of portal that these terrorists use to transport the weapon from the line of control to the hinterland. So this is one of the things that have been recovered by the joint forces as far as the Uri line of control is concerned. There's a huge cache of arms and ammunition, the biggest cache that has been recovered in North Kashmir in 2020. Though this tells you that how the past is trying to push as far as arms and ammunition are concerned, and definitely these would have gone to the terrorists in the hinterland or those who are near the line of control, because this year also we have picked up and we have seen the kind of anti-terror operations that were carried by Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army, and the terrorists, they were neutralized, and most of the terrorists were from the Pakistan, because the kind of recovery, the ID card and also the medicines and the pistols and other things were recovered then. So this tells you that how the Pakistan is trying to push arms and ammunition along with men in order to create the disturbance in Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen the best operations in the Kashmir Valley, 172 terrorists neutralized this year in the Kashmir Valley alone, and if we take the figure of the 3 years, so 550 terrorists neutralized by J&K police along with the Indian Army in Kashmir Valley only, and these are the figures since 2020. So we are seeing that the force is working round the clock, and see whether as far as the elimination of the terrorists is concerned, or we talk about the hideouts that have been busted by the security forces in 2022. So talking about the pictures that we are beaming, this tells you the recoveries that had been made in the Hatlanga sector of Uri, where huge cache of arms and ammunition have been recovered by the joint forces in Hatlanga, Uri of Baramulla, North Kashmir.
True that, Zina. Thank you for getting us those details.
State Investigation Agency is carrying out raids at multiple locations, and also the properties attachment that is taking place in the central as well as in South Kashmir. In the South Kashmir, Kulgam and Pulwama, the attachment of properties is taking place, while in central Kashmir's Budgam and Srinagar, the attachment of properties is taking place. Around 18 to 19 properties are at present being seized by the State Investigating Agency, that also include the Brazula residence of Hurriyat Neta, who is now dead, Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani, as his mutation of the residence was on the name of Jamaat-e-Islami. This is a part of a systematic crackdown on the terror infrastructure and the ecosystem in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Earlier also we have seen the crackdown taking place in the South Kashmir as well as in North Kashmir, and this time it's South Kashmir and the Central Kashmir where the crackdown is taking place, and subsequent raids are also following in the Srinagar and the Pulwama district of Kashmir Valley. With Gaurav Sahani, Gursimran Singh for Public Media Network.
And even as the centre is stepping up its fight against COVID, in a fresh set of guidelines, Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandaviya has announced that RT-PCR test is now mandatory for international arrivals from China, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong and Thailand. On arrival, if any passenger from these countries is found symptomatic or tests positive for COVID-19, then he or she will be put under quarantine immediately. In fact, Health Minister has also said that the centre is on alert mode and air surveillance will be carried out to monitor COVID-appropriate behavior. Listen in.
देश में आज कोविड का केस बढ़ा है और देश में कोविड महामारी न फैले, उसके लिए हम अलर्ट मोड पर काम कर रहे हैं। हमने एयर सर्वेलेंस भी चालू किया है, सुएज सर्वेलेंस भी चालू किया है और ह्यूमन सर्वेलेंस तो हो ही रहा है। ये तीनों सर्वेलेंस से पता चल रहा है कि अभी दिल्ली और मुंबई में सुएज और एयर सर्वेलेंस में आरएनए मिला है। उसको देखते हुए आने वाले दिनों में क्या क्या प्रिकॉशन लेना है, उस लिए हम सभी राज्यों को अलर्ट दे रहे हैं, राज्यों के साथ इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर कर रहे हैं। हम देश के सभी नागरिक को भी अलर्ट करना चाहते हैं कि आप मास्क का उपयोग करें, आप जरूरत बिना कारण से भीड़ में न जाइए, सैनिटाइजर का उपयोग करें, कोविड एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर का पालन करें, ताकि हम कोविड को रोक पाए और देश को सुरक्षित रख पाए।
We are at the Chennai International Airport arrival, and here the precautionary measures due to the current COVID threat is taking place. As you can see, the Tamil Nadu Health Department has put out a tent in front of the arrival, and 2% random samples are being taken out from every single flight that lands in Chennai. As you can see, a random person from the flight is being called upon this area, and the tests are happening, and we have very properly set up COVID testing point here with sufficient doctors and nurses to make sure that these samples are being taken and it is being sent for testing. And also all the RT-PCRs are being tested for every single passenger who is flying from countries such as Hong Kong, China, Japan, South Korea, and some European countries like France, etc. Therefore, there is a proper help desk here as well, which is maintaining. The Health Minister of Tamil Nadu, Ma Subramaniam, just visited this COVID checking point, and he inspected if all the precautionary measures are put in place, because it is starting from today. The Tamil Nadu government is trying to follow all the instructions given by the Union Health Secretary in a notification sent to the Health Ministry. Therefore, all 4 international airports in Tamil Nadu are under tight security now, so that this COVID threat can be fought. This is Vashni Ramu along with camera person Dilip from Chennai for Republic TV.
Meanwhile, AIIMS Dr. Sanjay Rai, who headed the department which led vaccine trials on COVID, has said that there is absolutely no need to panic and India's situation is very different from that of China. Listen in.
have प्रोफेसर संजय राय फ्रॉम द ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेज। सर धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। इस समय दोबारा से कोविड के केसेस जिस तरीके से चाइना, जापान, यूएसए में बढ़ रहे हैं, स्पेसिफिकली चाइना में क्योंकि वो हमारे पड़ोसी देश हैं, कितना वरी होने का सिचुएशन है हमारे लिए, है भी कि नहीं?
जो हमारे यहाँ कंट्रोल है उसका मेन रीज़न जो है नेचुरल इन्फेक्शन है। ये हाईली वैक्सीनेटेड कंट्रीज हैं, चाहे आप साउथ कोरिया की बात कर लें, जापान इवन 4 डोज तक दिया जा चुका है। सो चाइना 346 करोड़ से ज़्यादा डोजेज दिए जा चुके हैं। बट वैक्सीन से इसलिए शायद डेथ कम हो रही है, जितनी होनी नहीं, अगर वैक्सीन दी गई होती तो डेथ और ज़्यादा होती वहाँ पे। लेकिन फिर भी उसको रोक पाना असंभव सा होता है। हाँ, आरएनए वायरस होने के कारण यहाँ पे भी हो सकता है, केसेस हो सकते हैं कहीं भी, क्योंकि री इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है, ब्रेक थ्रू इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है, बट उससे सीवियरिटी बढ़ेगी और डेथ बढ़ेगा, बहुत ही अनलाइकली है। तो हमें पैनिक होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हाँ, इसको मॉनिटर करते रहने की ज़रूरत है। सरकार अपने आप कर रही है, सरकार ने प्रोएक्टिव रोल लिया है, उसने सारे एडवाइजरी जारी कर दिए, सारे स्टेट को भेज दिया एडवाइजरी। मॉनिटर करना ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है इस वायरस के कैरेक्टरिस्टिक को, कि क्या कोई बिहेवियर चेंज तो नहीं हो गया, क्या नेचुरल इन्फेक्शन जिनको हो गया था उनको बाईपास करके, इम्यूनिटी को बाईपास करके वहाँ सीवियरिटी तो नहीं कर रहा है। तो वह मॉनिटर करते रहना चाहिए, लेकिन डरने की अभी ज़रूरत नहीं है। हमें नहीं लगता कि नियर भविष्य में कोई बहुत ही बड़ी प्रॉब्लम आने वाली है। हाँ, हो सकता है कि अगर कंप्लीटली वायरस चेंज हो जाए, बिल्कुल ही न्यू वायरस आ जाए, तब प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है। 100% गारंटी नहीं दी सकती, लेकिन जिस तरीके का एविडेंस हमने जनरेट किया है पिछले 3 साल में, अगर मैं उसको यूज़ करूं तो यह जो है कहा जा सकता है कि अभी इतनी बड़ी समस्या अपनी कंट्री के लिए नहीं आने वाली है।
तो सर मेरा आखिरी सवाल कि जिस तरीके से हमने पहले 3 वेव्स में कॉम्बैट किया इस चीज़ को, कितने रेडी हैं हम? क्योंकि मिनिस्ट्री भी काफ़ी एडवाइजरीज निकाल रही है, कह रही है ऑक्सीजन चेक करिए, अपना हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चेक करिए, मॉक ड्रिल की बात हो रही है, तो कितने रेडी हैं हम अगर एक दूसरी वेव आती है?
देखिए, हमेशा हमें अपनी तैयारी करनी चाहिए। किसी भी सार्स कोरोना वायरस तो नहीं, कल हो सकता है कोई दूसरा भी वेरिएंट आ जाए, कोई दूसरा वायरस आ जाए, अदर देन कोरोना वायरस कोई दूसरा वायरस आ जाए। हमेशा हमें तैयार रहना चाहिए, इवन प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर लेवल पे तैयार रहना चाहिए, वह एक अच्छी बात है। लेकिन इस सार्स कोरोना वायरस 2 को लेके कोई प्रॉब्लम होने वाली, जैसा मैंने कहा, अनलाइकली है। बट बहुत ही अंतर है, सेकेंड वेव और इस समय में बहुत ही अंतर है। हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे जो है सरकार की तैयारी है, ऑक्सीजन की कमी नहीं होने दी जाएगी। जिस तरीके से तैयारी है, ऐसी तैयारी पहले कभी नहीं थी। तो उस लिहाज से अगर हम देखें तो हम बेटर इक्विप्ड हैं।
Thank you. So this was Dr. Professor Sanjay Rai, and he says that it's highly unlikely that India would be affected the way China is being affected by this new variant. This is Madhurima Mishra with Vijay Narudeshwar for Republic TV.
What's with all these attacks happening in Pakistan every single day? Multiple attacks. What's happening in China? China is getting a hammering and a battering of a lifetime. What did China do wrong? After all, so many Indians were saying that, China is such a perfect society. They're vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. But I think India did a far, far better job. We suffered. Of course, many Indians died. But today, India is a stronger nation in terms of immunity.
अब जियो मार्ट के ग्रैंड फिनाले सेल में होम एंड किचन एसेंशियल्स पर मिलेगा अप टू 80% ऑफ। तो साल जैसा भी गया हो, एंडिंग तो जबरदस्त होगी।
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amrit Kaal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharati Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation. So I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne. So now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
Hey, boss.
Rahul? How come you're here?
Boss, शाहरुख ने बताया.
Wait up. Booking a car service.
Booking a service from here.
क्यों? तुझे शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया?
इसने पूछा ही नहीं. There's so much more जो शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया. It's all on the industry first My Hyundai app. Open a world of possibility with My Hyundai app. One app, many worlds.
Much has happened in the world in the last 7 days, and today I'm going to tell you what all has happened and what will impact you. About President Zelensky's visit to the United States of America. What's with all these attacks happening in Pakistan every single day, multiple attacks? What's happening in China? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Checkmate. Recently, President Zelensky of Ukraine visited the United States of America, and there is this big figure of 45 billion US dollars being bandied around, and this is the aid that America is supposed to give Ukraine. Now, obviously, the Republicans don't like it, and the Democrats say that this money must be given. While addressing the US Congress and even later, Zelensky made this very, very important point. From his point of view, he says that this is not expenditure, this is an investment. Now, the way Zelensky is positioning Ukraine is not simply like a small country that has been invaded by a larger neighbor, that is Russia. What Zelensky is trying to tell the world that, hey, Ukraine is different. We're fighting for democracy, we're fighting for Western values, we're fighting against communism. We're fighting against nuclear war, we're fighting against everything that the decent world, the Western world, stands against. We are your frontline state against the dark forces. Standing ovation for Zelensky, obviously, in the US Congress. A lot of congressmen saying that he's the best thing to have happened. Let's give him money. And there is talk about Patriot missiles. Each missile costing $3 million US. Patriot missiles to be given to Ukraine. Now, this is about as fancy as you can get as far as US air defense equipment is concerned. And Zelensky will get them. Now, there is a thought process in the Republican Party. And the Republican Party says, maybe it's not such a good idea. We're facing bad times. There is a recession happening. There are many Americans who are finding it difficult to put food on the table. And here we are giving tens of billions of dollars to a country far, far away. It's none of our business. The Democrats say, yes, obviously it's our business because Putin is at the doorstep of NATO. They say that Putin is not going to stop with Ukraine. He's going to go much further if he succeeds. And somebody has to stop him, and that somebody is Zelensky. Great visit, fantastic optics, and something that the American people have wanted for a very long time. Somebody else fighting their war. No American deaths, no American soldiers coming back in body bags, no trillion-dollar expenditures. And yet, Russia is being pulled into that quagmire that is Ukraine. Very important for the Western world, very important for Europe. Europe is watching with bated breath. I don't know what Europe is going to give Zelensky apart from the odd anti-tank missile. But I think Europe will have to loosen its purse strings also, because it impacts Europe first. After Ukraine, there is nothing but all of Europe. And if Europe does not step in with big money, Ukraine may fall, because Ukraine will require a constant infusion of funds and weapons if it has to hold off Russia. It's not going to happen free of cost. We also look at what is happening in Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, something very sinister. I've told you before many times, Imran Khan and the rest of Pakistan, their national security establishment, their army, they were celebrating when on 15th of August last year, the Taliban stormed into power. And a narrative was built that the Taliban have defeated the Americans, which is not true. There's something called the Doha Agreement, which the Americans and the Taliban signed. And after signing, the Americans quietly left Afghanistan because the Americans said that we have better things to do. They had the Indo-Pacific in mind. The Americans today have China in mind. Russia just jumped out of the jukebox all of a sudden. Russia was the spoiler. Otherwise, people thought that the Cold War was behind them, Russia was behind them, Russia would not do anything. Let's focus on China. So now the Western world, especially the United States of America, is focusing on Russia and China. Nobody has the time of the day for Afghanistan, unless, of course, a big terror incident or a big terror act happens from the soil of Afghanistan, because as we know, there is enough and more Al-Qaeda, enough and more Islamic State. The Taliban, though, has made it very clear that they are not interested in any country outside of Afghanistan. They will not carry out cross-border attacks except into Pakistan. Why into Pakistan? Why are the Taliban attacking the Pakistanis? Now, there are two aspects to it. Friends, for a very long time, Pakistan sold this narrative to the rest of the world that there's the good Taliban and the bad Taliban. I'm sure you heard about that. Anybody who follows geopolitics and current affairs would know that Pakistan had been selling it successfully to the rest of the world, that there is one good Taliban and the bad Taliban. Or there are good terrorists and bad terrorists. And who are the good terrorists? The good terrorists are those terrorists that attack India. And the bad terrorists are those terrorists that attack Pakistan. Now, today, the national security establishment, not overtly, but at least covertly, realizes that they were wrong all along. The 40-year-old Afghan policy is biting the dust. Why? Huge celebrations across Pakistan that our Afghan brothers, our Muslim brothers, are back in power, in Kabul. This is the end of India and Afghanistan. This is the end of the Indian influence in Afghanistan. Shut down its embassy, shut down all its consulates. Tell India to get out of Afghanistan and everything will be okay. But the problem is everything is not okay. And since then, nearly 400 soldiers, policemen and other paramilitary personnel, civilians in Pakistan have lost their lives. And there is no good Taliban and bad Taliban. There is only one Taliban. Now, there are obviously two parties to it, the Afghan Taliban and the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. The Afghan Taliban is pressurizing the Pakistani army along the Durand line. They say, we do not recognize the Durand line. They say that, this was decided by the British. We were not taken into consultation. Nobody consulted with us. And obviously, we don't recognize the Durand line. Very recently, the Afghan Taliban, they gave out a map. They presented a map to the world. And very interestingly, that map of Afghanistan had significant portions of Pakistan, which means that the Afghan Taliban, like their predecessors before them, whether it was Ashraf Ghani or Karzai or the communist rulers, Najibullah, or the king of Afghanistan before that, nobody recognizes the state of Pakistan in its present geographical contours. That is the biggest problem for the Pakistanis. So they released this map to the world. And that map within Afghanistan placed even areas as far as Attock. Attock is an area that the Pashtuns, that the Afghans claim. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this has deeply, deeply pained Pakistan, because Pakistan had invested a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of money, a lot of manpower, a lot of training hours. It was Pakistan that raised the Taliban. And today Pakistan feels that an ungrateful Afghanistan is biting the hand that fed them. The truth is somewhat different. And in this very program, we've mentioned it in the past. The truth is that the Afghan street hates Pakistanis and Pakistan. So you have these attacks in Bannu, in Lucky Marwat, all along the Durand line, you know, where people are smashing the fence which the Pakistanis have put up all along the Durand line. They're smashing that fence. And what they're doing is they're attacking symbols of the Pakistani state. They entered into the Bannu camp where the counterterrorism department was there. The police's counterterrorism department, they took people hostage. They attacked the police station. They stole weapons from there. They've set up parallel courts, Sharia courts, in the tribal areas of Pakistan. There are places where the Pakistani army dare not go. They're asking for protection money from Pakistani ministers in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Imran Khan's government, incidentally. Imran Khan's ministers, many of them pay protection money to a terrorist outfit called the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. This is where where did Pakistan go wrong? Where exactly did Pakistan go wrong? Ladies and gentlemen, I think Pakistan went wrong long back when it decided that taking money from America and interfering in Afghanistan was perhaps the best policy. They made a lot of money off Afghanistan. They made tens of billions of dollars by creating bloodshed inside Pakistan. And what did Pakistan get in return? The elite of Pakistan got billions of dollars, and the poor of Pakistan got heroin, they got Kalashnikov, and they got bloodshed. All these explosions that take place inside mosques, inside schools, the random killings in Pakistan is all because of Pakistan's failed Afghan policy. The idea that you can treat Afghanistan as Pakistan's fifth province, this mad dream of strategic depth. The chickens have come home to roost. We did not create this virus. The Chinese did. Whether it came out of a bioweapons lab or whether it came out of an animal market in Wuhan, immaterial. The COVID virus is the Chinese virus. It came out of China and it killed millions of people worldwide.
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
क्या हुआ रोहन? क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया, पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो। एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए?
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा घर के रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? रिया, अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा-थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
अरे आप इतनी दूर हमारे लिए?
आपकी मेहनत कहां से कहां पहुंच रही है। मैं आपके एक साइन के लिए यहाँ नहीं आ सकता? हो गया आपका अकाउंट ओपन।
हर बंद राह ओपन हो सकती है, लगता है सिर्फ दिल।
धन्यवाद।
एक्सिस बैंक, दिल से ओपन।
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll take you to China. China is getting a hammering and a battering of a lifetime, which is unfortunate. There was a time when China was celebrating that it was the only country that had handled COVID so well. they had got COVID under control, and there were Chinese making fun of Indian dead bodies and American dead bodies, and this whole narrative from China that we are so efficient that we have beaten the world. There were people inside India, whose name I don't want to take, who said that look at China. China is vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. This "let that sink in" has been going around social media for the last 48 hours. Let that sink in. China is doing such a fantastic job. And these "let that sink in" tweets are old, during the first and second waves of COVID. They're not today's tweets. But the problem is that China did not build up immunity amongst its citizens. What is battering China today is another strain of COVID. They said that crematoriums are so full that they are working 24/7, and yet people have to wait for 7 to 10 days for dead bodies of the near and dear ones to get cremated. What did China do wrong? After all, so many Indians were saying that China is such a perfect society. They're vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. Well, we let that sink in, and obviously China didn't do a very good job. This is not to poke fun at China, because wherever a death happens, in India or in China, it's always very unfortunate. But I think India did a far, far better job. We suffered. Of course, many Indians died. But today, India is a stronger nation in terms of immunity. We had our own local vaccines, which we exported to the world. And this is what China does not like about India. This is also part of the greater geopolitical game, because this is what the world is saying, China created the virus, India created the vaccine. And this is something that is resonating across the world, and China cannot get rid of it. Watch this short video, which you've already seen, I think, in various social media platforms. But I think it's time for you to see it again. If you see this video, you see people lying down in hospital beds, packed like sardines. And China, with all its fantastic infrastructure, China, with all its first world medical facilities, is coming to a standstill. There is almost a state of revolt in the Chinese cities. When Xi Jinping had locked the Chinese inside their home and welded the doors shut, people said they want to come out. And this is what the Chinese government feared. But the public backlash was so fierce, so terribly fierce, that people had started burning posters of Xi Jinping. People had come out on the roads. They were fighting with the riot police. We want freedom. We want to come out. Please don't lock us up inside our homes. That is what the Chinese people said. Under pressure, the Chinese government said, all right, come out. And when they came out, death and destruction followed. Now, there are a few things, We can talk about Dr. Andrew Fauci. Why not? We can talk about how this virus came from inside China. But I'd like to share some other things with you, ladies and gentlemen. Many of the viruses have come out of China. Why? Well, you've got viruses coming out of India also, and Africa, and other Western countries. But most of the viruses do come out of China. It is because the Chinese research which goes bad when they create weapons of war, biological weapons of war, or is it also what they choose to eat? And the jury is still out on the fact that many Chinese choose to eat things that will cause infections. It's supposed to be a delicacy in China. For example, and I'm not making this up, you can Google it. Eggs boiled in the urine of young boys as young as 10 years. So what these egg vendors do is, they have these stalls, they have these shops which sell these boiled eggs. They go to schools in the morning and they collect fresh urine from schools. They get the urine of boys 10 or younger. And that is the cutoff, 10 years or younger. And they boil eggs with the shells on. And when the eggs have boiled, they peel off the shells, put the boiled eggs again in the urine and then boil them again. And these are served as delicacies to people. And they said the flavor is amazing. I would not judge the Chinese for eating bats, though it's not something that I would do voluntarily. I would not judge them for eating what they eat. But if you eat human waste, it is going to result in pandemics. This is something that the human body throws out because it is waste. This is not something that you're supposed to consume, at least not on a daily basis, and it's certainly not a delicacy. So this is exactly what is happening in China, and it is my suggestion to our own civil aviation ministry and to the powers that be that we need to shut down all airlines flying to and from China. The Chinese virus will come here again. It is the Chinese virus. Let's make no mistake. Let's call it out for what it is. This is the Chinese virus. It's going to come to India if we don't stop flights. There are already people who are suffering in India. There are already people who've got it. Yes, we have higher immunity than the Chinese. There is no doubt about it. But the fact of the matter is, our economy may not be able to withstand another severe beating. We did not create this virus. The Chinese did. Whether it came out of a bioweapons lab or whether it came out of an animal market in Wuhan, immaterial. The COVID virus is the Chinese virus that came out of China, and it killed millions of people worldwide. India cannot afford to take another chance. The first thing we should do is shut off all flights with China, and then educating the people, enforcing masks, people who haven't got their booster doses. All these things will have to be put into place on an emergency setting. Otherwise, we will suffer economically, people will suffer personal loss, and we will go back to those dark old days of COVID when the roads were deserted and there was no business happening and people were locked up inside their houses. Why should India suffer because China messes up? No. There's another report which has come out of a new Indian missile called Pralay. Pralay is the Sanskrit word for doomsday, and this missile has a range of between 150 to 500 kilometers, and it has solid fuel. Unlike the Prithvi, which had liquid fuel, this has solid fuel, and this is a missile that is causing jitters in both China and Pakistan. So these are for what I would term, though this is not the classical military term, but I would call shallow strikes. This is unlike the Agni, which can fly for 5,500 kilometers plus. This is just 150 kilometers to 500 kilometers. Maybe a strategic headquarters, maybe a core headquarters, maybe a div headquarters somewhere behind enemy lines. This is something that we needed, an advanced version of the Prithvi. Now, this has nothing to do with Prithvi. The technology, the entire system is absolutely different. But just to explain to an audience in non-technical terms, think of it as a higher and more advanced version of the Prithvi missile. The Pralay missile will be inducted hopefully into the Indian Armed Forces soon, and this will give the Indian Armed Forces the unique capability to hit strategic targets inside China and inside Pakistan. China has very little and Pakistan almost none in terms of air defense cover to stop the Pralay. And when you fire many of them, there is no way that the Chinese are going to be able to stop it. And this is something that has scared the Chinese. When we tested the Pralay, the Chinese knew that it is because of the stress that they are putting along the line of actual control that India has tested the Agni 5 and now the Pralay. And all these missiles that India is churning out, most of them, not all of them, but most of them are China specific, and China knows it. This is one of the reasons why China will come, push against the line of actual control, but not try and force its way majorly inside. They will retreat because they know that India is building up consensus, not just missiles, mind you, also public consensus to strike back hard at the Chinese should they try another misadventure. The Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto has expressed disappointment at the Afghan Taliban asking girls not to attend universities and colleges and basically shutting down higher education for girls in Afghanistan. And Pakistan says that it's very disappointed. I don't know what Pakistan is disappointed about because the same thing happens in Pakistan. Malala Yousafzai was a Pakistani and she was shot inside Pakistan for wanting to educate girls. Now this is like the pot calling the kettle black. Let me say it more plainly. Malala Yousafzai's case came to the fore and the world applauded her for her bravery. She got the Nobel Prize. But there are many Malalas inside Pakistan. And I think Pakistan should worry more about itself, because there are places in Pakistan, in the tribal areas, that are a no-go for the Pakistani armed forces. Absolutely. There are places inside Pakistan where there is no rule of law, where the writ of the state did not run. There are places where terrorists collect taxes from not just common citizens, but from the police, from the armed forces, from the politicians, from people who represent the state of Pakistan. And Pakistan cannot get these areas under control. They cannot ensure girls' education, women's education, even primary education in such places. So for the Foreign Minister of Pakistan to come and say that he's very disappointed, I would like to ask Pakistanis, if you're disappointed in Afghanistan, how do you feel about what is happening with women's education inside your own country? The last time I checked, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa was very much part of Pakistan, and these problems are happening inside Pakistan. These problems are happening inside where people who go for polio vaccination are shot dead. People who try to educate their daughters and their sisters are threatened. Girls' schools are blown up. There is a difference between Pakistan and Afghanistan. When the Taliban came to power, everybody knew what they were buying. The Taliban are medieval in their mindsets. The Taliban say that they believe in Sharia. They say that Sharia says, that is what the Taliban say, that's not what I'm saying. The Taliban says that Sharia bans education for women over a certain age, that the woman should dress appropriately. They should all be wearing the burqa. That is what the Taliban thinks or says that the Sharia means. However, Pakistan claims to be a modern state. It claims to be a democratic state. If Pakistan is doing exactly in its tribal areas what the Taliban are doing in Afghanistan, then what moral authority does Bilawal Bhutto, the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, have in saying that Pakistan is disappointed with what the Afghan Taliban are doing vis-a-vis women's education? Ladies and gentlemen, this is all that I have for you this week. Thank you for watching this video. I'll be back next week with another update. Till then, have a great weekend.
Tonight, a murder will be committed. If anyone can name the killer, that person wins our game.
This is truly delightful.
Holy
There has been a murder. For one person, this is not a game. The killer wouldn't hesitate to kill again.
You must be really great at clues.
I'm very bad at dumb things.
Glass Onion, a Knives Out mystery.
Everyone looks at the world today. At Hyundai, we go beyond with experiences that take us forward. Inspired by our today, we design your tomorrow. Some said electric is the future. We said, why stop there? At Hyundai, we are going beyond mobility, and you are welcome to join us.
Yeah, Ajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
In the battle between content and landing, the nation decides. Republic is the winner. Slice and dice, landing channels, run for cover. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
Major accident in a brick kiln in Ramgarhwa police station area of Champaran in Bihar. Jammu and Kashmir, 2 people have been taken into custody and 1 Chinese pistol along with magazines and rounds, a Chinese grenade and detonators that had been recovered on their personnel. Massive fire has broken out in the shop in Delhi's Vikaspuri area.
They spent crores on forced landing. But money can't buy you viewers' trust. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
Major accident in a brick kiln in Ramgarhwa police station area of Champaran in Bihar. Jammu and Kashmir, 2 people have been taken into custody and 1 Chinese pistol along with magazines and rounds, a Chinese grenade and detonators that had been recovered on their personnel. Massive fire has broken out in the shop in Delhi's Vikaspuri area.
They spent crores on forced landing. But money can't buy you viewers' trust. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
Former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kochar and her husband sent to CBI custody till Monday in a loan fraud case. It's a big development in the Shahi Eidgah versus a Krishna Janmabhoomi case. Court orders a survey. Amidst a global alarm over COVID, India swings into action mode. RT-PCR now is mandatory for international passengers.
देश की सुरक्षा नहीं, आपको तो देश हित नहीं, परिवार हित पहले है। और ये कांग्रेस ने समय समय पर दिखाया। कोविड की शुरुआत पर भी
No mask, no COVID protocols. Rahul Gandhi marches on. The BJP fires a Parivar over protocol jibe.
सबने सफ़र किया पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए।
Mehbooba Mufti stokes another controversy. She says won't call for crackdown on terror but wants relocation for pundits. Wreath-laying ceremony of the 16 army personnel who lost their lives in an accident to be held today in West Bengal. A very good evening. Thank you for staying with us on Republic. I'm Deepti Sachdeva. We begin this edition of the news with what's been happening in China. That's what the spotlight is all about. Because do remember right now, the world is really concerned. The world is concerned with the kind of reports that are coming in out of China. The numbers, many say, are being underestimated. China is not being truthful to tell us what really is the ground situation. Now, for days now, Republic has been showing you the total COVID chaos that China is witnessing. We've been questioning as to what is China really hiding. It's a leaked Chinese government document now that has surfaced where almost 250 million people in China may already have been affected by COVID-19 in just the last 20 days. This is after the zero COVID policy was diluted in the first week of the month, according to Radio Free Asia, that is citing this leaked government document circulating on the social media. And in the 20-minute meeting of China's National Health Commission, as per this leaked data, about 248 million people were infected from the 1st of December to the 20th. This essentially means close to about 18% of China's population. And going by this same report, the data on COVID cases released by the government officials on December the 20th is different from the reality, as nearly estimates say about 37 million could have been infected. Also, it's a senior Chinese journalist who told Radio Free Asia that this document is genuine. It's been leaked by someone who attended the meeting and who's acting in public interest. What you see on your screen is one such video, and many such videos, remember, you will see on the social media. The moment you type China plus COVID, a lot of this is what the Chinese authorities want to really hide. But this really tells you the kind of situation, whether it's hospital beds or even funeral homes now, that are running out of capacity. Abhishek also joining us. He has more insight into this report right now. You know, Abhishek, this is startling to say the least, and extremely worrying. You know, if the data is to be believed, if this data is to be believed, and if this data is genuine, Abhishek, this is a truth that the world needs to know, and know sooner rather than later.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, the problem with Chinese is they are so opaque as a society, and of course the Chinese communist state absolutely non-transparent and dishonest when it comes to sharing information, and that is the reason why this pandemic is spread and you know, attained the scale that it did worldwide, because the Chinese were absolutely untruthful about the spread in the initial days in way back in 2019 and 2020. So that is all the more reason why all these pictures that are coming in, Deepthi, we are seeing them essentially through global media and social media platforms, and not from, you know, typically official Chinese sources. Remember, yesterday, for example, in the daily briefing that the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs does, their message was everything is normal, everything is in control. But these pictures really call the bluff and are to the contrary. And that's all the more reason the world is concerned. We should be concerned. And precaution is better than, you know, regretting later. Having said that, these pictures, these numbers that are coming in from the Chinese, not corroborated officially, speak of a situation which is clearly not in control, unlike what the Chinese official foreign ministry spokesperson wants the world to believe. In fact, if you go by some of these social media reports, the situation is even more alarming, to a level where, for example, yesterday I was going through some information, and again, I must add again, the Chinese continue, the officially Chinese continue to deny it, but then there are reports that there have been mass casualties, the daily death count is touching almost 5,000, and that millions are getting infected in every 24-hour news cycle. And the reason is obviously because of the Chinese model, which was feted really around the world, the so-called zero COVID policy, which has really backfired now that the Chinese, after suffered economically, want to you know, not clamp down on economy any further, and that's why they have done a U-turn. Also, it's possible that the zero COVID policy was essentially a political policy, Deepthi. Remember, in the month of October, we had that very important once in 5 years National Congress of the Chinese Communist Party, in which Xi Jinping was elected for another 5-year term. Unprecedented. It has not happened since Mao, and that gives you an idea that gives you an idea of the political intent that was there in following zero COVID policy. The Chinese Communist state did not want those COVID infections and the consequent possible deaths to affect in any manner Xi Jinping's chances of getting that third term. But immediately after that, everything is hunky-dory and zero COVID policy has been withdrawn, leading to a situation where China, like the rest of the world, with low immunity levels because the lockdowns had sort of shielded the population artificially for the last couple of years, is now really facing the brunt of a variant which is even more virulent than the earlier ones. So though of course it's early stage and we don't know exactly how it impacts the body, and that's a matter of study around the world, including in India. But the Chinese really are paying the price for some wrong policy measures, wrong political policy measures, I must add, and typically, like they have always been, being opaque about numbers, about the spread, about the possibility that the virus might have already escaped and spread around the world, the variant that is, Deepti.
Oh yes, absolutely. That's a chilling reality, Abhishek. For the moment, I thank you. But staying with the story, we can also now play out, remember, 3 videos that our team has scanned. But these 3 videos, if you look at them very closely, they will actually tell you the reality and why today the world is so worried when it comes to China. This is the first video on your screens that you're looking at. This is essentially of how there are no beds in hospitals. A lot of these patients that you see there on the streets, they're literally waiting for the treatment. A lot of them are now being administered treatment outside itself as the hospitals have begun to run out of space. The second video that you will see now on your screens is also of how funeral homes are overwhelmed. Earlier we had reported how a lot of these funeral homes were even guarded. They were heavily guarded to ensure there is just limited information that comes out. But an extremely tragic and a worrying situation right now in Beijing in particular, where funeral homes already have run out of capacity. Also now, this third video that you'll just see on your screens, there it is. It is a young woman gasping for breath, where she literally collapses after this episode of breathlessness. And again, remember, important to underscore that we are at Republic. The idea is not to spread panic, but the idea is just to put out the reality of the China COVID numbers, the China's real situation. And as the experts back here in the country say, that there is nothing to worry, only and only stay vigilant. So that's a reality in China. But what's happening in India is, like I said, India is prepared, India is being vigilant. Also, what's happened now is that the government has said that there is going to be a mandatory RT-PCR, especially for international travelers who are coming in from countries that are affected right now, whether that is China, that's Hong Kong, that's Vietnam, Indonesia. In fact, there's an entire list of countries now from where these travelers, the moment they land in India, will have to go this mandatory RT-PCR. And just in case anyone is found positive, he or she will be also put into quarantine. Earlier, this is what we've heard from the Union Health Minister.
देश में आज कोविड का केस बढ़ा है और देश में कोविड महामारी न फैले उसके लिए हम अलर्ट मोड पर काम कर रहे हैं। हमने एयर सर्वेलेंस भी चालू किया है, सुएज सर्वेलेंस भी चालू किया है और ह्यूमन सर्वेलेंस तो हो ही रहा है। ये तीनों सर्वेलेंस से पता चल रहा है कि अभी दिल्ली और मुंबई में सुएज और एयर सर्वेलेंस में आरएनए मिला है। उसको देखते हुए आने वाले दिनों में क्या क्या प्रिकॉशन लेना है, उस लिए हम सभी राज्यों को अलर्ट दे रहे हैं राज्यों के साथ इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर कर रहे हैं। हम देश के सभी नागरिक को भी अलर्ट करना चाहते हैं कि आप मास्क का उपयोग करें, आप जरूरत बिना कारण से भीड़ में न जाइए, सैनिटाइजर का उपयोग करें, कोविड एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर का पालन करें ताकि हम कोविड को रोक पाए और देश को सुरक्षित रख पाए।
We are at the Chennai International Airport arrival, and here the precautionary measures due to the current COVID threat is taking place. As you can see, the Tamil Nadu Health Department has put out a tent in front of the arrival, and 2% random samples are being taken out from every single flight that lands in Chennai. As you can see, a random person from the flight is being called upon this area, and the tests are happening. And we have very properly set up COVID testing point here with sufficient doctors and nurses to make sure that these samples are being taken and it is being sent for testing. And also all the RT-PCRs are being tested for every single passenger who is flying from countries such as Hong Kong, China, Japan, South Korea, and some European countries like France, etc. Therefore, there is a proper help desk here as well, which is maintaining. The Health Minister of Tamil Nadu, Ma Subramaniam, just visited this COVID checking point, and he inspected if all the precautionary measures are put in place, because it is starting from today. The Tamil Nadu government is trying to follow all the instructions given by the Union Health Secretary in a notification sent to the Health Ministry. Therefore, all 4 international airports in Tamil Nadu are under tight security now, so that this COVID threat can be fought. This is Vashni Ramu along with camera person Dilip from Chennai for Republic TV.
So you saw the preparations there also at the Chennai airport, but what's been happening otherwise? Should you be worried? What should you be doing? These are questions, remember, on top of everyone's mind. The reason why we are putting out the next interview of Dr. Sanjay Rai. He is a professor at the Department of Community Medicine, and he says there is absolutely no reason for anyone in India right now to panic.
We have Professor Sanjay Rai from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. सर, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। इस समय दोबारा से कोविड के केसेस जिस तरीके से चाइना, जापान, यूएसए में बढ़ रहे हैं, स्पेसिफिकली चाइना में, क्योंकि वो हमारे पड़ोसी देश हैं, कितना वरी होने का सिचुएशन है हमारे लिए, है भी कि नहीं?
जो हमारे यहाँ कंट्रोल है उसका मेन रीज़न जो है नेचुरल इन्फेक्शन है। ये हाईली वैक्सीनेटेड कंट्रीज हैं, चाहे आप साउथ कोरिया की बात कर लें, जापान इवन 4 डोज तक दिया जा चुका है। सो चाइना 346 करोड़ से ज़्यादा डोजेज दिए जा चुके हैं। बट वैक्सीन से इसलिए शायद डेथ कम हो रही है, जितनी होनी नहीं, अगर वैक्सीन दी गई होती तो डेथ और ज़्यादा होती वहाँ पे। लेकिन फिर भी उसको रोक पाना असंभव सा होता है। हाँ, आरएनए वायरस होने के कारण यहाँ पे भी हो सकता है, केसेस हो सकते हैं कहीं भी, क्योंकि री इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है, ब्रेक थ्रू इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है, बट उससे सीवियरिटी बढ़ेगी और डेथ बढ़ेगा, बहुत ही अनलाइकली है। तो हमें पैनिक होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हाँ, इसको मॉनिटर करते रहने की ज़रूरत है। सरकार अपने आप कर रही है। सरकार ने प्रोएक्टिव रोल लिया है, उसने सारे एडवाइजरी जारी कर दिए, सारे स्टेट को भेज दिया एडवाइजरी। मॉनिटर करना ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है इस वायरस के कैरेक्टरिस्टिक को, कि क्या कोई बिहेवियर चेंज तो नहीं हो गया, क्या नेचुरल इन्फेक्शन जिनको हो गया था उनको बाईपास करके, इम्यूनिटी को बाईपास करके वहाँ सीवियरिटी तो नहीं कर रहा है। तो वो मॉनिटर करते रहना चाहिए, लेकिन डरने की अभी ज़रूरत नहीं है। हमें नहीं लगता कि नियर भविष्य में कोई बहुत ही बड़ी प्रॉब्लम आने वाली है। हाँ, हो सकता है कि अगर कम्प्लीटली वायरस चेंज हो जाए, बिल्कुल ही न्यू वायरस आ जाए, तब प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है। 100% गारंटी नहीं दी सकती, लेकिन जिस तरीके का एविडेंस हमने जनरेट किया है पिछले 3 साल में, अगर मैं उसको यूज़ करूं तो यह जो है कहा जा सकता है कि अभी इतनी बड़ी समस्या अपनी कंट्री के लिए नहीं आने वाली है।
तो सर, मेरा आखिरी सवाल कि जिस तरीके से हमने पहले 3 वेव्स में कॉम्बैट किया इस चीज़ को, कितने रेडी हैं हम? क्योंकि मिनिस्ट्री भी काफ़ी एडवाइजरीज निकाल रही है, कह रही है ऑक्सीजन चेक करिए, अपना हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चेक करिए, मॉक ड्रिल की बात हो रही है, तो कितने रेडी हैं हम अगर एक दूसरी वेव आती है?
देखिए, हमेशा हमें अपनी तैयारी करनी चाहिए। किसी भी सार्स कोरोना वायरस तो नहीं, कल हो सकता है कोई दूसरा भी वेरिएंट आ जाए, कोई दूसरा वायरस आ जाए, अदर देन कोरोना वायरस कोई दूसरा वायरस आ जाए। हमेशा हमें तैयार रहना चाहिए। इवन प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर लेवल पे तैयार रहना चाहिए, वह एक अच्छी बात है। लेकिन इस सार्स कोरोना वायरस 2 को लेके कोई प्रॉब्लम होने वाली, जैसा मैंने कहा, अनलाइकली है, बट बहुत ही अंतर है सेकेंड वेव और इस समय में, बहुत ही अंतर है। हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे जो है सरकार की तैयारी है, ऑक्सीजन की कमी नहीं होने दी जाएगी। जिस तरीके से तैयारी है, ऐसी तैयारी पहले कभी नहीं थी, तो उस लिहाज से अगर हम देखें तो हम बेटर इक्विप्ड हैं।
So this was Dr. Professor Sanjay Rai, and he says that it's highly unlikely that India would be affected the way China is being affected by this new variant. This is Madhurima Mishra with Vijay Narudeshwar for Republic TV. Former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kochar and her husband, who were arrested in a loan fraud case, now have been granted CBI custody by the court. In a big development in the Shahi Eidgah versus the Krishna Janmabhoomi case, a local court now has ordered a survey. This is coming in the backdrop of a plea demanding the removal of the Shahi Eidgah. Amidst a global alarm over COVID, India swings into action mode. The health minister has made RT-PCR mandatory now for international passengers.
हम देश के सभी नागरिक को भी अलर्ट करना चाहते हैं कि आप मास्क का उपयोग करें, आप जरूरत बिना कारण से भीड़ में न जाइए, सैनिटाइजर का उपयोग करें, कोविड एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर का पालन करें, ताकि हम कोविड को रोक पाए और देश को सुरक्षित रख पाए।
As India fights against COVID-19, Rahul Gandhi continues with his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Amidst the massive backlash, the BJP has fired a parivar over protocol jibe on Rahul Gandhi.
Did Rahul Gandhi as a responsible person isolate himself? Start wearing a mask? He could be an asymptomatic carrier. Did he get himself tested? Did he do all the protocols that are required? Today he is saying mask is a bahana. COVID is a bahana. First they spread vaccine hesitancy. They spread lies and rumors about vaccines. Bachade ka khoon mila hai. Vaccines will be very dangerous for you. And now they are saying masks are also a bahana.
And to Jammu and Kashmir now, where the PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti now has stoked another controversy. She says that there should be relocation of pundits for some time so that they should feel safe, but absolutely no word on the crackdown against terror.
कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए, ताकि जब उनको इत्मीनान हो जाए कि कश्मीर में हालात सही हो गए हैं, वो वापस अपनी ड्यूटी पे जा सकते हैं, तो उनको तब ड्यूटी पे जाने के लिए कहना चाहिए। अभी इस तरह से मजबूर नहीं किया जाए।
Wreath-laying ceremony for the 16 army personnel who lost their lives in an accident was held today. This is coming after 16 army jawans lost their lives after their convoy and the vehicles fell into a gorge yesterday in Sikkim. Differences over unified mass at the famed St. Mary's Basilica here, which snowballed into violence last month, has cast its shadow on the Christmas celebrations again. Prime Minister Modi, while addressing the 75th Amrit Mahotsav of Sri Swami Narayan Gurukul Rajkot Mahotsav, hit out at a Gulami mindset. The Prime Minister said that the governments back then did not take steps regarding the colonial mindset.
शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भारत के प्राचीन वैभव और हमारा महान गौरव को पुनर्जीवित करें, लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता के दबाव में सरकारें उस दिशा में बढ़ी नहीं और कुछ बातों में तो उल्टे पैर चली।
Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra has entered the national capital, where Rahul Gandhi has also said that people of the RSS and BJP have created what he calls a bazaar of hatred. Following the explosion at a chimney of a brick kiln in the state of Bihar, the Chief Minister Nitish Kumar now has announced an ex gratia amount of rupees 4 lakhs each that will be given to the families of those killed in the explosion. And now let's shift our focus to a story that is very, very tragic, a story that was reported just yesterday. You saw the images of that accident in Sikkim, where you had an army convoy carrying about 3 vehicles and many of our jawans that meets with an accident when it was trying to negotiate a sharp turn. Earlier in the day, these are images of the wreath-laying ceremony that has taken place. This in West Bengal's Bagdogra for the 16 army personnel who died in this tragic road accident at Zemang in North Sikkim.
कैमरा पीछे करिए, कैमरा पीछे करिए।
So Republic also joins the entire country in extending our condolences to the bereaved families, as we'll track that story and much more. Also, when we come back, we're heading into a quick break right now. On the other side, it's a big development also in the Shahi Idgah versus the Krishna Janmabhoomi case, where the court now has ordered for a survey. Also, Mehbooba Mufti has stoked another controversy. She says that Pandits possibly can move out of the valley for some time till they feel safe, but absolutely no word on the crackdown on terror. The full story on the other side.
आपकी किचन और बाथरूम्स को चाहिए MYK लेटीक्रीट SP100 टाइल जॉइंट का ऑलराउंडर। MYK लेटीक्रीट SP100, जोड़ हो तो ऐसा।
Volkswagen Tiguan, India's safest SUVW. Volkswagen. With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
For how long will you continue being tensed about the future? Pension can free you from future's tension. With LIC's new Pension Plus, make your own pension plan, because this plan creates market-linked wealth for your future. Moreover, this plan comes with guaranteed additions and also offers various options for receiving pension, so that you grow young and tension-free. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ।
अब जियो मार्ट के ग्रैंड फिनाले सेल में मोबाइल्स और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पे मिलेगा अप टू 80% ऑफ। तो साल जैसा भी गया हो, एंडिंग तो जबरदस्त होगी।
Major accident in a brick kiln in Ram Garhwa police station area of Champaran in Bihar. Jammu and Kashmir, 2 people have been taken into custody and 1 Chinese pistol along with magazines and rounds, a Chinese grenade and detonators that had been recovered on their personnel. Massive fire has broken out in the shop in Delhi's Vikaspuri area.
Welcome back from COVID in China to Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra entering Delhi, and of course the big decision today by a court in Mathura of allowing a survey to be done at the Krishna Janmabhoomi Eidgah Temple complex. And we will take you through all those stories, but let's begin with the headlines first. Former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kochar and husband sent to CBI custody till Monday in loan fraud case. Big development in Shahi Eidgah versus Krishna Janmabhoomi case, court orders survey. Amid global alarm over COVID, India swings into action mode. RT-PCR mandatory for international passengers.
देश की सुरक्षा नहीं, आपको तो देश हित नहीं, परिवार हित पहले है। और ये कांग्रेस ने समय समय पर दिखाया। कोविड की शुरुआत पर भी
No masks, no COVID protocols. Rahul Gandhi marches on. BJP fires Parivar over protocol jibe.
सबने सफ़र किया, पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए।
Mehbooba Mufti stokes controversy. She won't call for crackdown on terror, but now wants relocation for pundits. Wreath-laying ceremony of 16 army personnel who lost their lives in an accident held today in West Bengal. What are the elements? All right, a Mathura court on Saturday passed an order in the Krishna Janmabhoomi Shahi Eidgah case to survey the disputed site. The court, while hearing the petition of Hindu Sena, issued an order to survey the disputed site on the lines that had happened in the case of Kashi Vishwanath Temple in Varanasi. The court issued notices to all the parties and said that they have been asked to comply with the court's order. A survey report is to be presented in the court on January 20 when the hearing would resume. Let's listen into some of the reactions that have come in. Okay, we are breaking out of this story because an important development is taking place, which is of wreath-laying ceremony to the soldiers who died in an accident yesterday in Sikkim. These are pictures coming in from Gangtok. Remember, 16 soldiers, 13 Jawans and 3 junior commissioned officers had perished in a road accident while traveling to Thangu Valley in Sikkim.
परिवार में वो उनके भाई सबसे छोटे थे 2011 में हिंदी सेना में शामिल हुई और इसी दौरान जब सिक्किम में उनकी पोस्टिंग थी उसी दौरान ये घटना हुई थी। इस वक्त भी हमको तस्वीर से जानेंगे कि सेना के सभी अधिकारी यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं, तमाम अधिकारी यहाँ पर पहुँच रहे हैं और उन्हें श्रद्धांजलि दी जा रही है। तो जैसे बिहार की ये जम्मू की खबर है, जब बिहार के 2 जवान जो शहीद हो गए एक दुर्घटना में और इस पर जो तस्वीर आप देख रहे हैं उनकी तस्वीर में सुरक्षा और सेना के जो भी अधिकारी यहाँ पर हैं वो पानीदारी से आ रहे हैं और कर रहे हैं कई जगह और बिहार के जवान हैं तो इसको लेकर मुख्यमंत्री ने भी शोक प्रकट किया है और बिहार के जो तमाम के जो लोग हैं उन्होंने भी शोक प्रकट किया है और उनके पार्थिव शरीर को यहाँ से श्रद्धांजलि देने के बाद उनके घर भेजने की तैयारी की जाएगी और उनके परिवार के जो लोग हैं वो भी यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं और उनके साथ जो एक विशेष वाहन लाया गया है उसी वाहन से ये पार्थिव शरीर को रखकर शहीद के पार्थिव शरीर को रखकर यहाँ से रवाना किया जाएगा लेकिन उसके पहले सेना के जो अधिकारी हैं जवान अधिकारी उनको झांसी दे रहे हैं और तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं पटना की है तो तस्वीरों से कुछ दिन पहले यहाँ पे उनके पार्थिव शरीर को लाया गया है और उनके पार्थिव शरीर को सेना के जो जवान हैं वो और सब तस्वीर हम आपको दिखाएंगे जो बिहार की DGP हमारे साथ बिहार के DGP हमारे साथ वो इस वक्त श्रद्धांजलि देते हैं ये तस्वीर अभी आप देख सकते हैं और देख सकते हैं कि आपके जो DGP हैं वो जो बच्चों के जवान समझ हैं जो उनके पार्थिव शरीर को उन्होंने श्रद्धांजलि दी और पार्थिव शरीर दे रहे हैं इसी तरह से अगर माहौल है इसी माहौल में और जवान जो श्रद्धांजलि दे रहे हैं इस वक्त बिहार के भारत श्रद्धांजलि और सेना के अधिकारी वो भी प्रमोद कुमार उनके पार्थिव शरीर को इस वक्त श्रद्धांजलि दे रहे हैं तो तस्वीर को आपको लगेगा एयरपोर्ट के स्टेट जब पहुँचे हैं वो जो सभी हैं उनके पार्थिव शरीर को श्रद्धांजलि दे रहे हैं सब कुछ और जो अधिकारी देना चाहिए वो भी यहाँ पहुँचे और वो भी उन्होंने भी श्रद्धांजलि दी
Well, we're getting pictures from Gangtok where respects are being paid in a memorial service, in a wreath-laying ceremony to the soldiers who had perished in a tragic road accident yesterday in Sikkim while traveling towards the Tangu Valley. 13 Jawans, 3 junior commissioned officers met with an accident when the vehicle they were traveling in as part of a convoy slipped on a gradient and went into a gorge, killing all the occupants. Major Sinha joins us over the phone. Well, these pictures, in fact, we are getting from Patna, where in a ceremony, wreaths were laid before the last remains of Lance Mac Pramod Kumar, Army paying respects to a Braveheart who died while on duty. General Sinha joins us over the phone. Very good afternoon, sir. We saw how in a tragic accident, 16 of our Jawans lost their lives. And now we are seeing a grateful nation, paying homage to those Jawans who passed away.
Good evening, Abhishek. First, my heartfelt condolence to the Bravehearts who has in their line of duty. They have gone and met this tragic, accident on which they have lost the life of the nation. These are the challenges of our service conditions, which we face 24/7, 365 days in a year. This is an operational, requirement, especially what has happened in the North Sikkim. If you see this area and terrain, especially in this weather conditions in this part of the year, it is a very, very unfortunate. And because generally we don't move in this type, in this type of weather and this type of time, but what is happening in the northern borders, these are the operational requirements. And as I said, that these are the challenges of our operational commitment to the nation. These brave hearts have lost their lives in line of that. And that's why the whole country is actually standing with them and paying homage to them. May Almighty give them the family to bear the loss. These people, they have given to their near and dear ones, but their duty, their service to the nation will not go to the way. The way we are standing steadfast at these challenging terrain and challenging heights and challenging conditions. Mind you, as far as the North Sikkim is concerned, North Sikkim is, area where we are totally dominating. We call it a plateau area. The plateau is actually facing a very important garrison of PLA, and which has to be, especially when this, they are getting belligerent in those areas, we have to be absolutely steadfast and we have to be proactive, because number of sensitive and very disputed areas are in this. And what I feel that these people and these boys and these men, these soldiers and junior commissioned officers were doing their duty in those areas. So it is a great, great service. They have done it for the nation, and it should be taken that way. And my heartfelt condolence to them.
Obviously, sir, we join in as a grateful nation pays its last respects to soldiers who perished in that tragic accident in Sikkim yesterday. On that note, a short break. On the other side, amid global alarm over COVID, India swings into action mode. RT-PCR mandatory for international passengers. Mehbooba Mufti stokes controversy. She won't call for a crackdown on terror, but now wants relocation for pundits.
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amritkal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharati Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
Guys, just 1 second. Choosing a car for my mom.
What? Online car shopping? Wow, that's so cool, yeah.
Shahrukh ne bataya.
Wait up. Booking a car service.
From here.
क्यों? तुझे शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया?
इसने पूछा ही नहीं. There's so much more जो शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया. It's all on the industry first My Hyundai app. Open a world of possibility with My Hyundai app. One app, many worlds.
All right, welcome back. PDP chief and former JNK Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti has sparked another controversy. She says this time there should be relocation of pundits for some time so that they should feel safe. But to add to the fire, she says that others have also suffered, not just Kashmiri pundits. Let's listen to what she has said.
तकलीफ को जानने की कोशिश करें, उनका उसका कोई इजाला करे कि आप उसको डिक्टेट देते हो, एक अल्टीमेटम देते हो कि आप ज्वाइन करो नहीं तो आपकी तनख्वाहें बंद होंगी. ये गलत है. बहुत सफ़र किया है, सबने सफ़र किया, पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं. तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए ताकि जब उनको इत्मीनान हो जाए कि कश्मीर में हालात सही हो गए हैं, वो वापस अपनी ड्यूटी पे जा सकते हैं, तो उनको तब ड्यूटी पे जाने के लिए कहना चाहिए. अभी इस तरह से मजबूर नहीं किया.
क्या रिलोकेशन एक सही रहेगा फैसला? अगर रिलोकेट किया जाएगा मसला हल होगा उनका?
देखिए, मैं कह रही हूँ कि अभी कोई बीच का रास्ता निकलना चाहिए ताकि वो बेचारे इतने महीनों से परेशान हैं, यहाँ पर हैं, बच्चे कहीं, खुद कहीं, और बहुत ही मुश्किल हालात में दो चार हैं वो इस वक्त. तो ऐसे में मुझे लगता है गवर्नर साहब को इसमें नजरसानी करके कोई ना कोई बीच का रास्ता निकालना.
There is no cause for any significant worry or any panic or anything. You see, we are simply taking extra precautions. We are rather over-conscious and over-cautious about the whole issue. With our experience of last 3 years of having handled COVID in various waves, and in the light of the emerging high number of cases in neighboring countries and in particular China, which is a neighbor, we are taking extra precautions and we are advising our people, and I would like to congratulate the government of India, my own government, where the Prime Minister himself was leading during the COVID crisis earlier and now, anticipating that things could take a turn for the worse. Now he has proactively initiated a number of steps, meetings and instructions and coordination with state governments. So all this is happening, and the simple message to the people is that there is no harm in taking a bit of precautions.
All right, big development in Shahi Eidgah versus Krishna Janmabhoomi case, court order survey.
Volkswagen Tiguan, India's safest SUVW. Volkswagen.
पढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता, उछलता है, दौड़ता, कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया.
क्या हुआ रोहन, क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया, पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो, एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए.
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है.
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा घर के रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में.
एनपीएस में? रिया, अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
All right, welcome back. Mathura Court on Saturday passed an order in the Krishna Janmabhoomi Shahi Eidgah controversy and in fact ordered a survey of the disputed site. The court, while hearing the petitions of Hindu Sena, among others, there are total 11, issued an order to survey the disputed site. The court also issued notices to all the parties and said that they have to comply with the instruction, and the survey report is to be presented to the court on January 20 next year. This order is notably along the same lines as the Varanasi court that had ordered a videographic survey of the Gyanvapi mosque. In fact, we have reactions coming in. The story has been trending all day. Let's listen into a bite belt of those voices from the petitioners to the lawyers of both the sides.
कृष्ण की तरफ से हमने मुकदमा दाखिल किया सिविल सीनियर में, जो कि ट्रांसफर होकर सिविल सीनियर नंबर 3 में पहुंचा। इसमें हमने अपनी डिमांड करी, 3 डिमांड करी कि जो ठाकुर जी की 5000 साल पुरानी जो जगह थी 13.7 एकड़, जिसमें कि अवैध रूप से शाही ईदगाह का निर्माण करा दिया गया। इसमें काफ़ी समय पूर्व 1967 में भी मुकदमा दाखिल हुआ था, जिसमें कि ट्रस्ट के अलावा एक सोसाइटी गठन की गई थी मैनेजमेंट को संभालने के लिए। उनके द्वारा एक समझौता कर दिया गया अड़चन में, जो कि अवैध था। हमने उसको अवैध शून्य घोषित कराने की सर्वप्रथम रखी है कि वो ट्रस्ट की जगह थी, ट्रस्ट का ही सारा मामला था, ट्रस्ट ही संपत्ति की मालिक थी। सोसाइटी को कोई अधिकार नहीं था उसको कंप्रोमाइज़ को समझौते को करने का। सर्वप्रथम शून्य घोषित करने के लिए कहा। और जो अवैध रूप से शाही ईदगाह का जो निर्माण करा गया है हमारी 13.7 एकड़ ठाकुर जी की भूमि में, उसको विस्मार करके हमारे परेशान में दिलाने के लिए हमने उसमें कहा गया। तीसरी हमने मांगी, दौरान वाद किसी भी प्रकार का कोई भी अवैध निर्माण अन्य कोई भी इसमें ना हो संपत्ति में, इस चीज़ को भी हमने वहाँ रखा गया। माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष हमने सभी कथन रखे। माननीय न्यायालय ने सारे विस्तार से सुनने के बाद उसमें नोटिस जारी किए गए। वह हमने एक प्रार्थना पत्र दिया गया, उसमें अमीन महोदय से मौके की रिपोर्ट ली जाए सर्वे की, जिससे कि किसी प्रकार का कोई अन्य निर्माण दौरानवाद होता है उसकी जानकारी माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष प्रस्तुत हो सके। अमीन महोदय की रिपोर्ट के प्रार्थना पत्र को माननीय न्यायालय ने स्वीकार किया गया। अब इसमें अग्रिम तिथि 20 जनवरी लगी हुई है। 20 जनवरी तक अमीन महोदय को मौके की स्थिति लाकर न्यायालय के समक्ष प्रस्तुत रखनी पड़ेगी।
क्या कुछ होगा अमीन की रिपोर्ट में, क्या अमीन करेंगे जाकर?
अमीन जितना भी विवादित स्थल है और जो भी 13.7 एकड़ की पूरी भूमि है, पूरी संपत्ति का मौका मुआयना करने के बाद माननीय न्यायालय के सामने मैं नक्शा रिपोर्ट दर्ज रखेंगे। उसके बाद माननीय न्यायालय उस पर अपने अग्रिम आदेश करेंगे।
देखिए, हम बड़े लंबे समय से प्रयासरत थे कि वहाँ पर अमीन सर्वे जाए, क्योंकि ये प्रॉपर्टी हिंदू पक्षकारों की प्रॉपर्टी है और 1670 में औरंगजेब में तोड़ी थी, ये सब जानते हैं। तो हमारा एकमात्र उद्देश्य था कि वहाँ पर अमीन सर्वे हो जाए, कोर्ट कमीशन जाए और वहाँ की वीडियोग्राफी हो, फोटोग्राफी हो, जितने भी तथ्य हैं, जितने भी एविडेंसेस हैं, सब रिकॉर्ड में आनी चाहिए। इसको लेकर के हमने 23 दिसंबर 2020 को केस सूट फाइल किया था और भी कई लोगों ने फाइल किए थे। तो कल माननीय न्यायालय के द्वारा एक आदेश पारित किया गया है कि वहाँ पर कोर्ट के द्वारा नियुक्त अमीन जाएगा और अमीन जाकर के 20 तारीख तक अपनी रिपोर्ट माननीय न्यायालय में सबमिट करेगा। वहाँ की वीडियोग्राफी करेगा, वो वहाँ की फोटोग्राफी होनी चाहिए और वहाँ जितने भी सिम्बल्स हैं उन सिम्बल्स को रिकॉर्ड पर लेकर के माननीय न्यायालय के आदेश अनुसार वहाँ पर वो दाखिल करेंगे। तो ये कल न्यायालय के द्वारा ये आदेश पारित किया गया है।
क्या ये सर्वे जो ज्ञानवापी की तरह ही होगा, क्या कुछ अलग होगा?
नहीं, जो कोर्ट का प्रोविजन है, सीपीसी का प्रोविजन है कि सर्वे एक जैसा ही होता है, ज्ञानव्यापी की तर्ज पर ही इसका सर्वे होगा, क्योंकि ज्ञानव्यापी में भी सभी तथ्यों को वहाँ रिकॉर्ड में लाए गए थे। कोर्ट कमिश्नर जो गए थे और उन्होंने पूरा जितने भी तथ्य थे सबको रिकॉर्ड में लेकर के माननीय न्यायालय में दाखिल किया था। तो यहाँ भी कोर्ट अमीन जाएंगे, पूरी रिकॉर्डिंग होगी, उसकी वीडियोग्राफी होगी और हम सभी पक्षकार रहेंगे वहाँ पर और वहाँ पर जा कर के इन सभी तथ्यों को जो संस्कृति को प्रदर्शित करते हैं, उन सब प्रतीकों को रिकॉर्ड कराएंगे और न्यायालय के समक्ष वो सब तथ्यों को रखेंगे, जिससे कि दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाए सबके सामने।
जन्म स्थान के संबंध में जिस मुकदमे में आदेश पारित हुआ, वो मुकदमा कब दाखिल किया, किसने दाखिल किया, उसका क्या विषय वस्तु थी, क्या सब्जेक्ट मैटर था और उसमें क्या रिलीफ मांगी गई है, इसकी कोई जानकारी हमें नहीं है। वो इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि आज तक उस मुकदमे के ना तो कोई नोटिस और संबंध हमें आज तक मिले हैं किसी भी रूप में, और ना ही कोई जानकारी हमें दी गई है। यद्यपि कहा यह जा रहा है कि वो मुकदमा 8 तारीख को दाखिल हुआ और 8 तारीख के बाद आज 24 तारीख हो गई, लेकिन आज तक लोकल मथुरा के पार्टीज होने के बावजूद भी हम पर कोई नोटिस और संबंध सर्व नहीं किए गए। और उसमें जैसा सुनने में आया, उसी तारीख को ऑनरेबल कोर्ट ने अमीन कमीशन के आदेश जारी कर दिए गए। जो अमीन कमीशन के आदेश जारी किए गए हैं वो बेसिकली किस एप्लीकेशन के माध्यम से जारी किए गए हैं और उसमें क्या चाहा गया है, जैसा कि मैंने अर्ज किया, हमारे पास कोई नोटिस संबंध नहीं है तो उसकी कतई कोई जानकारी नहीं है। सबसे पहले आप ही के माध्यम से और न्यूज़पेपर के माध्यम से हमारी जानकारी में आया कि ऐसा कोई मुकदमा दाखिल किया गया जिसमें ऑनरेबल कोर्ट ने वन साइडेड, एक्स पार्टी भी उसे नहीं कहेंगे, एक्स पार्टी तो वो होता है कि हमें नोटिस मिल गए होते और हम अपियर नहीं होते, बल्कि हमारी पीठ के पीछे बिना हमारी जानकारी के वो आदेश पारित कर दिया। और उस आदेश में जैसा कि भी जानकारी में आया, उन्होंने मेंशन किया कि उभय पक्षों की उपस्थिति में। अब लीगली अगर देखा जाए उभय पक्षों की उपस्थिति तो तब मानी जाएगी जब दूसरी पार्टी को भी कोर्ट के माध्यम से कोई सूचना या संबंध मिल गए। किस तरीके से उभय पक्षों की उपस्थिति में वो आदेश पारित किया गया और किस तरीके से अमीन कमीशन लाया जाएगा, लीगली ऐसा कहीं भी प्रोवाइडेड नहीं है। अलबत्ता कानूनन जिस आधार पर उन्होंने आदेश पारित किया है वो भी अगेंस्ट लॉ है, टोटली आर्बिट्रेरी आदेश है। लीगली ऐसा आदेश पारित नहीं किया जा सकता जब तक कि ऑनरेबल कोर्ट ये पता न कर ले कि दूसरी पार्टी का पक्ष क्या है और उसके आधार पर प्रॉपर्टी की सिचुएशन क्या हो सकती है।
मथुरा के न्यायालय ने यह आदेश दिया है कि कृष्ण जन्मभूमि के स्थान का सर्वे करा जाए, नक्शा बनाया जाए और अगली तारीख पर उसकी रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की जाए। ऐसा ही आदेश वाराणसी में हुआ था। उसको
All right, we have Piyush Mishra live from Delhi on the story. Piyush, what are you getting to hear? We earlier had Alok Kumar of the VHP, welcoming the order, but we also had the other side lawyer saying that the order was ex parte and that they are going to challenge it. What are you hearing on the ground from the Hindu side on this possibility of a legal challenge to the order, given the fact that it was ex parte according to them?
Well, certainly what we are now hearing, Abhishek, is that the next date of hearing is January 20, and before that what we are now learning is that the survey report is going to be completed and it is going to conduct in a similar fashion like it took place during the Gyan Vapi time. This is now once again going to storm political blame game, political reactions, also political storm, where the opposition political parties will once again target the BJP on this, but they should understand that it is taking place on the court's order only. And remember that during when it took place in Gyan Vapi time, at the time massive opposition was faced by the surveyors, but this time again it has been ordered in Krishna Janmabhoomi case. Remember that it has been ordered on the petition which was filed by Vishnu Gupta. Yes, Abhishek.
All right, thank you so much, Piyush Mishra, joining us. On that note, we have to take a short break. And on the other side, former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kochar and husband sent to CBI custody till Monday in loan fraud case.
एक दिन मैं सोते सोते गिर गया और मुझे कुछ नहीं हुआ। पता है किसने किया? घोस्ट ने। मेरा दोस्त है, वो हर बार मुझे बचा लेता है। घोस्ट को कैसे पता मैं अंधेरे से डरता हूँ? घोस्ट मेरा दोस्त है। मिलोगे?
अरे कोई घोस्ट नहीं, रोनी के पापा ही हैं जो उसे सेफ रखते हैं। जैसे हैवेल्स लाइफ शील्ड वायर्स जो दिखते नहीं पर घर को सेफ रखते हैं, ना आग पकड़े ना जहरीली गैस छोड़े, वायर्स दैट डोंट कैच फायर।
Everyone looks at the world today. At Hyundai, we go beyond with experiences that take us forward. Inspired by our today, we design your tomorrow. Some said electric is the future. We said, why stop there? At Hyundai, we are going beyond mobility, and you are welcome to join us.
यूपी ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट 2023 के माध्यम से देश विदेश के बड़े निवेशकों को आकर्षित करने के लिए प्रदेश की बदली हुई छवि को रोड शो के जरिए प्रचारित करने के साथ ही प्रदेश सरकार राज्य में उपलब्ध असीम व्यावसायिक अवसरों को प्रोफेशनल्स की मदद से निवेशकों तक पहुंचा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार रोड शो का आयोजन भी करने जा रही है ताकि उत्तर प्रदेश में उपलब्ध असीम अवसरों का प्रसार करते हुए निवेश को आकर्षित किया जा सके।
35.2% across India, 35% across English markets, 46% across super prime time, 43% across urban India. Channels that spend crores lose to content. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1. In the battle between content and landing, the nation decides. Republic is the winner. Slice and dice, landing channels run for cover. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1. They spend crores on forced landing. But money can't buy you viewers' trust. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
A very good evening. Her name is Chanda Kochar. She and her husband both now have been arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. But what really is this case about? What are the allegations and what happens from here on? That's going to be our focus on this edition of the This Is Exclusive. Let's get kick-started with our headlines on Top of 6. Former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kochar and her husband sent to CBI custody till Monday in a loan fraud case. It's a big development in the Shahi Idgah versus the Krishna Janmabhoomi case. The court now has ordered for a survey. Amidst a global alarm over COVID, India swings into action mode. RT-PCR mandatory now for international passengers.
सुरक्षा नहीं, आपको तो देश हित नहीं, परिवार हित पहले है और ये कांग्रेस ने समय समय पर दिखाया। कोविड की शुरुआत पर भी
No mask, no COVID protocols. Rahul Gandhi marches on. The BJP fires a Parivar over protocol jibe.
सबने सफ़र किया पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए।
Mehbooba Mufti stoking a controversy. She won't call for crackdown on terror, but now wants relocation for Kashmiri Pandits. And the wreath-laying ceremony for the 16 army personnel who lost their lives in an accident held earlier today in West Bengal. Let's begin this edition of the news with more details on the case about Chanda Kochar and her husband. Now, the Central Bureau of Investigation, that is the CBI, has got a 3-day remand for the former managing director, the chief executive officer of the ICICI Bank, Chanda Kochar, her husband Deepak Kochar. The CBI arrested the couple on Friday late night. This is in connection with the alleged ICICI Bank Videocon money laundering case. The CBI law, in fact, in the court says that they've arrested the accused number 4 and 5 as per the FIR registered with them. So the CBI now has a 3-day remand for the former managing director. She's also the chief executive officer of the ICICI Bank, Chanda Kochar. The charges, remember, against her, we are also flashing those details on your screens. And there has been a sense from the agency that she and her husband have been rather evasive as far as the entire investigation goes. They have been, remember, summoned for investigation a couple of times, after which the agency now decided to arrest them. They were produced in a local court. What you see on your screen, in fact, right there in the center, are images of them earlier today when they were produced in the court. And like I said, now they will be in the custody of the CBI. And this is about a 3,000 crore loan that was provided to Videocon. The case now that is being investigated by the CBI. Alicia also joining us live right now. She has more details. Alicia, first up, give us the background of the entire case. Where does the investigation stand? And what really has been the role of Chanda Kochar and her husband Deepak Kochar?
When it talks to the role of Deepak and Chanda Kochar, what has been mentioned by the CBI? Because there is 1,000 crore which has been making a loss because of the sanction that was given by Chanda Kochar and Deepak Kochar. Moreover, it was more than 1,000 crore which has actually made it a loss to the ICICI Bank. And this is what transpired during the course of investigation by Central Bureau of Investigation, after which CBI has arrested Chanda Kochar and Deepak Kochar, and both were present before the special CBI court in Mumbai. Now, what is also mentioned before the court when it comes to the CBI, it also they have said that there are several evidence that has come across the loss that has been made to the bank and of course to the investor as well. While we know that there were several people who has come across to it, and moreover there was also defense lawyer Amit Desai who was defending in front of the court, who was appearing for Chanda Kochar and Deepak Kochar, who mentioned that the arrest that has been made by CBI is illegal because the case that has been registered earlier by the enforcement directorate is something that has also been given before the court, and the case in which enforcement directorate was looking into it is something a matter of question. But the arrest that has been made by CBI is something illegal. But there are several evidence that has actually transpired before the court, and the CBI has actually given those evidence while making an argument, and the CBI initially has sought for the 3 days of custody. After hearing the arguments, whether from the CBI or whether from the defense lawyer, the court, the special CBI court has sent Chanda Kochar and Deepak Kochar to CBI custody for 3 days.
You know, Alicia, the entire case is about the time when she was the CEO of the ICICI Bank, and there is when a loan was offered to the Videocon, group there. There are also allegations that some amount from that loan was siphoned off towards, buying a flat. So this is again a case that is murky. This is a case of alleged, overuse of Chanda Kochar's power as she was heading then the ICICI Bank. But what have the two said so far? Because, the lawyer has been again and again saying that there has been no wrongdoing. But what the agency says and on what charges the agency now has arrested the duo is on charges of non-cooperation in the investigation.
Well, it is a case that has been registered by CBI over the irregularities which has come across during the course of investigation. Not only this, but they both have also cheated, is what a CBI has mentioned before the court. Moreover, they have also mentioned that there are several times when the Chanda Kochar, while in custody, while in judicial custody, was also been questioned, but there was no cooperation that has been, provided by the Kochars, which is why it is a need of the hour is that they have been arrested. And the CBI has asked for the 3 days custody, and there were several of the points and the evidence that I have also mentioned earlier. While there are more than 1,000 crore which has really stated a loss to the ICICI Bank because of the involvement of Chanda Kochar and Deepak Kochar. We know that in 2018, where the Chanda Kochar has already stepped down as the CEO of the ICICI Bank, but still there was an involvement, and there are also many of the people in this in this entire case, specifically when it comes to the irregularities which has happened by coaches, and CBI getting all those evidence that has transpired during the course of investigation. They have arrested Chanda Kochhar and they were brought to Mumbai. Specifically, they were produced before the special CBI court in Mumbai, and many of the points that has been put forward by the CBI when it comes to the details of the irregularities and the cheating that has been conducted by Chanda Kochhar and Deepak Kochhar in this entire fraud case, ICICI Bank and Videocon fraud case, which has been also investigated by Enforcement Directorate earlier back then, and they were also arrested, because we even know that ED who has already filed the ECIR, and they have questioned for around 11 to 12 hours, and after that after a long hours when the Chanda Kochhar was arrested. But moreover, now the CBI has arrested Chanda Kochhar. They have asked for the 3 days, and the same 3 days custody has been provided, has been granted by the special CBI court.
So, she's someone who actually ruled the banking industry once, and then, like they said, Alicia, greed struck. We'll track that story. The story is extremely important, and the story is also of, someone called Chanda Kochhar, who was known in the power circles, the banking circles, is very respected. But look at what's happened in the entire case. The CBI, remember, has custody now till this Monday. We'll track the story. Alicia getting us those details. Thank you. Shifting our focus now to what's been happening also in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, in an exclusive, Republic has accessed the pictures of a massive recovery that has been made earlier today in Baramulla. This is a massive crackdown on terror where the J&K cops and the army have recovered. What you see on your screens is a huge cache of arms and ammunitions. This is in the Hantlanga sector of Uri. This is North Kashmir's Baramulla district. Zeenat is on the phone line. She has more details. Zeenat, do we have absolutely any idea about who really was behind this? Who was this recovery actually meant for?
See, this kind of Dipti, as we know that the Pakistan trying to push infiltrators and the men and machinery, arms and ammunition through the line of control, despite that the ceasefire agreement is intact. This time from the Hatlanga sector of Uri in North Kashmir, which is more than 100 kilometers from the Srinagar. See, the police along with the army had recovered a huge cache of arms and ammunition in this very area. In the joint operation, we are picking up that 8 AK-74U with 24 magazines and 560 rounds, 12 pistols with 24 magazines and 244 rounds, 14 grenades, 81 balloons with Pakistani flag, imprint wheat bags, synthetic gunny bags with made in Pakistan prints, 5 in number among the incriminated material that has been recovered from this area. Although the case has been registered in police station Uri in this, and the investigations are going on, but at the same time you see the kind of arms and ammunition that have been recovered. This is huge. This is one of the largest recovery being done by the joint forces in North Kashmir. The kind of ammunition that had been recovered in the Hatlanga sector, because this is the sector which was earlier prone to ceasefire violations, but since now the ceasefire agreement is on, we see that there is no ceasefire violation since then. But then despite all this, we are seeing that the Pakistan pushing the infiltrators and arms and ammunition. You remember in 2020, although year is coming to an end, that many operations were launched at the line of control by J&K police along with Indian Army, in which many FTs, foreign terrorists, the Pakistani terrorists, were neutralized. Their ID cards that tells you that they were the residents of Islamabad or they were from the other province of Pakistan. Their ID cards, the arms and ammunition, that also includes the tagline that made in Pakistan and other places. Those were also recovered during the time of anti-terror operations along the line of control. So today it is a big success for the security forces when they have completely cracked down on the terror network in North Kashmir's Uri, where the huge cache of arms and ammunition have been recovered by the joint forces.
Yes, Zeenat, for the moment, thank you so much. We'll track that story. Every year, I think, before the snow sets in, you do see, an uptick in these activities, and our agencies, our forces there on alert. The reason why they've been able to catch this massive cache of arms and ammunition. And from that story to the other story that has been grabbing a lot of headlines. Remember, for the last few days, you're looking at the government of India in a proactive mode, trying to ensure that there is no panic when it comes to the COVID cases. But yes, we need to be vigilant. Now, initially, remember, they said that about 2% samples of travelers at the airports will be picked up for random testing. But they've revised that guideline today. In fact, they've extended it to say that RT-PCR now is going to be mandatory for travelers who are coming in, particularly from countries like China, Indonesia, Vietnam, South Korea, keeping in mind that possibly it's important that we are able to isolate the virus in time. Also, it has said in a guideline that just in case anyone is found to be symptomatic or positive, that person is going to be quarantined. Our colleagues reporting from different airports, getting you the ground situation.
We are reporting from the international arrivals at the IGI Airport Terminal 3, and from today the 2% sampling of international people who've coming from abroad at international arrival will begin. Right behind me is the international arrivals from where we are reporting, and from today, as per the advisory given by the Health Department, the Health Ministry and the Civil Aviation Ministry, as you can see, there are multiple international arrivals happening over here. People from abroad right in front of you. Many foreigners are coming in our country at the time of New Year's to celebrate Christmas and New Year's, and which is why this particular advisory has been published by the Health Ministry, where they have clearly and categorically stated that all those who are traveling from abroad and from affected area will be tested. The random sampling will be decided by the airline staff itself, following which, if any of those who are found positive will be assisted as per the guidelines. Also, the positive samples will be sent for genome sequencing as well to determine the variant, if there is any difference in the variants. Also, at the same time, children below the age of 12 will not be chosen for the sampling. It will be a hassle-free procedure, and all this is being done to remain prudent, to make sure that prevention is better than cure. And if at all, if somebody is positive, they can be assisted right there and then, because the number of cases that are rising in countries like China, USA, Brazil, Japan, it has become imperative for India to straighten up its guard, and which is why in a preemptive measure the Health Ministry has issued a guideline, and we are reporting from the IGI International Arrival from where these international people coming from abroad will be coming out, and it is here where the testings will be done. The COVID RT-PCR test will be conducted as per the guidelines of the Union Health Ministry. This is Madhurima Mishra with Vijay Narudeshwar for Republic TV.
चीन और जापान में जिस तरह से कोरोना का संक्रमण तेजी से फैल रहा है, इसके बाद भारत में भी कोरोना संक्रमण को लेकर खतरा मंडरा रहा है, और इसीलिए सरकार सजग है। हर मध्य प्रदेश की बात करें तो मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने भी इसको लेकर बैठक की है कि हर तरह की तैयारी की जाए। फिलहाल मैं भोपाल के जेपी अस्पताल में हूं, जहां पर आप देखिए जैसे ही ये खबर आती है कि संक्रमण अब फैल रहा है, नया वेरिएंट का खतरा है, इसके बाद जो वैक्सीनेशन के लिए जो लोग आने की संख्या है वो अचानक तेज़ी से बढ़ी है। चाहे वो कोविशील्ड हो, चाहे कोवैक्सीन हो, तमाम जो वैक्सीन लगवाने जो लोग आ रहे हैं, पहले 3 दिन पहले तक की अगर बात की जाए तो सरकारी रिकॉर्ड में 2 से 3 लोग ही अमूमन वैक्सीन लगवाने आ रहे थे। लेकिन पिछले कुछ दिन से जब से ये सरकार ने अलर्ट जारी किया है, सरकार ने कहा है कि सतर्क रहने की ज़रूरत है, कोरोना अप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर अपनाने की ज़रूरत है, उसके बाद से जो लोग हैं वैक्सीन लगवाने ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा संख्या में बढ़ चढ़ कर आ रहे हैं। बेटा, आप पहला डोज है?
हाँ, ये पहला डोज है मेरा।
अभी जो देख रहे हैं कि चीन जापान में तेज़ी से फैल रहा है, इसके बाद आप खुद से इनिशिएटिव लेकर आए डोज?
हाँ, इसकी वजह से 14, और अभी मैं लगाने गई थी बट लगा नहीं, क्योंकि जब तक मैं 14 की नहीं हो जाऊँ, और मुझे भी डर था, इसकी वजह से मैंने लगवा ली। हाँ
मैम, अगर रिकॉर्ड की बात की जाए तो जैसे अभी ये बच्ची आई है, इसी तरह जो हम सरकारी रिकॉर्ड देख रहे हैं 2 से 3 दिन पहले तक 2 या 3 लोग ही कोरोना?
कभी एक कभी दो ऐसे आते थे।
अच्छा, और
जी।
अब क्या स्थिति है?
आज तो 10 से 12 लोग हो गए हैं।
मतलब जैसे जैसे ये संक्रमण का खतरा बढ़ रहा है या सरकार अलर्ट पे, उसके बाद लोग ज़्यादा खुद से आ रहे हैं?
बहुत लोग आ रहे हैं, अपने आप से ही आ रहे हैं।
सिविल सर्जन है डॉक्टर राकेश श्रीवास्तव सर, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, आप एक्चुअल स्थिति बताइए, 3 दिन पहले तक या 4 दिन पहले तक और अभी की स्थिति।
अभी हम लोगों के पास एक आध 2 मरीज आते थे, 3 मरीज आते थे, उनको थोड़ा सा हम लोगों को समझाना पड़ता था, उसके बाद वो लगाते थे। और अब सरकार ने अपील करी है और जो खतरा, संभावित खतरा देखते हुए काफ़ी लोग आ रहे हैं, पूछताछ भी बड़ी है हुई है। कोविशील्ड के लिए भी जो लोग आ रहे हैं अभी हमारे पास उपलब्ध जो है, सरकार उसके हिसाब से सरकार ने भी बुलवाए है, भारत सरकार से लिए कोविशील्ड बुलवाई है, तो अभी जो उपलब्ध है वो लगा रहे हैं हम। तो उसमें बड़ा अच्छा देखने में आ रहा है कि लोग बढ़ चढ़ के भाग ले रहे हैं। सरकार ने जो अपील करी है बहुत अच्छी बात है कि अपने भारत सरकार ने मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने जो पहल शिवराज जी ने करी थी, माननीय शिवराज जी ने, कि जो वैक्सीनेशन ड्राइव चलाया गया है उससे बड़ा फ़ायदा हुआ था कि अपन लोगों को ज़्यादा डरने की बात नहीं है।
So that's the report that you've seen being filed from Bhopal. But what should people do? What should citizens do? Should you be concerned? Should you panic? These are questions that must be on top of your mind. Let's get in this conversation from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Dr. Sanjay Rai. He, remember, is a part there of the Community Medicine Department, and he tells us more about what you should exactly be doing right now.
Yes, we have Professor Sanjay Rai from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. सर, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। इस समय दोबारा से कोविड के केसेस जिस तरीके से चाइना, जापान, यूएसए में बढ़ रहे हैं, स्पेसिफिकली चाइना में, क्योंकि वो हमारे पड़ोसी देश हैं, कितना वरी होने का सिचुएशन है हमारे लिए, है भी कि नहीं?
जो हमारे यहाँ कंट्रोल है उसका मेन रीज़न जो है नेचुरल इन्फेक्शन है। ये हाईली वैक्सीनेटेड कंट्रीज हैं, चाहे आप साउथ कोरिया की बात कर लें, जापान इवन 4 डोज तक दिया जा चुका है। सो चाइना 346 करोड़ से ज़्यादा डोजेज दिए जा चुके हैं। बट वैक्सीन से इसलिए शायद डेथ कम हो रही है, जितनी होनी नहीं, अगर वैक्सीन दी गई होती तो डेथ और ज़्यादा होती वहाँ पे। लेकिन फिर भी उसको रोक पाना असंभव सा होता है। हाँ, आरएनए वायरस होने के कारण यहाँ पे भी हो सकता है, केसेस हो सकते हैं कहीं भी, क्योंकि री इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है, ब्रेक थ्रू इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है, बट उससे सीवियरिटी बढ़ेगी और डेथ बढ़ेगा, बहुत ही अनलाइकली है। तो हमें पैनिक होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हाँ, इसको मॉनिटर करते रहने की ज़रूरत है। सरकार अपने आप कर रही है, सरकार ने प्रोएक्टिव रोल लिया है, उसने सारे एडवाइजरी जारी कर दिए, सारे स्टेट को भेज दिया एडवाइजरी। मॉनिटर करना ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है इस वायरस के कैरेक्टरिस्टिक को, कि क्या कोई बिहेवियर चेंज तो नहीं हो गया, क्या नेचुरल इन्फेक्शन जिनको हो गया था उनको बाईपास करके, इम्यूनिटी को बाईपास करके वहाँ सीवियरिटी तो नहीं कर रहा है, तो वह मॉनिटर करते रहना चाहिए। लेकिन डरने की अभी ज़रूरत नहीं है। हमें नहीं लगता कि नियर भविष्य में कोई बहुत ही बड़ी प्रॉब्लम आने वाली है। हाँ, हो सकता है कि अगर कम्प्लीटली वायरस चेंज हो जाए, बिल्कुल ही न्यू वायरस आ जाए, तब प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है। 100% गारंटी नहीं दी सकती, लेकिन जिस तरीके का एविडेंस हमने जनरेट किया है पिछले 3 साल में, अगर मैं उसको यूज़ करूं तो यह जो है कहा जा सकता है कि अभी इतनी बड़ी समस्या अपनी कंट्री के लिए नहीं आने वाली है।
तो सर, मेरा आखिरी सवाल कि जिस तरीके से हमने पहले 3 वेव्स में कॉम्बैट किया इस चीज़ को, कितने रेडी हैं हम? क्योंकि मिनिस्ट्री भी काफ़ी एडवाइजरीज निकाल रही है, कह रही है ऑक्सीजन चेक करिए, अपना हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चेक करिए, मॉक ड्रिल की बात हो रही है, तो कितने रेडी हैं हम अगर एक दूसरी वेव आती है?
देखिए, हमेशा हमें अपनी तैयारी करनी चाहिए। किसी भी सार्स कोरोना वायरस तो नहीं, कल हो सकता है कोई दूसरा भी वेरिएंट आ जाए, कोई दूसरा वायरस आ जाए, अदर देन कोरोना वायरस कोई दूसरा वायरस आ जाए। हमेशा हमें तैयार रहना चाहिए, इवन प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर लेवल पे तैयार रहना चाहिए, वह एक अच्छी बात है। लेकिन इस सार्स कोरोना वायरस 2 को लेके कोई प्रॉब्लम होने वाली, जैसा मैंने कहा, अनलाइकली है, बट बहुत ही अंतर है सेकेंड वेव और इस समय में, बहुत ही अंतर है। हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे जो है सरकार की तैयारी है, ऑक्सीजन की कमी नहीं होने दी जाएगी। जिस तरीके से तैयारी है, ऐसी तैयारी पहले कभी नहीं थी, तो उस लिहाज से अगर हम देखें तो हम बेटर इक्विप्ड हैं।
Thank you. So this was Dr. Professor Sanjay Rai, and he says that it's highly unlikely that India would be affected the way China is being affected by this new variant. This is Madhurima Mishra with Vijay Narudeshwar for Republic TV.
So those, ladies and gentlemen, are some reassuring words there coming in from the AIMS doctor. But what should our netas be doing? The Union Health Minister, remember, has said, please follow the COVID protocols. When we come back, we will take that story ahead and we'll actually see what happened in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. No mask, no COVID protocols. Rahul Gandhi now has entered the national capital and he continues to insist that there is absolutely no need to even follow the COVID protocols. The BJP hitting right back. Also, Mehbooba Mufti has stoked another controversy. She will not call for a crackdown on terror, but now she wants relocation for the Kashmiri Pandits.
Tonight, a murder will be committed. If anyone can name the killer, that person wins our game.
This is truly delightful.
Holy
There has been a murder. For one person, this is not a game. The killer wouldn't hesitate to kill again.
You must be really great at clues.
I'm very bad at dumb things.
Glass Onion, a Knives Out mystery.
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amrit Kaal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharati Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
Guys, just 1 second. Choosing a car for my mom. What? Online car shopping? Wow, that's so cool, yeah. Shahrukh ne bataya.
Wait up. Booking a car service.
From here.
क्यों? तुझे शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया?
इसने पूछा ही नहीं. There's so much more जो शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया. It's all on the industry first My Hyundai app. Open a world of possibility with My Hyundai app. One app, many worlds.
आपकी किचन और बाथरूम्स को चाहिए MYK लेटिक्रीट SP100 टाइल जॉइंट का ऑलराउंडर. MYK लेटिक्रीट SP100 जोड़ हो तो ऐसा.
With China easing restrictions, a COVID emergency situation has now risen in the country. Reports suggest nearly 37 million people have been affected with COVID-19. More than half of the population has been affected in the capital city of Beijing. Watch how streets of Beijing have been completely deserted. Courier goods have piled up and no delivery boys are reporting to duty. Streets, subways, airport and shopping malls all have been deserted in China. Beijing's swift dismantling of COVID restrictions has fallen flat and the world is now sounding an alarm over the surge. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
It's time for us to head into a break. When we come back, it's a big development in the Shahi Idgah versus the Krishna Janmabhoomi case. The court now has ordered a survey. Reactions when we come back. Also, Mehbooba Mufti has stoked another controversy. She will not call for crackdown on terror, but wanting the relocation for Kashmiri Pandits.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
क्या हुआ रोहन? क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया पहली सैलरी मिली है. तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो. एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए?
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ-साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है.
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा घर के रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना. लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में.
एनपीएस में? रिया अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है. इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
Invest once and enjoy guaranteed maturity with life cover with LIC's Dhan Varsha, a single premium plan for your family's security and prosperity.
What's with all these attacks happening in Pakistan every single day? Multiple attacks. What's happening in China? China is getting a hammering and a battering of a lifetime. What did China do wrong? After all, so many Indians were saying that, China is such a perfect society. They're vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. But I think India did a far, far better job. We suffered. Of course, many Indians died. But today, India is a stronger nation in terms of immunity.
In the battle between content and landing, the nation decides. Republic is the winner. Slice and dice, landing channels run for cover. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
Very good evening, friends. This is 6:30 p.m. Saturday. Live and breaking stories coming in from Kashmir down south. Mehbooba Mufti, Rahul Gandhi, and a Mathura court, among others, making news. But first up, let's begin with the headlines. Former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kochar has been sent to CBI custody till Monday in loan fraud case. Big development in Shahi Eidgah versus Krishna Janmabhoomi case. Court orders survey. Amid global alarm over COVID, India swings into action mode. RT-PCR mandatory for international passengers, some of them.
देश की सुरक्षा नहीं, आपको तो देश हित नहीं, परिवार हित पहले है। और ये कांग्रेस ने समय समय पर दिखाया। कोविड की शुरुआत पर भी
No masks, no COVID protocols. Rahul Gandhi marches on. BJP fires. Parivar over protocol jibe.
सबने सफ़र किया, पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए।
Mehbooba Mufti stokes controversy again. She won't call for crackdown on terror, but now wants relocation for pundits. Relaying ceremony of 16 army personnel who lost their lives in an accident held today in West Bengal. For days, Republic has been showing you the total COVID chaos that China is witnessing, and we have been questioning as to what is China really hiding. Now, a leaked Chinese government document has surfaced, according to which almost 250 million people in the country may have been affected by COVID-19 in just last 20 days, after the zero COVID policy was diluted in the first week of the month. According to Radio Free Asia, RFA, citing leaked government documents circulating on social media, in the 20-minute meeting of China's National Health Commission, as per the leaked document, 248 million people were infected with COVID-19 from December 1 to 20. That's something that was discussed in the meeting, perhaps, or 17.65% of China's population. As per Radio Free Asia, the data on COVID cases released by the government officials on December 20 is different from the reality as nearly 37 million were estimated, insofar as the government is concerned. A senior Chinese journalist told Radio Free Asia on Thursday that the document was genuine and had been leaked by someone who attended the meeting, who was acting deliberately in public interest. Not often things like these happen in China. Remember, it's a dictatorial communist state, and people fear for their lives if they have to get some information out. Yet somebody had the courage really to do that. Look at the pictures, and we have these videos coming out of China, and you can see the condition that is there out on the streets. People struggling to find beds. These are open air wards, effectively, to treat people on the go outside, because there are no enough beds available in the hospitals. The hospital infrastructure is simply not there. And moving on to another picture, and this is of inside. It seems coffins stacked one above the other. That's a real tragedy panning out in China. If these pictures are true, they are funeral homes, and some reports suggested that even top echelons of the Communist Party leadership have not been unaffected, and many of them are suffering from COVID, and possibly some of them have died. Moving on, next one, and this video is of people suffering with some severe symptoms. All right, those pictures really telling us a story of how the Chinese communist state has inflicted this misery on its own citizens. Moving on to the story on its impact, of Chinese COVID impact on India. In fact, in India, the government is stepping up the preparations to fight against any surge. In the fresh guidelines, Union Health Ministry has made RT-PCR test mandatory for international arrivals from China, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong and Thailand. On arrival, if any passenger from these countries is found symptomatic or test positive for COVID-19, then he or she will be put under quarantine. In fact, Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia said earlier in the day that the centre is on alert mode and has increased surveillance. Let's listen to what the Health Minister said, and then we will have some ground reports, including a live from Chennai.
में आज कोविड का केस बढ़ा है और देश में कोविड महामारी न फैले, उसके लिए हम अलर्ट मोड पर काम कर रहे हैं। हमने एयर सर्वेलेंस भी चालू किया है, सुएज सर्वेलेंस भी चालू किया है और ह्यूमन सर्वेलेंस तो हो ही रहा है। ये तीनों सर्वेलेंस से पता चल रहा है कि अभी दिल्ली और मुंबई में सुएज और एयर सर्वेलेंस में आरएनए मिला है। उसको देखते हुए आने वाले दिनों में क्या क्या प्रिकॉशन लेना है, उस लिए हम सभी राज्यों को अलर्ट दे रहे हैं, राज्यों के साथ इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर कर रहे हैं। हम देश के सभी नागरिक को भी अलर्ट करना चाहते हैं कि आप मास्क का उपयोग करें, आप जरूरत बिना कारण से
तो अपनी कुछ बातें कह दूं, फिर आपसे चर्चा करेंगे। राहुल गांधी भारत जोड़ो यात्रा पर दिल्ली पहुंचे। इस यात्रा में उन्होंने कितना भारत को समझा और कितना अपनी पार्टी को जोड़ा, इस पर चर्चा बाद में करेंगे। लेकिन उन्होंने कहा कि मैं मोहब्बत का पैगाम लेकर के आया हूं। तो चले हैं मोहब्बत का पैगाम लेकर, और साथ में वो चल रहे हैं जो भारत को तोड़ने की बात करते हैं। ये सच्चाई है कि नहीं? टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के सक्रिय सदस्य उनकी यात्रा में विभिन्न जगह चले हैं या नहीं चले हैं, ये भाजपा जानना चाहती है। इन लोगों ने जेएनयू में क्या क्या नारा लगाया था, ये हम सभी जानते हैं। तो देश से नफरत करने वाले लोगों के साथ चलकर आप मोहब्बत का कौन सा पैगाम दे रहे हैं राहुल गांधी, ये हम जानना चाहते हैं। और ये बहुत गंभीर सवाल हम आपके साथ उठाना चाहते हैं। आज आपने फिर सेना पर सवाल कर दिए। राहुल गांधी जी, कुछ आप भारत को समझते हैं? भाजपा की ओर से हम बहुत गंभीरता से सवाल कर रहे हैं राहुल गांधी जी, आप भारत की सामरिक सुरक्षा को कुछ समझते हैं? अगर आप चल के आए हैं कन्याकुमारी से, तो हिंदुस्तान कभी सेना के खिलाफ अपमानजनक शब्दों का प्रयोग नहीं करता कि सेना की पिटाई हुई है। क्या 1962 आप भूल गए? पूछ रहे हैं हमसे कि ये जमीन कब वापस आएगी। हम आपसे पूछेंगे ये जमीन गई कब थी? जब नेहरू जी थे भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ना, उस समय गई थी ना। और आपकी सरकार में सेना के तमाम अस्त्र शस्त्र को खरीदने में कमीशन चलता था कि नहीं चलता था, याद है ना? और याद है कि नहीं कि बहुत से जो मिडिलमैन पकड़ाए हैं उनके कांग्रेस के बड़े बड़े तत्वों से संबंध भी उजागर हुए हैं। राहुल गांधी, आप भूल गए कि नरेंद्र मोदी के आने के पहले भारत की सेना के पास बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट नहीं थे। और आज जिस तरह से भारत की सेना के लिए साजो सामान बाहर से भी आए हैं और मेड इन इंडिया भी बने हैं, उसी का परिणाम है कि भारत की सेना बुलंदी से जवाब दे रही है, चाहे वो गलवान हो या तवांग हो। वो सब वीडियो पर आया है और आप बोलते हैं कि भारत की सेना पिटती है। ये कौन सी भाषा का प्रयोग करते हैं? तो सेना के प्रति नफरत और सैन्य अस्त्रों को लेकर तिजारत, ये आपकी पार्टी की राजनीति रही है राहुल गांधी। और आपने याद करिए, आपने राफेल जब खरीदा गया तब भी सवाल किया था, आपने उरी पर भी सवाल किया था और आपने बालाकोट का भी प्रमाण मांगा था। हमेशा भारत की सेना के शौर्य को कमजोर करने में आपको अंदर से अच्छा लगता है। राहुल गांधी ठीक है क्या? आज उन्हें एक चीज सुनकर बड़ी हंसी आ गई कि हम चाहते हैं मेड इन इंडिया सामान जाए चीन के खिलाफ कार्रवाई में। राहुल गांधी जी, नरेंद्र मोदी ने देश में मेड इन इंडिया का जो आह्वान किया, तो एक बार आपको देखना चाहिए था कि आज चीनी खिलौने भारत में बहुत कम हो गए। आज मेड इन इंडिया खिलौने देश में कितने लोकप्रिय हैं। आज चीन में दिवाली, चीन की बनी हुई दिवाली की बल्बों की लरी अब अतीत की बात हो गई। ये आप देखते हैं ना। और राहुल गांधी, एक बात मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, और मैं आपको इसलिए बता रहा हूं कि आपने मेड इन इंडिया की बात कही, तो मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में भारत और चीन के बाद दुनिया का सबसे टॉप मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरर है। और राहुल गांधी, मैं आपको बता दूं कि एप्पल के फोन भी भारत में बनते हैं, लिखा होता है मेड इन इंडिया, जो इंडिया में भी बिकते हैं और बाहर भी जाते हैं। सैमसंग के भी फोन भारत में बन रहे हैं और लिखा होता है मेड इन इंडिया, और भारत में भी बनते हैं और बाहर भी जाते हैं। और राहुल गांधी जी, मैं आपको बता दूं कि मोदी जी के निर्देश में मुझे इस देश के आईटी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मंत्री बनने का सौभाग्य मिला है। कोरोना काल में हम लोग चीन से एप्पल की 14 फैक्ट्री लाइन उठाकर हिंदुस्तान ले आए थे। ये हम कर रहे हैं मेड इन इंडिया के लिए, और आप हम पर सवाल कर रहे हैं। अरे कभी अपने तो आईने में उठ झांक कर देखते ये गरीबों का मजाक बनाना आपकी आदत बन गई है क्या? किसने कहा है कि हिंदू धर्म में गरीबों के मारने की बात की गई है? किसी ने तो नहीं कहा है। हाँ, आज हिंदू धर्म की सनातन चेतना को नरेंद्र मोदी आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं कि नहीं? राहुल गांधी, कभी आप विश्वनाथ मंदिर गए हैं काशी में? कितना सुंदर बना है। कभी आप केदारनाथ का दर्शन करने का आपको मन बना है क्या? कभी आप बद्रीनाथ गए हैं क्या? अभी जो उज्जैन में महाकाल का इतना बड़ा पुनरुद्धार सौंदर्य बना है, कभी देखने की कोशिश की है? राहुल गांधी जी, आप सोमनाथ मंदिर पिछली बार कब गए थे? आज आपको याद दिलाना जरूरी है, क्योंकि आपने हिंदू धर्म पर अपनी समझदारी बताया है। तो राहुल गांधी जी, मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि सोमनाथ मंदिर जो तोड़ा गया था मुस्लिम आक्रांताओं के द्वारा, वो जब बना सरदार पटेल राजेंद्र बाबू के प्रयास से, तो भारत के राष्ट्रपति राजेंद्र बाबू जब गए थे उसका उद्घाटन करने, तो आपके नानाजी नेहरू जी ने उनको मना किया था, फिर भी वो गए थे। आज आपको बताना जरूरी है, ये समझाना जरूरी है। इसीलिए आज की सरकार सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबके प्रयास की सरकार है ना। और राहुल गांधी जी, आप बार बार जो धार्मिक विद्वेष की बात करते हैं, तो आज मुझे आपको कुछ बताना है। एक महान नेता सरदार पटेल, जिसने प्रामाणिकता से आजादी के बाद देश को जोड़ा था, 550 से अधिक रियासतों को भारत ने मिलाया था। आपने सरदार पटेल का कभी नाम लिया क्या अपनी यात्रा में? आज उनका ऐतिहासिक दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी मूर्ति बनी है, कभी वहां जाने की भी आपको सुध मिली कि वहां जाके प्रणाम करना चाहिए? कभी नहीं। और आज आप कह रहे हैं कि हम जाएंगे कश्मीर में तिरंगा लहराएंगे। तो राहुल गांधी जी, कश्मीर में तिरंगा लहराने का सौभाग्य कैसे मिल रहा है? 370 हटने के कारण आप वहां जा रहे हैं, वहां शांति है, वहां सद्भाव है, वहां भारत माता की जय लगती है और तिरंगा लहरता है। ये काम भी नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार ने किया, क्योंकि बंटवारा भी कांग्रेस पार्टी की नीति, धारा 370 भी कांग्रेस पार्टी का कुचक्र, और इसको तोड़ने में, समाप्त करने का साहस हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी और साहसी गृह मंत्री अमित शाह के प्रयास और संसद के द्वारा हुआ है। राहुल गांधी जी, मुझे आपको एक और बात कहनी है। कृपया करके भारत में धार्मिक आधार पर विद्वेष की कहानी बंद करिए। आज मैं विनम्रता से आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि नरेंद्र मोदी की अगुवाई में उत्तर प्रदेश के मिर्जापुर की एक बहादुर लड़की सानिया मिर्जा आज एयरफोर्स में पायलट बनने जा रही है। आपको पता है, आज भारत की हॉकी टीम, भारत की क्रिकेट टीम, भारत की एथलेटिक टीम में इस देश की बहादुर बेटियां जो अल्पसंख्यक समाज से आती हैं, वो बड़ा नाम कर रही हैं। कभी जानने की कोशिश करते हैं आप? और आपको बताऊं, 3 तलाक लाए थे हम देश की मुस्लिम बेटियों को उत्थान करने के लिए। आपकी पार्टी ने विरोध किया, याद है आपको कुछ? तो आज अब देश को जोड़ने की बात करते हैं, तो आपकी पार्टी ने, आपकी पार्टी की विचारधारा ने और आपकी पार्टी की राजनीति ने जो नफरत फैलाने का काम किया आजादी के बाद, यह आपको बताना जरूरी था। शाहबानों से लेकर सायरा बानों तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का इतिहास तोड़ने का रहा है और अल्पसंख्यक समाज को रूढ़िवादिता में घेरने का रहा है। एक मुझे और बात कहनी है कि ये बार बार कुछ व्यावसायिक घरानों को लेकर अपनी राजनीति चमकाना, तो हम उनका नाम तो नहीं लेंगे, लेकिन राहुल गांधी, आपसे एक सवाल जरूर करेंगे। आपकी पार्टी की जो सरकार है, वहां पर उनके द्वारा काम हो रहा है कि नहीं? ईमानदारी से बता दीजिए आप हमें। और अगर काम हो रहा है तो आपने उनका कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कैंसिल किया है क्या? क्या मतलब है? ये झूठे आधार पर देश में क्या बयानबाजी करते हैं। हाँ, हमें याद है कि आपकी सरकार में कैसे क्रोनी कैपिटलिज्म हुआ था, फोन बैंकिंग हुई थी, इसको लोन दो, इसका लोन काटो, याद है ना? ये सब समाप्त हो गया राहुल गांधी ना। तो आपके दोस्तों की अब तिजारत चलती नहीं, तो आपको नफरत का पैगाम फैलाने का अवसर मिला है। कृपया करके ये सब बंद करिए राहुल गांधी। अपनी राजनीति के लिए आप चलिए, वो तो आपका अधिकार है, लेकिन आप अपनी पार्टी को तो जोड़ नहीं पाए, देश जोड़ने चले हैं। इसलिए आज हमें जवाब देना जरूरी है कि राहुल गांधी मोहब्बत की बात करते हैं, दिल में एक तलखी है, और तलखी ये है कि जनता उनको वोट नहीं देती। तो मीडिया की भी आलोचना कर रहे हैं, आज तो उन्होंने आप लोग को भी बहुत सुनाया है। तो राहुल गांधी जी, अगर देश की जनता आपको वोट नहीं देती तो हम क्या करें? ये बात हम देश के सामने उठाना चाहते हैं। अभी ना चुनाव हुआ गुजरात में, 27 साल के बाद ऐसी निर्णायक जीत हुई कि कांग्रेस पार्टी औसत 50,000 वोट से आ रही है। आप जीते हिमाचल में, हिलते डुलते जीते आप, वो वहां 85 से वही परंपरा है। आगे 24 में भी हारेंगे बुरी तरह से, क्योंकि राहुल गांधी आप एक बात नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं कि आपकी पूरी सोच खुद नफरत के आधार पर है, जिस नफरत की बुनियाद में है नरेंद्र मोदी के खिलाफ नफरत। और देश की जनता नरेंद्र मोदी को प्यार करती है और सम्मान करती है। यह है आपके दिल की तलखी। तो राहुल जी, मैं आज आपको एक ही बात कहूंगा बहुत विनम्रता से, आप सिर्फ बोलिए ही नहीं प्यार की बात, कुछ अपने दिल में भी प्यार पनपाइए। राजनीति में आलोचना होती है, तलखी का स्थान नहीं होता है। धन्यवाद।
एक करके
राहुल गांधी ने जो सवाल खड़ा किया कि आप लोग हिंदू मुस्लिम से कब निकलेंगे, भेदभाव की भावना से कब निकलेंगे, जो विचार आप लोगों ने
अगर आपने मेरी बात सुनी होगी तो क्या 3 तलाक की भाषा हिंदू मुस्लिम की थी? वो महिलाओं के कल्याण की थी। सानिया मिर्जापुर की अगर आज एयरफोर्स की पायलट बन रही तो हिंदू मुस्लिम की बात? हम सबका साथ सबके विकास की बात करते हैं, ये आप समझने की बात करिए, और ये हम हमेशा करेंगे। आज डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर में लाखों करोड़ रुपए गए हैं कि नहीं अकाउंट में? हिंदू में भी गए हैं, मुसलमानों में भी गए हैं। अगर आज 80 करोड़ गरीबों को खाना मिल रहा है तो सबको मिल रहा है। तो हम ऐसे काम करते हैं।
बिहारी वाजपेयी के समाधि स्थल पर जाते हैं, क्या मैसेज देना चाह रहे हैं?
ऐसा है, उसमें मुझे कोई आपत्ति नहीं, कहीं भी जाए क्या फर्क पड़ता है।
तिरंगा झंडा फहराने का क्या आपको लग रहा है, सर क्या इम्पैक्ट दिखेगा?
ऐसा है, सवाल तिरंगा तो सबका है, राहुल गांधी का भी है, रविशंकर का भी है, यहाँ बैठे सबों का, आपका भी है। तिरंगा पर क्या आपत्ति है? लेकिन जहां तिरंगा फहराने जा रहे हैं उस लाल चौक पर तिरंगा फहराने भाजपा के लोग ही गए थे, याद है आपको? और सेना को हम काफी सुरक्षा देना पड़ा था, हम लोग भी गए थे, युवा मोर्चा में काम करते, और आज सब लोग जाते हैं। तो ये भारत कश्मीर का माहौल बनता है।
उनके लिए नहीं,
ये नया इसलिए नहीं, उनको ये अवसर इसलिए मिल रहा है कि नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार ने 370 खत्म करके जम्मू कश्मीर से खौफ का माहौल खत्म किया है।
कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे कह रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री कभी शादी विवाह में जाते हैं तो मास्क नहीं पहनते हैं, लेकिन वही पार्लियामेंट में आते हैं तो मास्क पहन के आते हैं, ये दोहरी राजनीति क्यों?
अब कांग्रेस पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष इतनी हल्की बात करेंगे? अभी यहाँ आने के पहले मैं टीवी देख करके आया तो एक शहर में रोज 5 लाख लोग मर रहे हैं चाइना में, ये खबर मैंने देखा, करोड़ों लोग एफेक्टेड हो गए। खड़गे साहब, आपको मैं यही याद दिलाऊंगा कि आपके पूर्व में भी जब कोरोना आया था तो आपके नेता ने क्या कहा था, ये ताली बजाने से क्या होगा, ये मोदी की कोविड लेने से क्या होगा, वैक्सीन? मैंने कहा था कि नहीं कहा था? ये गंभीर मामला है, इसको गंभीरता से समझे खड़गे साहब, मैं आपसे आग्रह करूंगा।
आप सबका साथ सबका विकास और महिलाओं के सम्मान की बात करते हैं, वही ब्रिटिश बानों के हत्यारों को, अत्याचारियों को छोड़ दिया जाता है, उनको सम्मानित भी किया जाता है, उनको स्वागत भी किया जाता है, क्या कहेंगे?
सुप्रीम कोर्ट में यह मामला गया था, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्देश पर कार्रवाई हुई, और आपको मालूम है कि उनके परिवार ने वहां रिव्यू भी लगाया था, उसको स्वीकार नहीं किया गया। लेकिन मैं आपसे एक बात जरूर कहूंगा, बिल्किस बानो के बारे में आपने सवाल किया, राजीव गांधी के हत्यारों को छोड़ा गया, उसके बारे में कभी सवाल किया क्या? धन्यवाद।
चलिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आज मैं आया हूँ राहुल,
विषय दूसरा है, विषय से संबंधित।
धन्यवाद, थैंक यू भाई, आप लोग बहुत बड़ी संख्या में आए।
All right, that was senior BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad speaking from Patna, hitting back at Rahul Gandhi for the charges he has made against the government while speaking from the Red Fort in Delhi, ending his first phase of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which commenced from Kanyakumari and is all set to start second phase beginning January 3. But before that, a spat happening between the BJP and the Congress party over the Bharat Jodo Yatra, with Ravi Shankar Prasad obviously taking on Rahul. All right, moving on the other side, the Paris riots coming up, as also, of course, developments in the Shahi Eidgah versus Krishna Janmabhoomi case. Court orders a survey.
An unshakable belief, a 360-degree holistic model of development, and a strong team of 300 people is transforming millions of lives in rural Maharashtra.
Build hope, we build aspiration, we allow them, we give them the tools with which to dream.
Catch the second episode of Swadesh Foundation's Swa Se Bane Desh at these times only on Republic TV.
Yeah, Ajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
एक दिन मैं सोते सोते गिर गया और मुझे कुछ नहीं हुआ. पता है किसने किया? घोस्ट ने. वो हर बार मुझे बचा लेता है. मिलोगे?
अरे कोई घोस्ट नहीं, रोनी के पापा ही हैं जो उसे सेफ रखते हैं. जैसे हैवेल्स लाइफ शील्ड वायर्स जो दिखते नहीं पर घर को सेफ रखते हैं. ना आग पकड़े न जहरीली गैस छोड़े. वायर्स दैट डोंट कैच फायर.
All right, a breaking news development coming in. Pictures on air from Paris, France, where members of the Kurdish community on Friday took to the streets to protest the shooting of 3 people at a cultural center and a Kurdish cafe. These are international reports, pictures coming in via agencies. Remember, just yesterday, a gunman had shot dead 3 people at a Kurdish cultural center in the arrondissement 10 of Paris. And that has prompted those violent protests between the Kurdish residents of Paris, or Kurdish origin residents of Paris, and the Paris police, even as President of France Emmanuel Macron has instructed the police to engage with the community. Let's go to Ankit, who has more details on this from our Mumbai newsroom. Ankit, over to you. If you can share more details as to what has led to these protests, why are they protesting? Have they some doubt about the conduct of the Paris police or administration there, government there, in terms of failing to prevent that attack yesterday, or do they have some demands because of which they are out on the streets and protesting and hence rioting?
So, to answer one part of the question, Abhishek,
yesterday and today, the people over there of the Kurdish community have been protesting both the incident that has seen 3 Kurdish people being killed by a French gunman, a 69-year-old gunman, and also the government, so to say, not taking a hard stance on what this is. So the Interior Minister of France had visited this area, and at that time he was also subject to protests. They had picketed against him also coming there. And so far, from what we are told, the government in France as well as the police has not specifically called this a hate crime, or whether or not it was the Kurdish community is also not something that the authorities have committed to. However, it is clear that it was 3 Kurdish people who were killed. It was an attack in a Kurdish neighborhood on a cafe which is frequented by Kurdish people, is what we are given to understand. It's also interesting to note, Abhishek, that the gunman in this case has been arrested. So surely the police can perhaps ascertain from him what exactly his target was. The gunman also is said to not be on any of the lists of various groups that they were monitoring. So that is where currently this investigation is at, we are told, Abhishek.
Right. Thank you so much, Ankit, there for bringing us up to speed with developments in Paris, France, connected with one Frenchman killing 3 Kurds in what is being believed to be a racist attack. On that note, we slip into a short break. On the other side, Deep Tea with Live and breaking at 7 p.m.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking, and proactive professionals.
Everyone looks at the world today. At Hyundai, we go beyond with experiences that take us forward. Inspired by our today, we design your tomorrow. Some said electric is the future. We said, why stop there? At Hyundai, we are going beyond mobility, and you are welcome to join us.
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation. So I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne. So now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amrit Kaal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharati Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
What's with all these attacks happening in Pakistan every single day? Multiple attacks. What's happening in China? China is getting a hammering and a battering of a lifetime. What did China do wrong? After all, so many Indians were saying that, China is such a perfect society. They're vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. But I think India did a far, far better job. We suffered. Of course, many Indians died. But today, India is a stronger nation in terms of immunity.
In the battle between content and landing, the nation decides. Republic is the winner. Slice and dice, landing channels run for cover. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
Major accident in a brick kiln in Ramgarhwa police station area of Champaran in Bihar.
Jammu and Kashmir, 2 people have been taken into custody and 1 Chinese pistol along with magazines and rounds, a Chinese grenade and detonators that had been recovered on their personnel. Massive fire has broken out in the shop in Delhi's Vikaspuri area.
Former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kotar and her husband sent to CBI custody till Monday in the loan fraud case. It's a big development in the Shahi Idgah versus the Krishna Janmabhoomi case. The court now has ordered for a survey. Amidst the global alarm over COVID, India swings into action mode. RT-PCR now is mandatory for international passengers. No mask, no COVID protocols. Rahul Gandhi marches on. The BJP fires a Parivar over protocol jibe. A very good evening. You're watching the biggest story tonight. We are directly cutting across to more images. And before we do that, let's also get you more headlines that we are getting to you at this hour. Mehbooba Mufti has stoked another controversy. She says won't call for crackdown on terror but relocation of pundits. But that story in just a bit. These are more live images, in fact very dramatic, that we've cut to right now. These, remember, are coming in right now from France, where members of the Kurdish community have taken to streets in Paris. They are protesting the shooting of 3 people at a cultural center and Kurdish cafe. Extremely dramatic and volatile situation there right now. These images are also talking us more of certain anti-Erdogan slogans that possibly are being raised, that you can hear in the background. Once we'll just try and listen in to the Nats there. But this is a story that broke out just yesterday, where you saw how a gunman shoots down 3 people. This was at the Kurdish Cultural Center nearby the Kurdish Cafe. This happened in central Paris. The shooter now has been arrested and he's been placed under detention. But what we see now are members of the Kurdish community who've taken to streets in Paris. They are protesting against the shooting of those 3 people that we just saw about yesterday. These are clashes and protests that have broken out following that shootout, because all the 3 people who've been killed in this entire shootout happen to be Kurds. This is what now has been confirmed through a number of these reports coming in. Now, the attacker is said to be 69-year-old. He's said to be a French man, and he possibly has a long criminal record. You're looking at these protests just outside the Kurdish center there in France, where this entire scuffle right now is taking place. Now, earlier, remember, the French president Emmanuel Macron has deplored this heinous attack. In fact, he said that the Kurds of France have been the target. He also said, and I'm quoting, in fact, one of his tweets, and then we'll try and see if we can get Ankit live from our Mumbai newsroom for more perspective and details. Emmanuel Macron said, and I'm quoting him now, "The Kurds of France have been the target of a heinous attack in the heart of Paris. My thoughts are to the victims, to the people who are fighting to live, to their families and loved ones." He said, "My gratitude to our law enforcement forces for their courage and calmness," unquote. He had also, in fact, asked that there should be a speedy investigation into the entire case. Ankit, we're looking at these very, very dramatic images up on our screens. Why don't you get us the entire backstory and what we know about what has happened so far, Ankit?
So yesterday, about 24 hours back, a lone gunman opened fire at a Paris cafe, which was frequented by members of the Kurdish community. 3 people died in this shooting. All of 3 were members of the Kurdish community. 3 Kurds were killed in this attack. Since then, the other members of the community who clearly feel like they have been targeted have come out onto the streets in protest. A while back, a French minister, the French interior minister, in fact, had also visited this area. While the French government has condemned everything that has happened, it has not taken a hard position in branding the attack. It has not so far managed to spell out in as many words that this was an attack targeting the Kurdish community. The person whom they have arrested, the shooter, who is an elderly person, he's 69 or so years old, is in their custody, and from him they have not so far ascertained or come out with a clear statement whether or not it was a hate attack directed at a specific community or not. And Paris and France has over the last few years come to be very divided over matters of radicalization. There have been times where the French president has made statements and laws have also been passed to the effect that have made communities feel like they are being targeted. And so this is an ongoing issue. In this case, it is the Kurds who are protesting. You can see that the protests have really spilled over. The French riot police and the French police, which is in general always equipped with riot control gear, is on the scene in heavy numbers. When the minister had also visited, the protests had only escalated. And from what the sources in France tell us, that the protest is at a stage right now where random things are being kicked over, like scooters and vehicles are being defaced also on the sidelines of what we are witnessing. The police in return has resorted to firing tear gas shells and things of that nature. So this is a sensitive protest in a city that is witnessed and a country that has witnessed a number of incidents in the last couple of years. It has been victim of terror incidents, it's been a victim of shootings also. We all remember the Charlie Hebdo shooting, and because of that it's a polarized situation, and the French government really needs to come out and perhaps either get to the root of what was the intent here of the gunman and spell out and ease the concerns of the community in that regard, and also needs to ensure very speedy justice, and that is what they are looking for. There is also a element of a Turkish, so to say, angle here, because these are two countries, France and Turkey, that are perennially taking swipes at each other over the handling of various polarizing and communal issues, specifically radicalization. And you've seen the leaders of the two countries also taking hard positions. If there are two leaders in the world that espouse clear positions, so to say, against radicalization, it's Emmanuel Macron, and then on the other side, it's Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And the Kurds are heavily populous in Turkey as well, and France is a fairly multi-racial, multi-ethnic, multicultural society. And so you see an element of this spilling over. Deepti, that's what we are currently witnessing in Paris.
Oh yes, and I was reading reports, Ankit, again on the social media, where a lot of these Kurdish diaspora that live in France feel that they are not being given justice because they say that the investigators here are just not willing to examine this entire incident, this shootout, like an act of terror. So I think that is also a problem that they have. And they go on to say that there is no justice for us, the reason why you've seen that response also coming in from Emmanuel Macron.
Most definitely. In fact, Deepti, like you said, the protests we are witnessing now are in Paris. But there are Kurds across Europe, in cities like Athens. Also, Kurdish people have come out on the streets and they've demanded and sought justice and a proper line being taken by the French government over this attack. And so there is an intense element of feeling very targeted, and then on top of that, not being put in a position where you can be granted justice. And a lack of acknowledgement, I believe, is what the Kurdish people and the community around Europe seems to be espousing at this time over the shootout 24 hours ago.
And also, Ankit, I think it's important here to reiterate their concerns vis-a-vis this man who's been arrested, who's sent to be a French national. But, there have been a number of cases against him, and they say that why was he not under the watch? He's been involved in a number of cases earlier, just, I think, released. What do we know about him, his history? He has a criminal record also, Ankit?
Absolutely. It appears that he slipped through the French police's radar in that respect, because while he has a number of cases, they apparently couldn't find any link of his to any groups as such that may be on their watch list. And that is one reason preliminarily that they seem to be holding on to, even though they have him in their custody. So one would expect that the government and the authorities would be more forthcoming, because if they don't get to the bottom of this and they don't ensure justice and speedy justice, and that justice is done, then the protests are only likely to continue, at least in the way that and the spirit in which we have seen them going on right now.
Yes, so these are very, very dramatic images like we said of earlier, and what's happening right now, as Ankit said, remember, a lot will now hinge on what the investigation will do now, and also whether there is going to be some bit of assurance extended to the Kurdish diaspora that stays there and around, if there is a word that goes out from the authorities and the investigators on the action. Henceforth, Ankit, I thank you for breaking that story for us. To our next breaking update, this is about the Taliban now that's decided to ban women from working in NGOs. According to a new letter that has been issued by the Ministry of Economy, all national and international NGOs now are required to terminate their female employees. This is the Taliban's new diktat that we have more details of. Let's also try and see if we'll also have a reporter joining us live who has accessed that letter. But not surprising, considering that this has been a standard modus operandi of the Taliban that is not just anti-women, but I would say it's anti-humanity, because you've seen it indulging in terror. Not just that, it has a problem with women who work, women who, have a voice, women who go out to earn their livelihood, women who are working anywhere. We've seen those images of even children going out to study. They had a problem with even letting women go and study, and these images of barbarism again is not new, coming in vis-a-vis the Taliban, but in a new diktat now. According to a letter that has been issued by the Minister of Economy, it says all national and international NGOs are required now to terminate their female employees. We'll also see if we can get Abhishek with us. He has more details. But right now, you're looking at this video on your screens, which again is a testimony to how the situation is. This is the Afghan women protesting the education ban. Remember, just about the other day, you've seen how agencies and world across there has been massive condemnation of these new diktats by the Taliban. The Taliban that decided to even not allow women to go out and study. It has a problem with their education. It has a problem with their working. It has a problem with anything that they do. It also says that you need to be covered at all times. And now the Taliban deciding there to ban women from even working in NGOs. In fact, it says that all national and international NGOs that are operating out of Afghanistan right now must terminate their female employees right away. Now, we are also reading a few eyewitnesses' accounts. This is also coming in from Herat, where about 24 women were heading to the provincial governor's house to protest the ban, and they were chanting, "Education is our right," when they were literally pushed back by security forces. You see that image on the left of your screens. Also, they had to use the water cannons. This is a video that has been shared with the Associated Press that shows the women screaming and hiding in a side street later to escape the water cannon. And then they resume their protest. Brinda Adige with us on the broadcast right now as we stay live with these images also on our screens. Brinda, good evening. Not the first time, Brinda, that we are speaking about the Taliban, their aggressive mindset. But I'm just curious, for how long, Brinda, should we, let the Taliban do this, believe that they have the power to order such diktats, tell women you can't study, you can't work. Basically, you are no entity and you do not have a life of your own, Brinda.
You're absolutely right. The Taliban are absolute brutes. They have no respect for anybody. They have no respect for their women. They have no respect for their girls. Certainly no respect for their families. They treat women as their slaves and chattels. And putting water cannon on women because they are protesting when these groups have closed universities just goes to show that these fellows have nothing to call themselves as men. They are using the Quran, they are using religion to make regressive interpretations, to make interpretations that are chauvinistic, sexist, and there is nobody to question them. And I think we need to take responsibility, not only as a country that is geographically close to Afghanistan, but as one of the growing, powerful nations of the world. We should be able to question these kind of atrocities on women in that country.
Oh yes, and Brinda, the ultimate question, who's responsible for this? Who's responsible for the Taliban that you see in Afghanistan today? Will powers like the US, who believe that they had a real say there, be even held accountable for, leaving a country like this and women at the peril of the Taliban, Brinda?
You're absolutely right. The US and all the other nations, there are a lot of other countries also who are supporting Taliban, if not overtly, tacitly they are supporting. And all of those countries must hang their heads in shame because this is their doing, giving so much of power to these people, gun-wielding brutes calling themselves Taliban. US, of course, leads and everybody else. And US must now step in. It is time for US to tell itself that if they have created a monster, then it is their responsibility to also bring down this monster.
Absolutely. Brinda, thank you so much for speaking to us. We'll have to see what happens, whether there are reactions coming in. And like I said, as I also get in our colleague Alicia, who's accessed that letter, Alicia, condemnation now is not good enough. You've seen the world powers, whether it's the G7, whether it's the US itself, saying we condemn this. This should not happen. This is a blot on humanity. But that's about it. We do not see them acting because the Taliban believes that it's a law unto itself. It can tell women to do what it needs to do. And then when women do not listen, this is what they go through.
Well, yes, Dipti, this is something, the decision that is taken by Taliban-led government to ban, women for the higher education is something very sad. And we know that every person born have their right to education. But what is the decision that has been taken? But we can even see the brave women who have been protesting there out for their right to education. But hence the government in Taliban, they have been continuing with this same demand that there will be ban for the women in the university for the higher education for women. And we know that there was even the Taliban personnel, the security now to disperse the crowd, the protest that has been continuing with the women just for the rights of education. But they have used the water cannon there. And if you read out some of the important points, because it clearly shows that the Taliban security which used water cannon to disperse women protesting the ban of university education for women, as the decision from the Taliban-led government continues to cause outrage and opposition in Afghanistan and beyond. What is also main point to know, to point it out, is something also we even saw that there are also men who have been protesting in the same, against the decision taken by the Taliban government. They have also walked out from the colleges, the visual that has been coming in. But this development has come after Afghanistan's Taliban ruler on Tuesday had banned female students from attending university, effective immediately. Afghan women have since demonstrated in major cities against the ban, a rare sign of domestic protest since the Taliban seized power last year. Also, there are some of the witnesses which has come across. They have also mentioned that this is the provisional, they are also going to head to the provisional governor house to protest the ban. And also they have been chanting that education is a right when they are pushed back by security security forces firing the water cannon. Some of the videos that we have been continuously seeing, there is a continuously protest that has been taken forward by the women, clearly mentioning that education is their right. But yet the Taliban government has been continuing with the decision. Is something very sad. The situation what has been going is something very outraged with their decision. And even we have been also witnessing some of the video as well, where also in support of women who have been banned for their education, but now in their support there are also some men who have walked out from the university, from the class as well.
Oh yes, and you know, Alicia, there is this man called Nidam Mohammad Nadeem. He is their education minister. We must tell our viewers what he said about the reasons why women can't go out, why can't they be educated. And this is not just laughable, but I think this is disturbing at multiple levels. He says we told girls, Alicia, to have proper hijab, but they didn't, and they wore dresses like they were going to a wedding ceremony. Then he says girls were studying agriculture and engineering, but this does not match the Afghan culture. He says girls should learn, but not in areas that go against Islam and the Afghan honor. What an honor where you do this to half of your population. Do not let them go and study. Do not let them go and work. They can't, remember, go to parks. They can't go to gyms. Basically, women do not have a life in Taliban, and Taliban ruled Afghanistan. And Alicia, I thank you right now for getting us all those details. As we quickly head into a break right now, there is lots more coming up on the other side, and we'll keep our focus on that one story, and we'll also tell our viewers that lot more is also going up on republicworld.com as always. And these are images that are coming in from France, a story that Republic has tracked very, very closely. The Kurdish are out in the street protesting, and they say the government is not giving them justice following the shootout we saw in Paris yesterday.
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again. And again. And again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. Stand up every time. And say, I'm not done.
You know it's only a drill, and yet you train like it is the real thing. Because one day, at a second's notice, it will be. One day, you'll come together as an invincible team, and every second you save will be a life saved. The Indian Air Force is looking for an exceptional team, a team that is truly a cut above.
Join the Indian Air Force to be a cut above.
कल ही मुनमुन ने डीपी खिंचवाने के लिए अपना फोन किसी रैंडम इंसान को पकड़ा दिया और ये वाला भी फोन लेके भाग गया। लेकिन मुनमुन तो झूम रही है क्योंकि जियो मार्ट के ग्रैंड फिनाले सेल में शॉपिंग पर मिलेगा अप टू 80% ऑफ। तो साल जैसा भी गया हो, एंडिंग तो जबरदस्त होगी।
Volkswagen Tiguan, India's safest SUVW. Volkswagen.
देखें कौन नया खिलाड़ी आया है। समझा देते हैं, प्यार से समझाएंगे। ये तो अपनी जुबान है।
जुबान एक हो तो दिल भी एक होने चाहिए। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Welcome back. You're with us here on Republic. We are talking now with the PDP chief and the former chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mehbooba Mufti. She stoked another controversy, and this time she has said that the Kashmiri Pandits should come back to the valley in some time when they feel safe, but absolutely no word on condemnation of terror and those behind fomenting that terror.
उनकी तकलीफ को जानने की कोशिश करें, उसका कोई इजाला करे कि आप उसको डिक्टेट देते हो, एक अल्टीमेटम देते हो कि आप ज्वाइन करो नहीं तो आपकी तनख्वाहें बंद होंगी। ये गलत है। बहुत सफ़र किया है, सबने सफ़र किया, पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं। तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए, ताकि जब उनको इत्मीनान हो जाए कि कश्मीर में हालात सही हो गए हैं, वो वापस अपनी ड्यूटी पे जा सकते हैं, तो उनको तब ड्यूटी पे जाने के लिए कहना चाहिए। अभी इस तरह से मजबूर नहीं किया।
क्या रिलोकेशन एक सही रहेगा फैसला? अगर रिलोकेट किया जाएगा मसला हल होगा उनका?
देखिए, मैं कह रही हूँ कि अभी कोई बीच का रास्ता निकलना चाहिए, ताकि वो बेचारे इतने महीनों से परेशान हैं, यहाँ पर हैं, बच्चे कहीं, खुद कहीं, और बहुत ही मुश्किल हालात में दो चार हैं वो इस वक्त।
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
क्या हुआ रोहन, क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया, पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो, एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए।
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा घर के रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? रिया, अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
Why did life test me? Why did it try to crush me, shake me, break me? Why me? Because it knew if I could take this test, I could take anything and say, that was easy.
What made you think about working towards rural empowerment? Why did you think we needed it?
Actually, Swadesh, in a thought process and a germ, started 30 years back. In the beginning, it was more about being opportunistic about giving back and then looking at rural India. There was a lot happening in urban places, and therefore we felt rural was not totally, it was ignored to quite an extent.
स्वदेश फाउंडेशन ने देश के आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव के अवसर पर 75 गांवों को ड्रीम विलेज यानी सपनों का गांव घोषित किया है। संपूर्ण विकसित राष्ट्र और आत्मनिर्भर भारत के संकल्पित दिशा में रखा हुआ यह एक सराहनीय और सकारात्मक कदम है।
What we really want to do is we want to create a model for rural development. Our dream is not, it's a big dream. Okay, I mean, we want to lift 1 million people out of poverty every 5 years.
The Swadesh initiative is a 360-degree holistic model, which addresses healthcare, education, water, sanitation.
We follow a 4E strategy at Swadesh, and 4E stands for first engage, then empower, execute and exit.
Their model is a holistic model, which covers education, healthcare, agriculture, livelihoods and entrepreneurs.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Niranjan Narayan Swami and you're watching the second episode of Swadesh Foundation's Swa Se Bane Desh, an initiative towards rural empowerment. In today's episode, we will dive even deeper into the various initiatives of the Swadesh Foundation and talk about some of the key areas they are working towards. With us in the studio today, we have Ronnie Screwvala, we have Zarina Screwvala, and they are the co-founders of Swadesh Foundation, Mr. Mangesh Wange, who's the CEO at Swadesh. Welcome to the show, Ronnie. Welcome to the show, Zarina and Mr. Mangesh.
Again. We had a good chat
yes.
some time back on the other first episode.
Chat.
And yeah.
Let me start straight with Ronnie. You spoke about a lot on exit policy, which is basically making villages Atmanirbhar, self-reliant.
Yes.
Right? How do you make sure the change that you make in a village is permanent, and how do you know this is the right time to exit a village, and what after that?
At the core for everyone, where do we really take charge of ourselves? When we're in control of our own destiny. And I think what people in rural feel is that they're not in control of their own destiny. So when we walk in there, that's what we size up. And when we walk out, we want them to be very clear they are independent. So one, the minute you give them water and sanitation, they just feel they're on par with people. Then you look at the fact that education, which is the most important thing that any parent would think about for their future generation, something they didn't have.
Yes.
But now they feel they need to give.
Yes.
And if you're moving as a nation as the third largest economy in the world, this is going to be at the core.
Yes.
Health, unfortunately, is a perennial problem. But finally, at the end of the day, to put money in the pocket of people, to feel you're in control of your own destiny is really the core. That's the holy grail.
Zarina, you've been speaking about the multiplier effect. I mean,
Yeah.
we're talking about the multiplier effect, especially in areas like healthcare. He spoke a little bit about that. What is this multiplier effect and how does it work?
You know, when we went to visit the villages, and in my mind, the question is, Niranjan, if I asked you, your mom's in the village, your mother lives there.
Yes.
What would she do without? What would you not do for her?
Yes.
You would try and do everything for her.
Yes.
Okay? So we took it on, and it is hard, but we decided to have a holistic approach. And the multiplier effect is very beautiful to see. It's obvious, but it's not also. So for example, when we first gave a tap in every home, drinking water in every home, and a toilet, an individual household toilet in every home, one of the most surprising aspects for me, of course, the health improved. But one day, all these ladies started walking towards me. I went to the village and they were walking very purposely purposefully. So I got a little like, what's going on? So they came and said, you know, you've given us water and you've given us a toilet. And now, and I was thinking, what? We have a lot of time. We want to work.
Wow.
And they started building their SAGs. So this was the beginning of women's empowerment.
Yeah.
So an individual household and a toilet and tap water leads to ladies having time, energy, and the ability to earn for themselves. And when we first started, Niranjan, we are media people.
Yes.
What do we know about poverty? What is poverty? Okay? And then, as Ronnie said, we took a year to study, and we realized there are two kinds of poverty. One is material poverty, and one is mental poverty. And Niranjan, the mental poverty is critical to solve. What is mental poverty? It is the lack of an ability to dream of a better future for myself and my children. And for me, and for Ronnie, and for all of us at Swadesh, that is the most heartbreaking thing about poverty. When we can remove that, and you can see, when you see the videos of the dream villages, you can see the hope shining in the faces of the dream villages. And that's our real strength, and that is what we do, and I think that's our real achievement. We brought hope back.
And that's the real India that we don't really talk about in our day-to-day narrative, right? And on that note, let's listen into what Vidya Balan has to say about the impact access to clean water and sanitation has on people and its growing necessity in rural India.
How much impact can clean water and sanitation have on anyone? I think I can go on and on and on about that. But I think while everyone gets impacted, it is the women whose lives change first. It's fantastic, therefore, that the Swadesh Foundation has built, 26,500 toilets which has impacted more than 1 lakh. I think it's almost 1,15,000 people. And they've also, I think, managed to bring about a positive change within the Adivasi community. There have been additional efforts made, and which have fructified also. And I think access to potable water has been provided through taps in almost 42,000 homes, impacting more than 2 lakh people. And I think this is just absolutely fantastic. You know, boon boon se banta hai sagar, and they are actually making a sea change in the lives of all those villagers in the larger community and in the country, therefore. I think just amazing. It's absolutely amazing the work that the Swadesh Foundation is doing, and more power to them for that.
One of the key factors in Swadesh Foundation's agenda of rural development is providing a sustainable source for water and sanitation. Let's watch this amazing story.
A long and dangerous trek to fetch a bucket of water was a daily routine for the women of Vasunde Dhangarwada. The unavailability of water, along with a lack of sanitation and road connectivity, made the life of the villagers miserable. Women like Lalita have spent their entire life just fetching water day in and day out, leaving them completely exhausted and deprived of quality family time.
पाणी भरताना आमचे लय म्हणजे लय त्रास व्हायचा. येता येता रस्त्यात पडायचो बी किती. पाणी पियाला मिळत नसायचं. डिलिव्हरी झाली तर पाणी नसायचं. मग ते बाईने काय करायचं? तसलं लहान बाळ ठेवून शेणी 4 किलोमीटर पाणी भरायला जायचं.
The arrival of Swadesh Foundation was like a blessing for the people of Vasunde Dhangarwada. Swadesh provided water to every household through connected taps. With water connectivity at home, the women now had more time for their family and other productive work.
आम्हाला एवढं सुख वाटलंय. आम्हाला सगळं शेतीचं काम का गुरांचं काम याच्या सगळं मुलांच्या शिक्षणासाठी का आमचं लेकरू लहान असलं तरी त्यामध्ये आनंदाने घेऊन बसतो सुखाने. नाहीतर आम्हाला हे सुख अजिबात लाभन असं इच्छा नव्हती, पण आता आम्ही सुखी आहोत.
Today, the people of Vasunde Dhangarwada are not only working towards the development of their village, but also sharing a part of the water they get with the neighboring Adivasi community, thus living up to the true philosophy of Swa se bane des.
That was really a moving story, and hats off to the entire Swadesh team, Ronnie, Mangesh and Zarina. Hats off to all of you for the change that you've brought to the lives of these villagers. Now, before I come back to you and the panel here in the Republic TV studios, let's first listen into Kaushik Shaparia, the CEO of Deutsche Bank India, on what made them associate the group with the Swadesh Foundation.
Well, at the outset, I should mention that Deutsche Bank is really committed to India growth story, which is not only supporting its economy, but also enabling its communities to prosper. And as responsible corporate citizens, we really need to work with the right NGOs along with our own staff members towards programs which we support. With Swadesh, we've been working for the last 6 years, which has enabled us to work with rural household by providing basic access to clean water, water for irrigation, which has really enabled us to transform life of 55,000 people. This year has been really a monumental year for us, where we have planted 1 lakh trees to provide additional income for farmers over their non-cultivable land. This, along with the volunteering work done by our staff members towards planting of trees, as well as working with rural children to provide support towards their basic communication skills as well as financial literacy, has made this program a real success. I really feel that Swadesh, its leadership team, Ronnie, Zarina, Mangesh, and every member of the team, I think the passion with which they work is really exemplary. I would really like to acknowledge Swadesh Foundation for its brilliant work it does towards the rural transformation journey. I wish them great luck towards the 75 dream villages, and really grateful to them for having a Deutsche Bank partner with them on this exciting journey.
Well, that was Kaushik Shaparia, the CEO of Deutsche Bank India. Coming back to Zarina now. Zarina, education is one of the most important factors for any individual, right? Without education, I mean, you can't dream, you can't aspire. Now, the Swadesh Foundation's education drive has impacted, and I have some of the numbers, more than 1.3 lakh children in 1,361 schools, 806 Anganwadis, 41 junior colleges. Now, how important do you think education is for the nurturing of the future of villages?
It's vital. What can I say? And as you so rightly said just now, that it's not about just reading and writing. It's about creativity. It's about problem solving. It's about building confidence. It is about dealing with people, working in groups. There's so much to education that we don't, it's the most vital thing, I think. It's one of the most vital things. One of the things we've realized is that we really need to get the community involved in the education of their children. And the other day, I think one of our favorite, at least my favorite program, one of them, many, is the scholarship program. And the other day, all of us at Swadesh met some of our graduate study scholarship. And it was really moving because Ronnie asked them, introduce yourselves, tell us your dream. So they started getting up, and somebody got up and said, I am Dr. Priyanka now.
Oh.
Yeah, I am Dr. Surbi now. These are real girls, and we all clapped, everyone clapped. And they have dreams.
Just to add, one more thing we observed, all these kids, during COVID, they did not sit back at home. They went back to villages, many of them. They were already in villages also. They taught younger kids because schools were closed on their own.
We call them bridging classes.
No one told them. They started doing bridging classes.
On that note, let's watch the story of how Swadesh Foundation is aspiring the youth to dream for a better future.
Bhumika was always a meritorious student, but a financial crunch in the family meant she might have to drop out of school, cutting short her dreams. Her dreams got new wings when she was introduced to Swadesh Foundation's Mass Scholarship program, which allowed her to pursue further studies.
स्वदेश फाउंडेशन आमच्या गावात आले होते आणि त्यांच्या स्कॉलरशिपपासूनच मी पुढचे शिक्षण घेऊ शकले. मला पुढे फॅशन डिझायनर व्हायचं आहे. मी स्वदेश फाउंडेशनच्या मदतीमुळे मी माझे हे स्वप्न पूर्ण करू शकते.
Swadesh Foundation has been working actively towards providing a quality education in rural Maharashtra. They have impacted more than 1.3 lakh children through their holistic approach of development, which includes providing scholarships to training teachers and staff and upgrading institutional infrastructure. Bhumika is not only working hard towards achieving her dream, she also voluntarily conducts bridging classes for kids so no one misses out on education in her village as a way of giving back to her community.
Well, it's truly an aspiring story, and lakhs of students like Bhumika can now dare to dream of a better future. It's time for a short break now, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching a special broadcast on Republic TV of Swadesh Foundation's Swa Se Bane Desh. It's a special broadcast. Ronnie, Zarina and Mangesh are in our studios. Take a short break. Come back soon.
अब जियो मार्ट की ग्रैंड फिनाले सेल में फूड और ग्रोसरीज पे मिलेगा अप टू 50% ऑफ। तो साल जैसा भी गया हो, एंडिंग तो जबरदस्त होगी।
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again and again and again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. Stand up every time and say, I'm not done.
Hey, boss. Rahul, how come you're here?
Boss, शाहरुख ने बताया.
Charging station for my electric car. Ah, found it. Really? How?
शाहरुख ने बताया.
There's so much more जो शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया. It's all on the industry first My Hyundai app. Open a world of possibility with My Hyundai app. One app, many worlds.
छक्का नहीं, टूटा। आपके टाइल्स को चाहिए MY के लेटिक्री टाइल एडेसिव। फॉर्मूला ऐसा कि अब टाइल न टूटेगा न छूटेगा।
Why did life test me? Why did it try to crush me, shake me, break me? Why me? Because it knew if I could take this test, I could take anything and say, that was easy.
Welcome back to the special broadcast of Swadesh Foundation's Swa Se Bane Desh in association with Republic TV. Ronnie, healthcare, we've been speaking about it. One of the biggest concerns in rural India, access to quality healthcare or healthcare at all. What are the steps taken by your foundation, and how is it helping create a sustainable healthcare system in these villages?
So I think at the core of it, when we started off, there is an ASHA worker in every village, right? And we sort of merge that into what we would call our Swadesh Mitras or our Swadesh Mitras. And I think at the core, that accessibility to have one person who's going to be the point person for everyone was a good starting point to create that comfort level. Second, I think health is complicated because it's multiple. So there's a lot of self-care that needs to take place. One was the prenatal and postnatal part, which is the most life-threatening in many aspects. The second, obviously, was anemia and malnutrition and everything to do with that. And then the third one was eye care. And then the one other one which we really touched our hearts and we wanted to be was when it came to infants or young kids. So either hearing impaired, visually impaired, which is almost like blind, or orally impaired, and heart. These four, we take care of it in a holistic manner, diagnose the people at that early stage. If you have to do an open heart surgery, whatever it takes to get there, to get them back to a life that they know they can take forward.
We wanted to also touch generally the village, primary healthcare generally in the village. These are community volunteers, 2,000 women we have trained, of which 60% are still active over the last 10 years.
And what does a Mitra do?
So she goes from door to check on certain parameters. She has a kit. She's a very proud woman and she's really a leader of the village now.
One is Swadesh Mitra is like a frontline healthcare volunteer. Correct. So the basic primary health care, and they have this kit. Second part is creating awareness about good health habits in the village, cleanliness, hygiene. And during COVID, we have seen the fantastic work which these Swadesh Mitras have done.
Really amazing.
And especially in the first wave.
Now it makes sense now, makes sense. And talking about healthcare, let's listen into Dr. Devi Shetty, founder, chairman, Narayana Health, on Swadesh Foundation's drive on improving healthcare in rural areas and how they are making it sustainable.
As a senior doctor of the country, I have been witnessing thousands of NGOs working at the rural healthcare front, and they're doing a fantastic job. But among all of them, I am really, really impressed with the way Swadesh has gone around in trying to address the problem of grassroots level of malnutrition and other health problems affecting the children. Overall, Swadesh has done a wonderful job, and I would like to congratulate each and every member of Swadesh for doing the God's work. Thank you.
Such encouraging words from the man himself, Dr. Devi Shetty. Let's quickly see how the same is being implemented on the ground by the Swadesh Foundation.
When little Anushka was diagnosed with a major cardiac problem, Roshni, her mother, was completely helpless. She neither had the resource nor access to quality treatment for her child. It was during this difficult period that she got introduced to Swadesh Foundation's healthcare program. Anushka got her heart surgery done at one of the top hospitals of Mumbai and is now living a healthy life.
3-4 वेळा तर आम्ही फोर्टिसमध्ये मुलुंडमध्ये फोर्टिस हॉस्पिटलला घेऊन गेलो, पण एवढ्या वेळात आमच्याकडून एकही रुपया त्यांनी घेतला नाही. तिचं ऑपरेशन झाला व्यवस्थित, सक्सेसफुल झाला. आता तिला कोणताही त्रास नाही.
Swades, through its healthcare program, provides treatment for cardiac, anemia, visual and hearing related problems for children and vision care for adults. The foundation has also trained more than 2,000 community health workers called the Swades Mitras, who are capable of providing paramedical aid to their local community.
स्वदेश मित्र जे नेमलेले आहेत त्यांच्या माध्यमातून प्राथमिक आरोग्य केंद्रातले असणारे उपक्रम हे गावा पातळीवरती लोकांपर्यंत पोहोचवण्याकरता त्याचा चांगला उपयोग जनमानसामध्ये होत आहे.
Roshni has also volunteered as a Swades Mitra. Along with keeping a tab on her daughter's health, she now looks after the health of the entire village as her way of giving back to the society.
A truly commendable work done by the Swades Mitras like Roshni, who are taking care of the entire village. Zarina, we spoke about that. You've always talked about aspiring and aspirations being the toughest part of changing an individual or a community. We've spoken about that. Why is aspiration so important, and how do you imbibe it into their thought process?
Well, actually, you have to imbibe it into their hearts.
Yes.
Not into their head.
Yes.
You know, I think the most important work we do is to really remove this mental poverty that I spoke of earlier.
Yes.
It is really one of the most terrible things when we go to the village and we see no hope, no idea how to move forward and change anything.
Yeah.
And I think that is what we do. We build hope, we build aspiration, we allow them, we give them the tools with which to dream.
Mangesh, what are the future plans for Swades Foundation, and are you going to expand to other states as well? Something that I started off asking both Ronnie and Zarina.
Oh yes, so first is Raigad, where now journey
Yes.
is almost getting complete.
Yeah.
Now in Nashik we are kind of work in progress. It is another 3 to 4 years journey, but simultaneously we are evaluating few more districts in Maharashtra and also adjoining state of Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat as well.
What Zaina mentioned earlier, the model that we're creating is something we'd be happy to help other people do that.
Finally, Ronnie, your thoughts on the initiative and your message to all our viewers. I think it's on a personal note, it's been fantastic speaking to all of you and just hearing the stories and how simple ideas can change so much, right? And change the lives of so many people. You want to touch 1 million people soon, and I wish you all the best, but your final...
Yeah, no, I think two messages. I think for young India, the perception that you need to have something in your bank or you need to be older to give back is a fallacy. I think when Zaina and I started, we started in our 20s.
Yeah.
And started looking at giving back. And today, the sweat equity of what people give back in volunteering in India is incredible. And the second one is we're all very, very proud of the nation that we're all building. We're very proud of where we will get in the next 5 and 7 years. But without rural and urban engagement together, and we're bringing it together, and without looking over your shoulder and seeing that somebody else is pari passu and same as you,
Yeah.
we're not going to be able to change a country.
No, I think that's very well said, very well said. And if anything, this has been an inspiring journey and fills us with a lot of pride to know that there are people who are working relentlessly towards empowerment of the deprived. And with that, we come to the end of this final episode of Swades Foundation's Swa Se Bane Desh. Thank you, Ronnie.
Thank you.
Zarina. And thank you, Mr. Mangesh, for being a part of the show. And all the very best to the entire team at Swadesh.
And thanks to everyone at Republic TV for really
Always.
taking the care, getting the sensitivity, getting the stories out from everyone. Thank
Always.
you.
We're very proud to be associated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank
all
you.
the best.
Thank
More
you.
power to you.
Thank you.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking, and proactive professionals.
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again. And again. And again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. Stand up every time and say, I'm not done.
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amritkal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharati Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
देखें कौन नया खिलाड़ी आया है। समझा देते हैं, प्यार से समझाएंगे। ये तो अपनी जुबान है।
जुबान एक हो तो दिल भी एक होने चाहिए। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Why did life test me? Why did it try to crush me, shake me, break me? Why me? Because it knew if I could take this test, I could take anything and say, that was easy.
What's with all these attacks happening in Pakistan every single day, multiple attacks? What's happening in China? China is getting a hammering and a battering of a lifetime. What did China do wrong? After all, so many Indians were saying that, China is such a perfect society. They're vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. But I think India did a far, far better job. We suffered. Of course, many Indians died. But today, India is a stronger nation in terms of immunity.
They spend crores on forced landing. But money can't buy you viewers' trust. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
भारत जोड़ो यात्रा जो समर्थक है यहाँ पे कांग्रेस के, उन्होंने ना तो मास्क पहना है और ना ही किसी भी जो कोविड प्रोटोकॉल है उसको यहाँ पे फॉलो करते हुए दिख रहे हैं।
Thikkadi Kambam National Highway in Tamil Nadu. Tragic accident. 10 people were there in that vehicle which plunged into 50-foot deep pit. Gang war in broad daylight. So news coming in from Rajasthan's Dausa of another gang war.
They spend crores on forced landing. But money can't buy you viewers' trust. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
Former ICICI Bank MD Chanda Kochar, husband Deepak Kochar in a 3-day CBI custody in a loan fraud case. Court orders a survey of the disputed site of the Shahi Eidgah in Mathura. Survey report to be submitted by January the 20th. The BJP takes on Rahul Gandhi over the Bharat Jodo Yatra, slamming him for insulting comment on the army.
सफ़र किया, पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए।
Mehbooba Mufti stokes a controversy. She won't call for crackdown on terror, but now wants relocation for Kashmiri Pandits. After banning women from universities, Taliban now bans women from NGOs, asking NGOs to terminate women employees immediately. And day after 3 are killed in a shootout. Violent clashes break out between protesters and cops in Paris. A very good evening. You're with us here on Republic, and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. We are pouring our spotlight here on Taliban. Now, do remember, Taliban has taken over the reins in Afghanistan. Many people believe and have said that Taliban should be given a chance. People have spoken of a good Taliban. But look at what Taliban is up to. Now, it's a new diktat by the Taliban-led Afghanistan government after shutting the doors of universities for women. In the latest, the Taliban has banned women from working in NGOs. All the national and international NGOs have been asked to terminate their female employees. What you're looking on your screens are also images of the kind of protest that we have seen, the crackdown on the protesters. Both these images on the right and the left of your screens is reflecting the real character of the Taliban. Not surprising, but extremely, extremely worrying. And can the world look the other way around? I want to say good evening to Bare Afghanpour, who's an Afghanistan journalist, joining us live right now in this edition of the news. Bare, good evening, and thank you so much for speaking to us on Republic. I want to know more about these protests. First up, tell us, what is the situation? We've seen women coming out in huge numbers protesting, and then they were beaten up, also looking at water cannons being thrown on them. Okay, I think we have some trouble right now connecting with Bare. We'll just get him back. But let's just take a moment to again recap what we know about the story. Both these images on our screens playing out on the left and the right tells you what happens when women decide to stand up against the Taliban. This is the same Taliban that has a problem with women going to universities, with women going to schools, to educational institutions, to women working, to women even working in NGOs. Every other day, you will see a report of how the Taliban believes that it can rule over everyone else. And it has done that in the last few months, ever since it's been at the helm in Afghanistan. Now, these women are, remember, women being literally kicked. You see that image on the left of your screens of that crackdown on protesters who were out on the streets protesting against the ban on women going to universities. And on the right is the moment where again they were taking forward a protest march. And this is where you see the cops unleashing their water cannons on these women protesters. Like I said, time and again, you've seen these images that have come in from Afghanistan, and the world decides to look the other way. And from that very disturbing story about the Taliban to back home, now this is a Mathura court that has earlier passed an order in the Krish Janmabhoomi Shahi Eidgah case to survey the disputed site. The court, while hearing the petition of the Hindu Sena, has issued an order to survey this disputed site. The court has issued notices now to all parties, and it has said that they have been asked to comply with the court's order. The survey report is to be presented in the court on January the 20th, and this order is on the same lines as a Varanasi court that did order a videographic survey of the Gyan Wapi Masjid.
बालकृष्ण की तरफ से हमने मुकदमा दाखिल किया सिविल सीनियर में, जो कि ट्रांसफर होकर सिविल सीनियर नंबर 3 में पहुंचा। इसमें हमने अपनी डिमांड करी, 3 डिमांड करी। कि जो ठाकुर जी की 5000 साल पुरानी जो जगह थी 13.7 एकड़, जिसमें कि अवैध रूप से शाही ईदगाह का निर्माण करा दिया गया। इसमें काफ़ी समय पूर्व 1967 में भी मुकदमा दाखिल हुआ था, जिसमें कि ट्रस्ट के अलावा एक सोसाइटी गठन की गई थी मैनेजमेंट को संभालने के लिए। उनके द्वारा एक समझौता कर दिया गया अड़चन में, जो कि अवैध था। हमने उसको अवैध शून्य घोषित कराने की सर्वप्रथम रखी है कि वो ट्रस्ट की जगह थी, ट्रस्ट का ही सारा मामला था, ट्रस्ट ही संपत्ति की मामला थी। सोसाइटी को कोई अधिकार नहीं था उसको कंप्रोमाइज़ को समझौते को करने का। सर्वप्रथम शून्य घोषित करने के लिए कहा। और जो अवैध रूप से शाही ईदगाह का जो निर्माण करा गया है हमारी 13.7 एकड़ ठाकुर जी की भूमि में, उसको विस्मार करके हमारे परेशान में दिलाने के लिए हमने उसमें कहा गया। तीसरी हमने मांगी दौरान वाद किसी भी प्रकार का कोई भी अवैध निर्माण अन्य कोई भी इसमें ना हो संपत्ति में, इस चीज़ को भी हमने वहाँ रखा गया। माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष हमने सभी कथन रखे। माननीय न्यायालय ने सारे विस्तार से सुनने के बाद उसमें नोटिस जारी किए गए। वह हमने एक प्रार्थना पत्र दिया गया, उसमें अमीन महोदय से मौके की रिपोर्ट ली जाए सर्वे की, जिससे कि किसी प्रकार का कोई अन्य निर्माण दौरानवाद होता है उसकी जानकारी माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष प्रस्तुत हो सके। अमीन महोदय की रिपोर्ट के प्रार्थना पत्र को माननीय न्यायालय ने स्वीकार किया गया। अब इसमें अग्रिम तिथि 20 जनवरी लगी हुई है। 20 जनवरी तक अमीन महोदय को मौके की स्थिति लाकर न्यायालय के समक्ष प्रस्तुत रखनी पड़ेगी।
क्या कुछ होगा अमीन की रिपोर्ट में, क्या अमीन करेंगे जाकर?
अमीन जितना भी विवादित स्थल है और जो भी 13.7 एकड़ की पूरी भूमि है, पूरी संपत्ति का मौका मुआयना करने के बाद माननीय न्यायालय के सामने मैं नक्शा रिपोर्ट दर्ज रखेंगे। उसके बाद माननीय न्यायालय उस पर अपने अग्रिम आदेश करेंगे।
देखिए, हम बड़े लंबे समय से प्रयासरत थे कि वहाँ पर अमीन सर्वे जाए, क्योंकि ये प्रॉपर्टी हिंदू पक्षकारों की प्रॉपर्टी है। 1670 में औरंगजेब ने तोड़ी थी, ये सब जानते हैं। तो हमारा एकमात्र उद्देश्य था कि वहाँ पर अमीन सर्वे हो जाए, कोर्ट कमीशन जाए और वहाँ की वीडियोग्राफी हो, फोटोग्राफी हो, जितने भी तथ्य हैं, जितने भी एविडेंसेस हैं, सब रिकॉर्ड में आनी चाहिए। इसको लेकर के हमने 23 दिसंबर 2020 को केस सूट फाइल किया था और भी कई लोगों ने फाइल किए थे। तो कल माननीय न्यायालय के द्वारा एक आदेश पारित किया गया है कि वहाँ पर कोर्ट के द्वारा नियुक्त अमीन जाएगा और अमीन जा कर के 20 तारीख तक अपनी रिपोर्ट माननीय न्यायालय में सबमिट करेगा। वहाँ की वीडियोग्राफी होनी करेगा, वो वहाँ की फोटोग्राफी होनी चाहिए और वहाँ जितने भी सिम्बल्स हैं उन सिम्बल्स को रिकॉर्ड पर लेकर के माननीय न्यायालय के आदेश अनुसार वहाँ पर वो दाखिल करेंगे। तो ये कल न्यायालय के द्वारा ये आदेश पारित किया गया है।
क्या ये सर्वे जो ज्ञानवापी की तरह ही होगा, क्या कुछ अलग होगा?
नहीं, जो कोर्ट का प्रोविजन है, सीपीसी का प्रोविजन है कि सर्वे एक जैसा ही होता है, ज्ञानव्यापी की तर्ज पर ही इसका सर्वे होगा, क्योंकि ज्ञानव्यापी में भी सभी तथ्यों को वहाँ रिकॉर्ड में लाए गए थे। कोर्ट कमिश्नर जो गए थे और उन्होंने पूरा जितने भी तथ्य थे सबको रिकॉर्ड में लेकर के माननीय न्यायालय में दाखिल किया था। तो यहाँ भी कोर्ट अमीन जाएंगे, पूरी रिकॉर्डिंग होगी, उसकी वीडियोग्राफी होगी और हम सभी पक्षकार रहेंगे वहाँ पर और वहाँ पर जा कर के इन सभी तथ्यों को जो हिंदी संस्कृति को प्रदर्शित करते हैं उन सब प्रतीकों को रिकॉर्ड कराएंगे और न्यायालय के समक्ष वो सब तथ्यों को रखेंगे, जिससे कि दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाए सबके सामने।
जन्म स्थान के संबंध में जिस मुकदमे में आदेश पारित हुआ, वो मुकदमा कब दाखिल किया, किसने दाखिल किया, उसका क्या विषय वस्तु थी, क्या सब्जेक्ट मैटर था और उसमें क्या रिलीफ मांगी गई है, इसकी कोई जानकारी हमें नहीं है। वो इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि आज तक उस मुकदमे के ना तो कोई नोटिस और संबंध हमें आज तक मिले हैं किसी भी रूप में और ना ही कोई जानकारी हमें दी गई है। यद्यपि कहा यह जा रहा है कि वो मुकदमा 8 तारीख को दाखिल हुआ और 8 तारीख के बाद आज 24 तारीख हो गई, लेकिन आज तक लोकल मथुरा की पार्टीज होने के बावजूद भी हम पर कोई नोटिस और संबंध सर्व नहीं किए गए। और उसमें जैसा सुनने में आया उसी तारीख को ऑनरेबल कोर्ट ने अमीन कमीशन के आदेश जारी कर दिए गए। जो अमीन कमीशन के आदेश जारी किए गए हैं वो बेसिकली किस एप्लीकेशन के माध्यम से जारी किए गए हैं और उसमें क्या चाहा गया है, जैसा कि मैंने अर्ज किया हमारे पास कोई नोटिस संबंध नहीं है तो उसकी कतई कोई जानकारी नहीं है। सबसे पहले आप ही के माध्यम से और न्यूज़पेपर के माध्यम से हमारी जानकारी में आया कि ऐसा कोई मुकदमा दाखिल किया गया जिसमें ऑनरेबल कोर्ट ने वन साइडेड, एक्स पार्टी भी उसे नहीं कहेंगे, एक्स पार्टी तो वो होता है कि हमें नोटिस मिल गए होते और हम अपियर नहीं होते, बल्कि हमारी पीठ के पीछे बिना हमारी जानकारी के वो आदेश पारित कर दिया। और उस आदेश में जैसा कि भी जानकारी में आया उन्होंने मेंशन किया कि उभय पक्षों की उपस्थिति में, अब लीगली अगर देखा जाए उभय पक्षों की उपस्थिति तो तब मानी जाएगी जब दूसरी पार्टी को भी कोर्ट के माध्यम से कोई सूचना या संबंध मिल गए हो। किस तरीके से उभय पक्षों की उपस्थिति में वो आदेश पारित किया गया और किस तरीके से अमीन कमीशन लाया जाएगा, लीगली ऐसा कहीं भी प्रोवाइडेड नहीं है। अलबत्ता कानूनन जिस आधार पर उन्होंने आदेश पारित किया है वो भी अगेंस्ट लॉ है, टोटली आर्बिट्रेरी आदेश है। लीगली ऐसा आदेश पारित नहीं किया जा सकता जब तक कि ऑनरेबल कोर्ट ये पता न कर ले कि दूसरी पार्टी का पक्ष क्या है और उसके आधार पर प्रॉपर्टी की सिचुएशन क्या हो सकती है।
So what really is this story all about, and why is there so much of politics already? Let's say good evening to S.S. Sriram, who's a political analyst, along with Atikur Rahman, who's an Islamic scholar. Good evening to both of you gentlemen, and my first question is to Atikur Rahman. Atikur Rahman, do you welcome this move where the court has ordered for a survey? Do you think this is the best way forward?
This is the worst way forward, Deepthi. Deepthi, we are fed up with the Hindutvawadis pushing the two major communities of India into perpetual enmity by doing all this nonsense. This is a clear violation of a parliamentary act. This is pushing the entire, Indian people into that baggage of history, which the Supreme Court pointed to us that we do not have control over our history. And a very major important point, Deepthi, since there is an agreement between the Shahi Eidgah Mosque and the Krishna Janmasthan Trust, since 1968, they were sleeping, they were waiting for the Ayodhya matter to be resolved and then come out with all these, skeletons out of their cupboards. This was the major reason why the Supreme Court judges said once on the Ayodhya judgment thing that you do not want to make the people of India have a good faith on the law of India. They are challenging a parliamentary act. This is in clear violation of all such major parliamentary acts also, and even the judicial pronouncements.
Okay, Atikur Rahman, I think you're referring to the 1991 Act of Worship, something again that, right now is not being referred to. This is just the first step. But let me see how S.S. Sriram is countering you. Mr. Sriram, what would you say? Is this a provocation, as Atikur Rahman is suggesting, or you believe that this is just the other way forward? This is a way to resolve this ages-old dispute.
Good evening to Aditi and to my fellow panelists, Mr. Atikur Rahman. Deepthi, India cannot forget the fact that thousands of temples were demolished during the Mughals. I'm sure Mr. Atikur Rahman will agree to this. But what is very important or emotionally connected to Hindus are Ayodhya, Kashi and Mathura. And we have seen, even in the Gyanvapi case, there were traces of deities in the outside walls, and we were worshipping them every day till 1993. And there are gray areas in both these mosques. So it is only fair that Muslim brethren do cooperate as coexistence and allow these surveys to give a fair truth to be established. And if it is belonging to Hindus, they should only be very happy to come forward to give this to the Hindu brethren for us to worship the places where we hold close to our heart. So to say that these things are trying to divide two religious community is not the way I would look into. He should rather look at this as invasion where thousands of temples have gone away from this country. And what we are looking for is a solution, a peaceful solution for these three temples, which I'm sure Mr. Atikur Rahman should cooperate and make us happy is my request to him and to the larger community as well.
Okay, I know Atikur Rahman wants to come in, but with your permission, Atikur Rahman, I want to ask a quick counter to Mr. Sriram. Many people then say that is the agenda also to polarize? Is the agenda also then to keep the pot boiling? And why is it that, you keep looking at this pattern again and again? Or you believe that this is just about correcting the historical wrongs?
Is the question to me, Aditi?
Yes, Mr. Sriram. Okay, not sure if Mr. Sriram can hear me, but let's see if Atikur Rahman can. Atikur Rahman, can you hear me? Yes, I think we have some trouble, Mr. Sriram, with your line. I'm just going to reconnect with you. But Atikur Rahman, Yes. But Atikur Rahman,
due regards
my
to Mr.
simple plea is
Sriram,
nothing even has
Mr.
happened. The
Sriram,
court has just ordered for a survey. Right now, is it fair for you to politicize this, to say that this is driven by an agenda? Because this could just be, you know, absolutely nothing like this, a storm in a teacup.
No, Deepti. No, sorry, Deepti. Deepti, this is not an issue to be looked into in isolation. There are a variety of things going on in India against the minorities, the Muslims in particular, and that is why we are worried. And I, with due regards, tell Mr. Sriram, I have no objection. I also agreed on all the various channels and on your channel, Deepti Republic, that what the bigoted Aurangzeb had done, we do not have a control over it. During Aurangzeb's time, Mr. Sriram, there was no constitution, there was no human rights charter of the UN at that time. That bigoted ruler did what he did. Today we have a constitution of India, we have a parliament, we have sensible people in the legislature sitting, and a most important factor, Mr. Sriram, you should have clubbed this, all 3, 4, 50 matters with the Ayodhya thing. Why are you pushing the two major communities into perpetual enmity? I don't have any objection. Take away all the mobs.
But you know, Atikur Rahman, if I may, is there also not fear mongering? Atikur Rahman, like I said, it's become fashionable for some in the country to say that, you know, a community is being targeted. Because see, this is the language of netas, Atikur Rahman. They gain because, you know, a common person does not. A common person does not even understand the nitty-gritties of this politics, Mr. Sriram. Is that not? Because he will see this as a fact of history. And Atikur Rahman mentioned the parliament. He spoke about the Supreme Court. He spoke about the constitution. That is exactly how any dispute is going to be settled in the country. So what is the problem then, Mr. Sriram?
Absolutely. Even the same worshipping act is going to be heard back in the coming years. So there are issues on the law as well. And to keep saying that minorities are under threat, minorities are being scared, honestly, this is not a statement that a genuine Indian, no matter whichever religion he is, will make. They are only trying to milk this for their communal benefit and for their own personal agenda. I think a larger section of people are quite mature enough to handle these issues. And it's only a survey, as you rightly said, Aditi, and for them to fearmonger and to give it a color for communal benefit is something that that the other side always does this, and that's not the way I would look at it at all.
That's a fair point. And I think Asuddin Owaisi also, Atikur Rahman, has tweeted about this entire issue. So I want to know that why should politicians speak out of turn? Because this is a matter about the judiciary. Yeah. This is only and only about the constitution, and this is only about history, Atikur Rahman. Should we allow netas to play politics and everything and then, you know, blame a particular set of netas only, saying that they are the ones politicizing everything? Atikur Rahman.
Deepti, after all our netas, and in particular Mr. Owaisi is a representative of the people representing the Muslims in parliament. His constituency, his party represents the Muslims. Why can we say that he is out of the turn speaking? Secondly, this fear-mongering charge I can level towards the BJP and the RSS too.
Atikur Rahman, I want to read what he's written. I want to read what he's written because this will expose. This will expose their game plan. See what he says. He says, after the Babri Masjid judgment, he says that I had said that it will embolden the Sangh Parivar's mischiefs. He says now Mathura court has also appointed a commissioner to examine evidence inside the Shahi Eidgah complex. This is despite Places of Worship Act prohibiting such litigation. And he's saying it's also despite the masjid and adjacent temple having a written settlement resolving their dispute. Please don't preach give and take when one side is interested in constantly targeting the Muslims. So there is a narrative, Atikur Rahman, and the fact that you have a court, mind you, a court that has ordered this survey, and Asuddin Owaisi says this is the Sangh Parivar's mischiefs. So who's playing politics, Atikur Rahman?
Deepti, the narratives are blunderers from both the sides. What I am pinpointing to you is, why not club everything together? Why are the lower courts entertaining such things which violate the 1991 Places of Worship Act? The Supreme Court should club it together. Take a sumo motu, cognizance of all these things. And Mr. Sriram, why are you just pinpointing one community? Is the RSS not time and again whipping up these passions? The people of India are fed up.
But I don't know what is whipping up these passions.
Move on.
I have an objection. And I want to understand this, because Atikur Rahman, with due respect, sir, when you say whip up passion, there is a legal process that the entire Ayodhya case also followed. The Prime Minister, I remember, out of everyone, the Prime Minister said, we will listen and follow what the court said. That's exactly what happened, Atikur Rahman. So, who's whipping up passions? I want to know this. Who are you alluding to?
Moving an inch towards all these matters related to places of worship is in violation. The court is violating the 1991 Places of Worship Act. What else do you want us to say? And a very important factor, Deepthi, over here is, if you want to reopen all these past cases, I bet even the Ayodhya judgment will be reopened then 10 years hence. Even the Ayodhya judgment, since we do not agree with it, a special parliamentary act was taken into cognizance because the Hindutvavadis does not have a claim over it. So do you accept, Mr. Sriram, that 10 years hence, even the Ayodhya matter will be reopened on the same grounds?
No, Miss.
Atikur Rahman, there is a bit of detail. Mr. Sriram, before you come in, the Mathura district judge, who actually had allowed the civil revision plea of the Sri Krishna Janmabhoomi Trust and other private parties, had said in their order that the provisions of the Places of Worship Act 1991 were not applicable in the case because of section 43(b) of the 91 Act. They also said that the order has mentioned that a worshipper could file a suit as the next friend of a deity. So all these things, Mr. Sriram, will be kept in mind. But I just want to know that, is this an issue that you believe is going to be politicized? Because, you're building up to the big elections of 2024. There are about 9 important elections in the next year itself. Do you believe that this is an issue that will be politicized, like you're seeing what Asuddin Owaisi today has said?
No, absolutely. Before that, I want to make a point to Mr. Atikur Rahman. When he is talking about we should believe in the Constitution of India, so should we to believe in the courts of India, no matter whether it's a lower court or higher court. If the court orders and you come to say that court is making a wrong, is something which I would like you to rethink. As far as your statement is concerned, Aditi, 100% the minority appeasement section will definitely take this in their hands to politicize as much as possible for their benefits and nothing more than that. So I am sure this will definitely come into the thick of action among those who would like to use it for their benefits.
Okay. All right, I just have the last only 10 seconds to Atikur Rahman. We need to wrap. Atikur Rahman, yes. You will follow what the court says, yes or no?
Then Mr. Sriram, what is supreme? What is supreme in India? The Constitution is supreme, or the Supreme Court is supreme, or the Parliament is supreme? Yes. What is supreme, sir? You are making a fun of every sort of these constitutional authorities, where exactly the people of India will question which is supreme, what is supreme. The Constitution stands supreme, sir.
Atikur Rahman, in matters of law, it's the Supreme Court. India is run by the Constitution. That's exactly how this will be. Netas come and go. Netas can continue to play politics only for what of time. Mr. Sriram and Atikur Rahman, thank you both of you gentlemen for your time, for your wisdom. We are going to be tracking that story very, very closely and see who's politicizing what the court has said as we head into a quick break right now. But when we come back, this is a huge story. It's a huge story that has generated a lot of interest The former ICICI Bank MD Chanda Kochar, her husband, remember, have been remanded to CBI custody, and the agencies now have till Monday to find out more details of the entire modus operandi. We will have more details on how the investigation has panned out. Also, Mehbooba Mufti stokes another controversy. She won't call for crackdown on terror, but now wants the relocation for Kashmiri Pandits.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking, and proactive professionals.
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again. And again. And again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. Stand up every time and say, I'm not done.
Guys, just 1 second. Choosing a car for my mom.
What? Online car shopping? Wow, that's so cool, yeah.
Shahrukh ne bataya.
Wait up. Booking a car service.
From here?
क्यों? तुझे शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया?
इसने पूछा ही नहीं. There's so much more जो शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया. It's all on the industry first My Hyundai app. Open a world of possibility with My Hyundai app. One app, many worlds.
आपकी किचन और बाथरूम्स को चाहिए MYK लेटिक्रीट SP100 टाइल जॉइंट का ऑलराउंडर. MYK लेटिक्रीट SP100 जोड़ हो तो ऐसा.
Why did life test me? Why did it try to crush me, shake me, break me? Why me? Because it knew if I could take this test, I could take anything and say, that was easy.
Former ICICI Bank MD Chanda Kochar and husband Deepak Kochar in 3-day CBI custody in loan fraud case. Court orders survey of the disputed site of Shahi Eidgah in Mathura. Survey report to be submitted by January 20.
देश से नफरत करने वाले लोगों के साथ चलकर आप मोहब्बत का कौन सा पैगाम दे रहे हैं राहुल गांधी?
BJP takes on Rahul Gandhi over Bharat Jodo, slams him for insulting. Comment on army.
सबने सफ़र किया पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए.
Mehbooba Mufti stokes controversy. She won't call for crackdown on terror, but now wants relocation for pundits. That's also our debate at 9:30 p.m. All right, we are cutting to pictures coming in from Lucknow. Those are of mortal remains of Havildar Charan Singh of Lalitpur. Let's go to those pictures. Bhupendra Singh of Eta and Shahid Shyam Singh Yadav of Unnao. They've reached Lucknow airport and they are being given their last respects by the soldiers of the Indian Army in the presence of top brass of the UP government. And these are the pictures. We are getting to you of wreath laying ceremony
Remember, yesterday in an accident, in a tragic mishap, 16 soldiers, 13 Jawans, 3 junior commissioned officers had perished while on duty when their truck in which they were traveling in Sikkim to Thangu Valley slipped on the road and fell into a gorge. And these pictures coming in, mortal remains of Havildar Charan Singh of Lalitpur, Bhupender Singh of Etah, and Shahid Shyam Singh Yadav of Unnao. They've reached Lucknow airport today, and now these are live pictures coming in from Lucknow. All right, Major Gaurav Varra is joining us over the phone. Major, all right, Major, what I want to understand is, Major, that, you know, could this tragic accident been avoided, this slipping of the truck and going down the gorge? It's a tragic loss for the nation, 16 soldiers dying because of a road accident.
You see, actually what happens in the mountains is, there is a very old saying that mountains eat men. And it is said in different context. So this is not said in this context. But the fact of the matter is that in mountains, sometimes the weather is so bad that helicopters cannot fly. There isn't enough space for an airstrip. And the volume of movement of both men and material, including weapons, including ammunition, fuel, and, kerosene and POL is the biggest load that army trucks have to carry, including people going on leave, coming back from leave, etc., going on temporary duties. So this continues, and it is impossible to have airlift of that capacity in such remote areas which has inclement weather. Yes, of course, army drivers are well trained, they are extremely careful, but we must understand that in such areas they are not fighting against the enemy, they are fighting against nature. And mostly when you fight against nature, it's very difficult to win. And this is not the first time that such incidents are happening, unfortunately. It's a tragic loss of 16 lives, 3 JCOs and 13 NCOs plus other ranks. But unfortunately, there is no stopping this sort of movement because troops have to be supplied on the front, and they always cannot be supplied by air. You'll have to use the roads, you'll have to go by ground, and such a loss, unfortunately, is something that, the duty on the border demands, the mountains demand.
Obviously, and Major, of course, the nation is solidly behind the families in their hour of sadness as these Bravehearts are bid adieu. Thank you so much, Major Gaurav Varra, there joining us over the pictures coming in from Lucknow of mortal remains of 3 of the Jawans who perished in that accident in Sikkim being handed over to the families. Moving on, an important story coming in from Kashmir. Almost like a controversy, child PDP chief and former JNK Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti sparks another one. Says there should be relocation of pundits for some time so that they should feel safe. Of course, she was on the face of it sympathizing with the pundits, but then is it as simple as that? Let's listen in.
तकलीफ को जानने की कोशिश करें, उसका कोई इजाला करें कि आप उसको डिक्टेट देते हो, एक अल्टीमेटम देते हो कि आप ज्वाइन करो नहीं तो आपकी तनख्वाहें बंद होंगी। ये गलत है। बहुत सफ़र किया है, सबने सफ़र किया, पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए ताकि जब उनको इत्मीनान हो जाए कि कश्मीर में हालात सही हो गए हैं, वो वापस अपनी ड्यूटी पे जा सकते हैं, तो उनको तब ड्यूटी पे जाने के लिए कहना चाहिए। अभी इस तरह से मजबूर नहीं किया।
क्या रिलोकेशन एक सही रहेगा फैसला अगर रिलोकेट किया जाएगा, मसला हल होगा उनका?
देखिए, मैं कह रही हूँ कि अभी कोई बीच का रास्ता निकलना चाहिए ताकि वो बेचारे इतने महीनों से परेशान हैं, यहाँ पर हैं, बच्चे कहीं खुद कहीं और बहुत ही मुश्किल हालात में 2-4 हैं वो इस वक्त, तो ऐसे में मुझे लगता है गवर्नर साहब को इसमें नजरसानी करके कोई ना कोई बीच का रास्ता निकाल.
All right, senior leader of the BJP, Kavinder Gupta, joins us over the phone from Jammu. Mr. Gupta, Mehbooba Mufti there clearly saying that Kashmiri Pandit employees of the Jammu and Kashmir government should be sent back to Jammu for the time being, given the fact that there is no safety for them. Would you agree with them, given the fact that she is clearly responding to J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha just a couple of days back, saying that there would be no free lunches, you can't give them salary without work?
देखिए, जहां तक कश्मीरी पंडित का सवाल है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी उनके साथ खड़ी है, लेकिन महबूबा मुफ्ती जी का बयान ये नहीं चाहते कि कश्मीरी पंडित वहां जाकर के बसे। ये अपने बयानों पर जिस प्रकार से मिलिटेंट्स के हक में पाकिस्तान के बात करने का जो समर्थन करती हैं, इस प्रकार के बयान देकर के जब कोई मिलिटेंट मरता है तो उनको घरों में चली जाती हैं, उनके हक में बयान देती हैं। लेकिन इनका ये जो कश्मीरी पंडित के प्रति दर्द आज झलकना शुरू हुआ है, ये साफ जाहिर करता है ये कि ड्रामा है। और कश्मीरी पंडितों के हम भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी चाहती है कि वहां पर कश्मीरी पंडित समाज को एक सम्मानपूर्वक तरीके से वहां पर लाया जाए। अभी भी कुछ करने की जरूरत है। ठीक है, जब हालात टारगेट किलिंग का जो मामला है, जब टारगेट किलिंग के थ्रेट्स देने वाले जो लोग हैं, उनका तो महबूबा मुफ्ती समर्थन करती है। हम नहीं चाहते कि वहां पर जिस प्रकार से कश्मीरी पंडित वहां पर रह करके उनको इन्हीं लोगों द्वारा जो प्रवोक किया जाता है, उसी के कारण से इस प्रकार के हालात बनते हैं। बाकी ठीक है कि जिस प्रकार से कश्मीरी पंडित समाज को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, उसको काफी लोगों को मार भी गिराया गया है, लेकिन अभी भी बहुत कुछ करना बाकी है। इन्हीं द्वारा फैलाई गई मिलिटेंसी का ये परिणाम है।
कविंदर गुप्ता जी, पर इसका फिर सॉल्यूशन क्या है? करना चाहिए, नहीं करना चाहिए? मामला तो बीच में ही लटक गया।
देखिए
महबूबा मुफ्ती की जो भी पॉलिटिक्स हो, वो शायद कोशिश कर रही है ये दिखाने की कि हालात ठीक नहीं है, पर कश्मीरी पंडित का वो जो एम्प्लॉइज हैं, उनका सॉल्यूशन कुछ तो निकालना पड़ेगा। आपके जम्मू में ही रोज प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं, हम तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं।
जो टारगेट किलिंग के पीछे जो लोग हैं, जो लोग इनको फंडिंग कर रहे हैं, जो लोग इनको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं उनको भी पकड़ने की जरूरत है। कभी पाकिस्तान के आगे या मिलिटेंट्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के आगे या TRF के आगे तो सरेंडर नहीं किया जा सकता। लेकिन ये जरूर है, फॉर द टाइम बिंग जब तक है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी इनका समर्थन की है कि इनकी पेज जल्दी से जल्दी रिलीज की जाए और वहां पर इस प्रकार से इनको अकोमोडेशन या इस प्रकार से वो प्रोवाइड की जाए जो सेफ हो। अभी जहां भी कुछ खामियां हैं उसको पूरा किया जाए।
All right. Thank you so much. Dhanyawad, Kavinder Gupta ji there, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, also a leader of the BJP, countering Mehbooba Mufti, saying that she is perhaps trying to build a narrative that things are not normal in the valley. Moving on and to a story which sort of reflects on where the society is headed. A popular TV actor, Tunisha Sharma, allegedly committed suicide today. Police have confirmed that the incident occurred on the set of a TV serial. In a fresh twist now, police says that they will investigate it from all angles, both of murder and suicide. No suicide note has been recovered from the spot. Police are questioning everyone who was present on the set during that time. Okay, we in fact have Alicia live from our Mumbai newsroom. Alicia, over to you. If you could share more details with our viewers. Do we have the version of the family, and why is the police suspecting or looking into murder angle as well?
Well, Abhishek, what the Wali police who has already been present at the spot, the location where the TV actress Tunisha Sharma, who has committed suicide. It's alleged that she has committed suicide, but yes, the police has been looking into the both angle, whether it is suicide or whether it is murder. So they have been asking a question to every people who were present in the set, because this has happened this afternoon, where Tunisha Sharma was on a tea break and she was there in a makeup room while she committed suicide, and it was many of the people who were trying to reach out to her, but the doors were closed, and once they entered, they saw that she is no more, and specifically when taken to the hospital where the doctors has declared a broad dead. So the ADR is what have been registered by the Wali police right after they got the information, and the police officials has also reached to the location. It is just because they have been looking both the angle, which is a murder as well, because they haven't found any suicide note in the same location. location for which both the angles is being looked after by the Wali police who have been present, and they have been questioning each and every member who have been present in the set.
All right, Alicia there. Thank you so much for joining us with those details. Another young life, just all of 20, snuffed under the burden of ambitions. Of course, investigation is on. Police not ruling out any angle. The family is yet to speak. On that note, moving on to our next story, and that's on COVID in China, which is causing havoc in the Dragon country. For days, Republic has been showing you the total COVID chaos that China is witnessing. And we've been questioning as to what is China hiding. Now, a leaked Chinese government document has surfaced. Almost 250 million people in China may have been affected or infected by COVID-19 in just the last 20 days after the zero COVID policy was diluted in the first week of the month. According to Radio Free Asia, citing that leaked government document circulating on social media. There was a meeting, in fact, that took place at China's National Health Commission, and as per the leaked document, the discussion there was of 248 million people who were infected with COVID-19 from December 1 to 20, or that's roughly 17.65% of China's population. As per Radio Free Asia, the data on COVID cases released by the government officials on December 20 is, however, different from the reality, which is the official data, of course, 37 million. All right, on that note, a very short break. And when we come back on the other side, after banning women from universities, Taliban bans women from NGOs, asks NGOs to terminate women employees. A day after 3 killed in shooting, violent clashes break out between protesters and cops in Paris. On the other side.
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again. And again. And again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. Stand up every time. And say, I'm not done.
क्या हुआ रोहन, क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया, पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो, एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए।
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा घर के रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? रिया, अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
देखें कौन नया खिलाड़ी आया है। समझा देते हैं, प्यार से समझाएंगे। ये तो अपनी जुबान है।
जुबान एक हो तो दिल भी एक होने चाहिए। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Invest once and enjoy guaranteed maturity with life cover with LIC's Dhan Varsha, a single premium plan for your family's security and prosperity.
All right, welcome back. Back in India now, from China. The government is stepping up preparations for fight against any surge due to COVID. In the fresh guidelines, Union Health Ministry has made RT-PCR test mandatory, in fact, for international arrivals from China Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong and Thailand. Remember, just 2 days back, the government had also decided that on all international arrivals in every flight, at least 2% of the arrivals would be randomly tested. But now, for these specific nations, which includes China, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong and Thailand, everyone would be mandatorily tested with an RT-PCR. On arrival, if any passenger of these countries is found symptomatic or test positive for COVID-19, then he or she will be put under quarantine. In fact, Health Minister said that the centre is on alert mode and has increased surveillance. Let's listen to what Mansukh Mandavia, the Union Health Minister, said.
देश में आज कोविड का केस बढ़ा है और देश में कोविड महामारी न फैले उसके लिए हम अलर्ट मोड पर काम कर रहे हैं। हमने एयर सर्वेलेंस भी चालू किया है, सुएज सर्वेलेंस भी चालू किया है और ह्यूमन सर्वेलेंस तो हो ही रहा है। ये तीनों सर्वेलेंस से पता चल रहा है कि अभी दिल्ली और मुंबई में सुएज और एयर सर्वेलेंस में आरएनए मिला है। उसको देखते हुए आने वाले दिनों में क्या क्या प्रिकॉशन लेना है, उस लिए हम सभी राज्यों को अलर्ट दे रहे हैं, राज्यों के साथ इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर कर रहे हैं। हम देश के सभी नागरिक को भी अलर्ट करना चाहते हैं कि आप मास्क का उपयोग करें, आप जरूरत बिना कारण से भीड़ में न जाइए, सैनिटाइजर का उपयोग करें, कोविड एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर का पालन करें ताकि हम कोविड को रोक पाए और देश को सुरक्षित रख पाए।
All right, earlier our team in Delhi spoke to Dr. Sanjay Rai of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, who has headed the department which led the vaccine trials on COVID. He said that there is no need to panic. Let's listen in.
Yes, we have Professor Sanjay Rai from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. सर धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। इस समय दोबारा से कोविड के केसेस जिस तरीके से चाइना, जापान, यूएसए में बढ़ रहे हैं, स्पेसिफिकली चाइना में क्योंकि वो हमारे पड़ोसी देश हैं, कितना वरी होने का सिचुएशन है हमारे लिए, है भी कि नहीं?
जो हमारे यहाँ कंट्रोल है उसका मेन रीज़न जो है नेचुरल इन्फेक्शन है। ये हाईली वैक्सीनेटेड कंट्रीज हैं, चाहे आप साउथ कोरिया की बात कर लें, जापान इवन 4 डोज तक दिया जा चुका है। सो चाइना 346 करोड़ से ज़्यादा डोजेज दिए जा चुके हैं। बट वैक्सीन से इसलिए शायद डेथ कम हो रही है, जितनी होनी नहीं, अगर वैक्सीन दी गई होती तो डेथ और ज़्यादा होती वहाँ पे। लेकिन फिर भी उसको रोक पाना असंभव सा होता है। हाँ, आरएनए वायरस होने के कारण यहाँ पे भी हो सकता है, केसेस हो सकते हैं कहीं भी, क्योंकि री इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है, ब्रेक थ्रू इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है, बट उससे सीवियरिटी बढ़ेगी और डेथ बढ़ेगा, बहुत ही अनलाइकली है। तो हमें पैनिक होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हाँ, इसको मॉनिटर करते रहने की ज़रूरत है। सरकार अपने आप कर रही है, सरकार ने प्रोएक्टिव रोल लिया है, उसने सारे एडवाइजरी जारी कर दिए, सारे स्टेट को भेज दिया एडवाइजरी। मॉनिटर करना ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। इस
All right, no need to panic on that. Not a short break. On the other side, former ICICI Bank MD Chanda Kochar and husband Deepak Kochar in 3-day CBI custody in loan fraud case. Also, court orders survey of the disputed site at Shahi Idgah in Mathura. Survey report to be submitted by January 20.
Ladies and gentlemen, you expected the puzzle, but for a law person, this is not a game.
Explain it to us, detective.
Holy! Everyone is in danger.
All right, when's the murder mystery start?
Why did life test me? Why did it try to crush me, shake me, break me. Why me? Because it knew if I could take this test, I could take anything and say, that was easy.
आइए नए उत्तर प्रदेश की क्षमता और असीमित अवसरों से सफलता की नई कहानी लिखें। यूपी ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स समिट 10 से 12 फरवरी 2023। नए भारत के ग्रोथ इंजन उत्तर प्रदेश में निवेश करें।
एक दिन मैं सोते सोते गिर गया और मुझे कुछ नहीं हुआ। पता है किसने किया? घोस्ट ने। मेरा दोस्त है, वो हर बार मुझे बचा लेता है। घोस्ट को कैसे पता मैं अंधेरे से डरता हूँ? घोस्ट मेरा दोस्त है, मिलोगे?
अरे कोई घोस्ट नहीं, रोनी के पापा ही हैं जो उसे सेफ रखते हैं। जैसे हैवेल्स लाइफ शील्ड वायर्स जो दिखते नहीं पर घर को सेफ रखते हैं। ना आग पकड़े न जहरीली गैस छोड़े। वायर्स दैट डोंट कैच फायर।
Right, welcome back. In a wrap of stories from across the country, former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kochar and husband, who were arrested in loan fraud case, have been granted CBI custody by the court. And a big development in the Shahi Eidgah versus Krishna Janmabhoomi case. A local court has ordered survey. This comes in the backdrop of a plea demanding the removal of the Shahi Eidgah from that Mathura complex. Amid global alarm over COVID, India swings into action mode. Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia has made RT-PCR mandatory for international passengers coming in from specific countries including China, Japan, Hong Kong, among others.
हम देश के सभी नागरिक को भी अलर्ट करना चाहते हैं कि आप मास्क का उपयोग करें, आप जरूरत बिना कारण से भीड़ में न जाइए, सैनिटाइजर का उपयोग करें, कोविड एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर का पालन करें ताकि हम कोविड को रोक पाए और देश को सुरक्षित रख पाए।
As India fights against COVID-19, Rahul Gandhi continues with his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Amid massive backlash, the BJP has fired a Parivar over protocol jibe on Rahul Gandhi.
Did Rahul Gandhi as a responsible person isolate himself? Start wearing a mask? He could be an asymptomatic carrier. Did he get himself tested? Did he do all the protocols that are required? Today he is saying mask is a bahana. COVID is a bahana. First they spread vaccine hesitancy. They spread lies and rumors about vaccines. Bachade ka khoon mila hai. Vaccines will be very dangerous for you. And now they are saying masks are also a bahana.
PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti has stoked yet another controversy. She said there should be a relocation of pundits for some time so that they should feel safe. The question arises, why is Mufti not calling for crackdown on terror but wants relocation of pundits?
कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए ताकि जब उनको इत्मीनान हो जाए कि कश्मीर में हालात सही हो गए हैं, वो वापस अपनी ड्यूटी पे जा सकते हैं, तो उनको तब ड्यूटी पे जाने के लिए कहना चाहिए। अभी इस तरह से मजबूर नहीं किया जाए।
Wreath-laying ceremony of 16 army personnel who lost their lives in an accident was held today. This comes after 16 army jawans, including 3 junior commissioned officers, lost their lives after a vehicle carrying them fell into a gorge in Sikkim yesterday.
देश से नफरत करने वाले लोगों के साथ चलकर आप मोहब्बत का कौन सा पैगाम दे रहे हैं राहुल गांधी?
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking, and proactive professionals.
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again. And again. And again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. Stand up every time. And say, I'm not done.
...2022 में सुबु ने कंसिस्टेंटली अंडर परफॉर्म किया और 3 बार डिमोट होकर भी दिखाया, पर सुबु तो उड़ रहा है क्योंकि जियो मार्ट के ग्रैंड फिनाले सेल में शॉपिंग पर मिलेगा अप टू 80% ऑफ। तो साल जैसा भी गया हो, एंडिंग तो जबरदस्त होगी।
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amrit Kaal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharati Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
देखें कौन नया खिलाड़ी आया है, समझा देते हैं, प्यार से समझाएंगे। ये तो अपनी जुबान है।
जुबान एक हो तो दिल भी एक होने चाहिए। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Volkswagen Tygoon, India's safest SUVW. Volkswagen.
.2% across India, 35% across English markets, 46% across super prime time, 43% across urban India. Channels that spend crores lose to content. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
Burning question.
A very good evening. The show is called The Burning Question and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. Ladies and gentlemen, Rahul Gandhi has been walking the Bharat Jodo Yatra. He's in the national capital. He's still not masked. The Yatra is not following any COVID protocols. They insist this is nothing but just an attempt to belittle the Congress party, and the BJP is running scared. The BJP on the other side has launched a full frontal attack on Rahul Gandhi, the Congress, their ideology and much more. We will deep dive into that big political debate and much more. First up, the headlines. Former ICICI Bank MD Chanda Kochar and husband Deepak Kochar in a 3-day CBI custody in a loan fraud case. Court orders the survey of the disputed site of the Shahi Eidgah in Mathura. The survey report will be submitted by January the 20th.
करने वाले लोगों के साथ चलकर आप मोहब्बत का कौन सा पैगाम दे रहे हैं राहुल गांधी?
The BJP takes on Rahul Gandhi over the Bharat Jodo Yatra, slamming him for insulting our armed forces.
सबने सफ़र किया, पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए।
That is Mehbooba Mufti stoking another controversy. She won't call for the crackdown on terror but wants relocation of Kashmiri Pandits. After banning women from the universities, Taliban bans women now from NGOs, asking NGOs to terminate women employees with immediate effect.
And a day after 3 are killed in a shootout, violent clashes now break out between protesters and the cops in Paris. First up, this is about Rahul Gandhi. This is about Rahul Gandhi, who believes COVID is just a bahana. There is no COVID. The idea is only and only to actually stop his yatra. And this is something that he's been reiterating for the last few days. The last few days, remember, time and again, you've seen the government, the health minister writing to him, appealing to him that please mask up, please follow COVID protocols. He hasn't done anything of that. And now, the BJP, launching a full frontal attack on Rahul Gandhi, has questioned him on his ideology, on the people who've been walking along with him in this Bharat Jodo Yatra. The BJP says that is the Tukde Tukde gang. So what is the ideology of the Congress party? Not just that. They also want to ask him about the many insults that the Congress party has heaped on our armed forces. And the BJP says enough is enough. Let's quickly bring together everything that's happened on that top focus story, and then we debate.
Rahul Gandhi's walkathon finally reached the national capital. The Congress used the platform to run down the army.
चाइना ने 2000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर हमारी जमीन ले ली है। प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं कि हमारे बॉर्डर के अंदर कोई नहीं आया। तो भैया प्रधानमंत्री जी, अगर कोई नहीं आया तो हमारी सेना उनकी सेना के साथ 21 बार क्यों बात कर रही है? और हमारे जो सेना के लोग हैं, हमारे डिफेंस फोर्सेस के लोग हैं, वो क्यों कह रहे हैं कि चाइना ने हमारी जमीन ले ली है?
To ridicule the very real COVID threat.
ये जो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा बड़ी यशस्वी हो रही है, बीजेपी को ऐसा हो रहा है, वो डर गए हैं, इसीलिए ये कोविड का बहाना बीच में लाए हैं। अरे कोविड नहीं है कहीं भी, कोई एक मास्क भी नहीं पहना, आप देखिए, और किसी को कुछ नहीं हुआ।
And now the BJP is hitting back.
चले हैं मोहब्बत का पैगाम लेकर और साथ में वो चल रहे हैं जो भारत को तोड़ने की बात करते हैं। टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के सक्रिय सदस्य उनकी यात्रा में विभिन्न जगह चले हैं या नहीं चले हैं, ये भाजपा जानना चाहती है। देश से नफरत करने वाले लोगों के साथ चलकर आप मोहब्बत का कौन सा पैगाम दे रहे हैं राहुल गांधी?
The BJP is calling out the anti-army tendencies of the Congress.
सेना के प्रति नफरत और सैन्य अस्त्रों को लेकर तिजारत, ये आपकी पार्टी की राजनीति रही है राहुल गांधी। और आपने याद करिए, आपने राफेल जब खरीदा गया तब भी सवाल किया था, आपने उरी पर भी सवाल किया था, और आपने बालाकोट का भी प्रमाण मांगा था। हमेशा भारत की सेना के शौर्य को कमजोर करने में आपको अंदर से अच्छा लगता है।
It's a political face-off like no other. Let's debate.
So what really is going on? What really is the problem that Rahul Gandhi cannot follow the COVID protocols? And what really is the merit in the BJP today hitting all out at Rahul Gandhi? Is Rahul Gandhi driving the agenda? Is the BJP being reactive? Those and many more questions that a lot of our viewers are also thinking about. We'll take it to our entire panel of guests. Sardar R.P. Singh of the BJP, Desh Ratan Nigam is an advocate of the Supreme Court, Pankaj Sharma is a senior journalist, and my first question, as I say good evening to all of you gentlemen, is to George Kurian, who's a political strategist. He also leans towards the Congress parties. George, what is the problem in masking up? What is the problem in following COVID protocols?
Well, Dipti, very good evening to your viewers. There is absolutely no problem as such, unless there is an official protocol and advisory issued by the center to all the states. The Congress party and its leadership is determined, and they haven't said no to it. they will follow all the guidelines followed, which comes their way, and it should be for the across the country for all the.
But George,
functions,
Rahul Gandhi says COVID
not
to
just
bahana
singling
hai.
it out.
Rahul Gandhi does not say that he will adhere to these norms. And is he not then setting a bad precedent? He says COVID to bahana hai. So what's happening in China, the government acting, before time, the government warning all of us that please be prepared, please be alert. All this is bahana?
Well, Dipti, one has to understand BJP today is just trying to build up a narrative. If at all, tomorrow, let's presume there is a surge in COVID that takes place because COVID has become a new normal. Still, I'm just giving a hypothetical situation. The Bharatiya Janata Party and all the machinery will have an option to corner the Congress Party and blame the Congress Party for not adhering to the request that the Health Minister had made to the Congress Party with respect to Bharat Jodo Yatra. See, we can understand the frustration and nervousness that BJP is showing up in BJP because they have faltered on, and the false narrative and propaganda they've been successful in garnering all across using all the machinery. So this is nothing but just a excuse, I would say, at this point in time. So Congress Party will adhere to all the norms if there is an official protocol in place.
George, it is not just about the COVID protocols. The problem is also about what Rahul Gandhi has said about China. And I want to take the permission of all our guests because I want to ask you that question before I open this debate up. On China, Rahul Gandhi has said कि भारतीय soldiers को पीट दिया गया है. He used that word, पीट दिया गया है. So I also want to know from you कि ये क्या है? What kind of politics is this? What is Rahul Gandhi's source of information? And if he is wrong, if he does not hear what the Raksha Mantri says, what the Home Minister says, and if he's made a mistake, why is he not apologizing? He's reiterating the same comment.
Well, Rahul Gandhi has said in the past, and he has said in the recent past as well, that China has entered the Indian side of PLA. It has taken about 2,000 square kilometers right from Ladakh until Arunachal Pradesh. To the eastern side.
George, my question isn't that. My question is specifically on what he means when he says कि भारतीय जवानों को पीट दिया है PLA. From where do you get that information? What is the source of that information?
Dipti, the entire nation has seen the video that has gone viral. It's in public domain for everyone to see. There was standoff between the PLA troops of the Chinese side and the Indian side counterparts. And nobody can deny the fact that there was standoff between the both sides, and both sides have taken the brushes.
But that is different. That is different. And let's open this up because, George, you also know in your heart that you're not able to defend Rahul Gandhi on either of these two issues. Sardar R.P. Singh Saab, there is also a question that goes out to the BJP. The BJP is known to be setting the agenda most of the times. You say Rahul Gandhi is a non-entity. Rahul Gandhi kuch nahi hai. You've called him a pappu. Now today I want to know, why are you actually, letting Rahul Gandhi set the agenda? Are you people being reactive?
First, pappu was not our word. It was coined by Rahul Gandhi's dear friend Navjot Singh Sidhu, who's in jail right nowadays. So don't blame us for pappu as a word. One. Secondly, we're not. Okay. It's not about agenda. It's about nation first. I mean, the more important thing is whether we are Indian or are we nationalist or not. And when I say so, it is in regard to Corona. You hear all the panelists or all the people who come to defend Rahul Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi for himself. I mean, the way they are behaving, it reminds me of April 2020 of Maulana Saad. And then Maulana Saad of Tablighi Jamaat was talking the same tone and tenor. I mean, he said, "Humko corona nahi ho sakta. Corona, we can't be suffering from corona. We have someone up there. Lord will help us. Allah hum pe mehr karega. Humko corona ho nahi sakta." And then we all know what happened thereafter. So it's probably in that level that it's happening. I mean, I'm sorry to say that they know how badly the China is suffering. America, there's a problem. Japan, there's a problem. And then it can happen here. I mean, it happened in the Yatra also. The Himachal CM suffered from corona, has to go back, and he's confined now in isolation. So there's the effect. But they don't believe in all this, and then they say there's no advisory. I mean, the health minister is requesting you, and then has given you advice. I mean, they say what else advisory you need? Oh no, BJP ke advisory. I mean, I'm shocked. What BJP ke advisory is something like, give me a second. It's BJP ka vaccination hai.
So Pankaj Sharma.
So give me a second.
Can you deny the fact that the Himachal Chief Minister, RP Singh Saab, you make a valid point. Let's take that to Pankaj, and then we'll take the debate forward. Pankaj, this is a fact. The Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister was in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Later only when he was supposed to meet with the Prime Minister is where he got himself tested, and that is where it came out that he was corona positive. Now, he's been isolated. He got into isolation. But why did Rahul Gandhi and the entire set of Yatris who were there with him walking, did they get themselves tested or quarantined? Pankaj?
See, let there be a corona protocol. Let the government impose the corona protocol. Then everyone will follow that. See, where is corona? When Rahul Gandhi says this, where is corona? That means how many cases are there in Delhi, active cases? How many cases are there in UP, Punjab, Himachal, Haryana, or anywhere? See, 2 cases,
Have
2
you seen
active
what's
cases in
happening in
whole
China?
UP. See, fine. I am saying that taking
Pankaj,
precaution,
that is not the point. You know, this is
precaution-
exactly a problem. When we allow politics to get Desh Ratan Nigam in the middle of national health.
See,
This
let
is
me-
about
let me
national health.
complete.
You know, we are
Let
putting
me
out just 2
complete.
images on our screens. Pankaj,
let me
look very
please-
carefully.
let me
On the
please
right of our
complete. Let me
screens are
please
images
add
from the
one
Bharat
sentence
Jodo
to this.
Yatra. On the left is what's
Let me
happening in
please-
China. It's
please
only
add
and
one
only a
sentence to
sheer
this.
luck today that India has
me
numbers
please-
that have not escalated. The situation is under
Let me
control.
please-
But that does
let
not
me
mean,
please-
Pankaj, that we are not prepared. Desh Ratan Nigam, Desh Ratan Nigam, who will be responsible tomorrow if, God forbid, the situation goes out of control. So many people all there together. We do not know how many of them have got themselves tested. No one is masked up. And Pankaj Sharma is saying कि क्या हो गया अभी तो थोड़े ही केस है.
No, I am just
Yes,
asking
yes,
a
this is how
question.
this
If
Pankaj ji
the
question
corona
is to me.
situation-
Pankaj
if
ji
the
question
corona
is to me.
situation has
Don't
gone
take
so
my airtime.
serious, will-
Don't
Pankaj,
take my
listen to
airtime.
Mr. Nigam, then I'm
Pankaj
going to come
ji.
back to you.
Pravasi Bharatiya Divas
Please,
Samaroh,
please,
which is
please.
being held for 3
Please.
days in Indore.
Let's not have a monologue
and
here.
thousands of delegates are
Mr.
coming
Sharma,
from
let's
all
not have
over
a
the world.
monologue here.
Even the
The
honorable
question is to
president
me.
and the prime minister
Question
would be
is to
going
me.
there. So is
I think
government
Deepti, you have to
ready
ask him to be
cancel
quiet.
that Pravasi Bharatiya Divas Samaroh?
How do you know?
if
How do you
corona
know, Pankaj,
situation
that
has become
COVID
so
protocols
serious?
will not be followed in that event? Pankaj, 1 second. How do you know that COVID protocols will not be followed there? You are prejudging the situation. That is the problem. He's talking of the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas that's going to be held in Indore.
Most of those
No,
countries,
Pankaj,
according
but
to you, are
this
having
is a
very
Bharat Jodo
serious
Yatra
corona
that we have
situation.
seen. And
So
it is
first
not
stop
just
them.
about not following COVID protocols. You know, Rahul Gandhi has lied. He has, used words for our armed forces, which is belittling them, which demoralizes them, Pankaj. The problem is manifold. Mr. Nigam.
He has used.
Yes,
What
yes,
has he
yes,
said?
yes.
कि
In
पीट
fact,
दिया है. आप दिखाइए कहाँ पीट दिया है.
Deepti,
Are you
the
allowed to speak
derogatory
like that,
remarks-
Mr. Nigam? Apologies, sir, please.
See,
The
Indian
derogatory
soldiers were
remarks,
admitted in Guwahati
remarks that have been made by Rahul
Pankaj,
and
let
company.
Mr. Nigam come in.
He says that
He hasn't spoken yet. Then I'm going to come to you.
injured army soldiers were admitted in Guwahati hospital.
Please,
That is
please,
what he
please,
meant.
Pankaj, have some
आपको
etiquette.
सुनना है, Pankaj?
Have
You
some
want to hear
etiquette.
exactly what Rahul Gandhi said? We'll play out that bite if you want to hear. But I want Mr. Nigam first to respond. Mr. Nigam.
I have objection to what he said today.
Pankaj, have some etiquettes and discipline. Have some etiquettes and discipline.
Enjoy themselves.
You don't
Yes,
want to hear to
Mr.
others.
Nigam.
Have some etiquettes and discipline. Deepti, the fact is the derogatory nature of comments which have been coming from the Congress is not a new thing. Please remember, OROP was never implemented by Congress, and when it is implemented by BJP and then revision takes place now, they want to take credit for it. And secondly, they have even equated our Chief of Army Staff with Sadak Ka Gunda. Then when the Doklam happens, they have secret meetings with the ambassador, and when they go on some kind of a yatra on Kailash, they meet Chinese ministers, which is admitted by Rahul Gandhi, openly admitted by Rahul Gandhi. Then they have an MOU with the Congress. Then they have 1.35 crores
BJP
received by
also
Rajiv
has an
Gandhi
MOU with
Foundation.
Chinese.
So this is
BJP also
the
has
kind
an
of
MOU with Chinese
this is the
Communist
kind of.
Party.
Please don't interrupt. Please have some etiquettes. I never interrupted you.
Pankaj, why don't you let him complete his point?
Minister of Gujarat wanted to introduce
So
Mandarin.
Why are you getting rattled,
therefore, what you
Pankaj?
see-
Pankaj, why should you get rattled? Listen to him. Listen to him. You had your say. Please listen to the others. Mr. Nigam.
Another important factor is I think it does not require rocket science. It just needs a common sense. A yatra which is interstate, where there is no discipline, no protocol, can be a super spreader. Please remember that something like Tablighi Jamaat that we had seen in the past. So therefore, an organized meeting, localized meeting, or a Pravasi Bharatiya conference is different because a protocol is followed, sanitization is followed, the social distancing. Please look at the visuals. Look at the visuals. It can scare anybody of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, the so-called Bharat Jodo Yatra. It can be a super spreader.
Pankaj, I do not think you keep yourself abreast with information coming in. Just today it has been announced that there is going to be a mandatory RT-PCR for international travelers, particularly traveling from countries that have seen a surge in the cases. So how do you know that, COVID protocols are not being followed? When it comes to you, you want to run away from your responsibility, which is absolutely not done. Because, if Rahul Gandhi is a leader, George, can you really defend this? I mean, what is the problem in wearing a mask? What is the problem? Or the idea is that you will not listen to the government on absolutely anything. You will lie. You will not put out the proof to tell us कि कहां पर हमारे जवानों को पीटा गया. But you will say हमारे जवानों को पीटा गया. Again and again and again. George.
Well, Dipti, let me speak. Dipti, it is very easy to defend the Congress party and the Bharat Jodo in today's context. But whereas it is very difficult for my BJP counterparts to defend themselves with respect to Bharat Jodo and the COVID politics behind it. One has to understand the rule has to apply the law of the land for everyone. Selective, it cannot be selective just to Bharat Jodo Yatra. If the government today comes up with a circular or a protocol saying that mask is mandatory, social distancing is mandatory.
Selective? There was a case.
Let me finish.
I've just explained something. See, George, we can't be repeating the same things. Let's take the debate forward. You had a Himachal Pradesh chief minister who was a part of this yatra. He is tested positive. The reason why you have member of parliaments from Rajasthan who write to the health minister. The health minister takes note of it and he says, listen, because, we are reporting cases from the Bharat Jodo Yatra, please follow COVID protocols. It's as simple. No one is stopping your yatra. You can continue to, have your yatra. All that they are saying is please follow COVID protocols. So what is the problem?
Okay, so has the health minister also written letters to the yatras that is going on in Rajasthan at this point in time? Has the letter been gone to the Kankaria Carnival Festival, the flower show in the Pravasi?
Okay, RP Singh will respond to that.
The G20 summit is going to come up. So see, one has to answer all these things are also pertaining to the same thing. It has to, because the lakhs of devotees are going to be part of these events
also
as well.
PK's
so
yatra, Prashant Kishor's yatra, RP Singh, that is continuing in Bihar. He's also moving through different villages. So RP Singh, are you being selective? Why is the Congress saying that you are selectively targeting the Congress party and the yatra?
Well, Dipti, I'll answer that. But before that, what did Rahul Gandhi said today? Hamari zameen kabja li China ne. He's again questioning the forces. Chief of the army, Narwane Saab, is on record and has categorically stated not an inch of Indian land, Indian soil is with China. Well, he's on record, but he doesn't believe in Narwane Saab. He believes in global times. He believes in Communist Party of China, and then whatever they dictate him, whatever they tell him, he abides by that. He goes by that. And then we are unnecessarily asking them the question on Pitge. The soldiers pite, hamare soldier peet diye. He was rightly saying it. He was talking about PLA because he represents Communist Party of China. They are under agreement here. The Congress Party, the Communist Party of China are under agreement And that's why he keeps, whenever he refers to Petgaye, it means referring to PLA. He's talking about the Chinese soldier, not the Indian soldiers. He rightly said so. But the issue is, on this Yatra advisory being sent to only Bharat Jodo, the similar advisory are being sent to all state health ministers, because health is a state subject. Even in the Omicron, it was the states which took initiative, and states decided on their respective protocols in different states. Different protocols were brought in by different health ministers and chief ministers. Same here. I mean, let Ashok Gehlot Sahab take a call and tell them that no Akrosh Yatra will happen, Akrosh rally will happen, and it will be guided by the BJP. What's wrong in it? There's nothing wrong in it. Or he can say that, okay, you must follow these protocol, wearing masks, distancing, social distancing, sanitization. They will follow that. Same is case with Bihar Chief Minister and Bihar Health Minister. They can take a call. So this is being left to the states now to decide what protocol. But we all know we have suffered corona, and we have seen last 2.5 years what basic protocol. I mean, I stopped asking for your cameraman now.
Absolutely.
Doing it from Skype because only for the protocol.
Okay, Sardar RP Singh Saab saying the onus is also on the state. And, you know, it's a fair point to make right now, because the idea is not to panic. Pankaj, the idea is not to panic, but to be prepared. Now, what Rahul Gandhi says, ki COVID to hai hi nahi, COVID to bahana hai. Is that a statement that you should allow Rahul Gandhi to make, and then, you know, give him credit? Then give him credit that he's the first one who actually spoke about this and the government did not listen to him. Why do you believe that the government is targeting you when the government is only advising you? And what's the problem in wearing a mask? I see Sonia Gandhi who's masked up. Why can't Rahul Gandhi, why can't Priyanka Gandhi also mask up? And, you know, set a good example.
See, no harm in preparing in advance. We have seen this government's advanced preparation when there was no oxygen in the hospitals. People were dying. So it is good if this time they are taking precautions.
Pankaj, the question, see, this is, we learn from our mistakes. We learn from our mistakes. Exactly what I'm telling you. This is not about tutu meme. This is not about BJP versus Congress. This is about the national health. You will be affected, I will be affected, everyone will be affected if there is any bit of negligence by anyone, Pankaj. Will you take the responsibility? Or will Rahul Gandhi take the responsibility?
Did anyone refuse to follow the COVID protocols ever? In the past
Mr.
also.
Rahul Gandhi is on record.
When
Rahul Gandhi is saying,
Pankaj Sharma, they are not following.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi is on record saying, I give a food.
For
He's behaving typically like Maulana
this is a state subject. Whose subject was this when a 21-day long lockdown was announced by the Prime Minister without consulting anyone?
You know, Pankaj, it is rather rich. It is rather rich today. It is rather rich. No, I want to say something. Sardar RP Singh Saab, with your permission. It is rather rich today that you have the opposition, the likes of Rahul Gandhi, who says COVID bahana hai. You know, it's easy to put the government on the mat. You're forgetting what the country has gone through. You're forgetting how much hard work our scientists, our doctors, our frontline workers have put in. One bit of negligence only because of someone's politics. And Mr. Nigam, we could be looking at what's happening in China, God forbid. And no one will take accountability then, Mr. Nigam.
Absolutely. Therefore, it is the responsibility of each and every citizen of this country to take preventive and precautionary steps. The visuals clearly show that the COVID protocol has not been followed despite the advisory from the central government in this aimless wandering that I see in this so-called, yatra. The fact remains that this variant BF7, which is, creating havoc in China, has been detected in 4 cases in India. We need to be on our guards. And this is not the, advice by politicians. This is an advice by the expert body, which consists of AIMS doctors and others doctors. At least listen to them if you don't want to listen to the politicians. And the health minister who is conducting meeting with the experts and then releasing the guidelines and asking people to be cautious and take preventive steps. What is wrong in it? Let's not do politics over it. Me and, as Deepti clearly said, that me and you could be a victim of the negligence on the part of some political party. Let's not do it. If the CM of Himachal can get it, he can infect others as well. He could have infected many in the Yatra also. We don't know. Therefore, please agree. Don't do politics on it. Please follow the protocol. Nobody's stopping your yatra. Please understand that. It's about our nation. It's not about Congress or BJP, as rightly put by Deepti.
Nikram Saab, can I ask you a question?
George,
who should take the responsibility?
Should that advice now
who
be
should
heeded?
take the
You know, Rahul
responsibility
Gandhi has
of when
brazen this out.
Every
He's been
citizen should take
defiant.
the responsibility.
Pankaj, he's
Should the
been
government
defiant.
take the
But you know, I have a
responsibility of
problem. I have a
vaccine-related
problem
deaths or
because
not?
Rahul Gandhi is also used to lying. Why should he be allowed to lie and get away with this? Whether it is China, whether it is COVID, why do you allow Rahul Gandhi to lie and get away with this? Is that the Congress ideology? To always question the government, not believe your chief of the army staff, not believe what your Raksha Mantri says on the floor of the house. I do not know what Chinese government sources he believes say that he tells you कि हमारे soldiers पिट गए हैं. I do not know what makes Rahul Gandhi say COVID बहाना है when you're looking at what's happening in China.
Soldiers were injured or not?
When it comes to public health,
they were admitted to Guwahati hospital
Pankaj first
or not?
and then George. Yes, Pankaj.
They were lifted by helicopters from the front areas and brought to Guwahati hospitals or not? How many Indian soldiers were injured? You know it.
This is because they fought. They gave the PLA a bloody nose, Pankaj. You're still sitting here and defending Rahul Gandhi's lies? Are you believing that हमारे soldiers पिट गए?
Commander level meetings then.
George.
So what are
George, quickly.
Dipti, Rahul Gandhi, Dipti has
Yes,
not lied
George,
to the
I'll give you.
nation. He
RP
speaks
Singh,
in
I'll give you the last word, sir. Yes, 10 seconds. George.
He speaks in the interest of the nation. There is no lie that Rahul Gandhi has done with respect to COVID, with respect to the border. He has always spoken. He's outspoken and in the interest of the nation.
No, he's grossly wrong. He's grossly wrong. RP Singh sir.
Well, on both the accounts, he is misleading. He is misleading the nation also. He's misleading his party also. And he's, as for the forces and China conflict, he's totally speaking lies. And when he says, हमारे soldier, Pankaj saying, हमारे soldiers पिट, उसने कुछ context में बोला पिट गए. He could have said that हमारे soldier ने डट के जवाब दिया और हमारे कुछ soldiers को चोट लगी. But he never meant that. I mean, typical slang was हमारे soldier पिट गए. Pit game mean that we have been beaten red and blue and we have
exact word. Yes, RP Singh Saab. That is the exact word Rahul Gandhi used. He's still unmasked. The Bharat Jodo Yatra is continuing without following COVID protocols. We will be tracking that story and keep asking that question. Also, I thank you all, gentlemen, only for a word of time for speaking to us. And I'm just going to be taking this over to our colleague Abhishek, who's taking this edition of the burning question ahead. Abhishek.
Well, thank you so much, Deepti. You know, the other big story is a comment made by Mehbooba Mufti. He seems to be sympathizing with Kashmiri Pandit brothers and sisters. Or is she? In fact, she has made a statement that if Kashmiri Pandits are feeling unsafe, that is the Kashmiri Pandit employees, they better be sent out of the valley for some time. Is it that innocuous statement? Does she really mean what she has said in terms of well-being of Kashmiri Pandits? Or is it a twin-edged sword she has hurled at the J&K administration and Delhi perhaps? When was the last time Mehbooba Mufti, for example, said that for Kashmiri Pandits to be safe in the valley, Pakistan needs to stop supporting terrorism in Kashmir? Let's look at this report and come back to discuss.
Kashmiri Pandits are protesting, seeking safety. They want protection against terror.
हम सड़कों पर बैठे हैं, हम यही उम्मीद लगा रहे हैं, हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि ये हमारी डिमांड्स को पूरा करेगी. हमें तब तक के लिए जम्मू आरसी दफ्तर में शिफ्ट किया जब तक वहां पे ग्राउंड जीरो पे सिक्योरिटी सुनिश्चित नहीं हो जाती कश्मीरी पंडितों के लिए.
Mehbooba Mufti's solution? To remove Kashmiri Pandits from the valley altogether.
कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए ताकि जब उनको इत्मीनान हो जाए कि कश्मीर में हालात सही हो गए हैं, वो वापस अपनी ड्यूटी पे जा सकते हैं, तो उनको तब ड्यूटी पे जाने के लिए कहना चाहिए. अभी इस तरह से मजबूर नहीं किया.
With at least 4 hit lists of Kashmiri Pandits released so far, the need of the hour is a crackdown on terrorists. But Mehbooba Mufti wants second chances for terrorists.
मेरा ये है कि अगर इनको पता होता तो शायद इस तरह से मैं इस वक्त जब आपके हालात सुधर रहे हैं तो मैं समझती हूँ कि एक चांस हो सकता था.
The fact is, if Kashmiri Pandits are allowed to get a salary without work in Jammu, Mehbooba can use it to stoke anger against them, while removing them from Kashmir would be used by her to say that the abrogation of Article 370 failed. Tonight, Mehbooba must make her stand clear. Kashmiri Pandits or terrorists? Let's debate.
All right, it's clear it's a twin-edged sword, and Mehbooba, the canny politician that she is, understands how things might pan out if the Kashmiri Pandit employees of the Jammu and Kashmir government are moved out of Srinagar to Jammu, as some of them have been demanding. Joining me on this debate, G.L. Raina, former MLC and spokesperson, Jammu and Kashmir BJP. He would be live from Jammu. Joining in a bit, I am told, Lalit Ambardar, Kashmiri activist, live from Delhi. And also, I believe to defend Mehbooba Mufti, Ghulam Ahmad Ayaz, Secretary, Muslim Personal Law Board, and of course, also political analyst, live from Srinagar. But first up, Majid Hadri joining me, political analyst and journalist, live from Srinagar. Majid, what does she really mean? Is it really that innocent as she is making it sound, that, oh, Kashmiri Pandits are really unsafe if they're feeling so? Not that they're unsafe, but if they are feeling so, let them be in Jammu for a while. When things become normal, which they have not in the last 3 decades, they can come back. I don't think she is being as innocent as that.
Well, sir, the simple point is that let's not treat Kashmiri Pandits as something on which we should fight each other. They have a tragedy which needs to be resolved, and said that government is treating Kashmiri Pandits like cannon fodder and bonded labor. The bonded labor which is supposed to come to Kashmir and get killed because government is not able to provide assurance that they'll be secure, as we have seen that not many Pandits have got killed in the last 2 years. Now, if any human being is asking that let them be shifted to safer location till the government creates that ecosystem of safety, what is wrong in that? And why should they be killed without salary? No, sir, let's not fight over this. Let's resolve that. Why should Kashmiri Pandits be kept without salary? And why should they be dragged to death trap in Kashmir when government is not failing, when government is not able to provide them security? It is responsibility of the government to give them their salaries and to ensure their safe posting in some safe location, not necessarily in a death trap like Kashmir, where government is failing to.
Majid Hadri, there is a flip in your camera. It needs to be fixed. Let it be fixed till then I go to Mr. G.L. Raina. G.L. Raina, I thought Mehbooba was not being very innocent when she said, okay, fine, if the Kashmiri Pandits are feeling unsafe as if it's because of their own volition, they should be sent to Jammu for a while. But, you know, Majid Hadri is adding to it. He's saying you can't use them as cannon fodder and you can't be using them as bonded labor. If they want to go to Jammu, let them go. You think this is as simple as that the Kashmiri Pandits protesting because they are unsafe? Of course, genuinely, because many of them have been targeted, they should be sent back to Jammu. It's a catch-22 situation for the J&K administration. And you being in the BJP perhaps would have some understanding of where this thing really sits.
First thing is that both Majid Hadri Saab and Mehbooba Mufti ji are definitely not that innocent as they try to sound. Had they been that innocent and honest, they would first tell us that they have stopped blaming Jagmohan for the plight of Pandits, exodus and all that, what happened in 1990s. Second, Mehbooba Mufti was member parliament for 2 terms. Did she ever ask, just a question, I am not saying when she was in the driving seat in Jammu and Kashmir, did she ever try to ask even one simple question about the displaced community? We were in problems even at that time. We were in pain even at that time. And then she is on record in saying, one of the meetings conducted by ORF, that if we give them some facilities in Jammu, they will not return to Kashmir. This is Mehbooba Mufti, and we know the role this family's role in 1986, what they did in Anantnag. So when they try to show some sympathy towards Kashmiri Pandit, it is laughable, and it is simply trying to politicize the issue and gain some brownie points This is besides the fact that yes, there is a problem.
But you are also in a catch-22 situation, Mr. Rana. You would admit that you are also in a catch-22 situation. After all, Kashmiri Pandits happen to be your constituency.
Absolutely not, because if you have heard the president of the Jammu and Kashmir unit, our union minister in the union cabinet, Dr. Jitendra Singh, we have been categoric in that saving lives is first priority and releasing salary is as important as that.
Okay.
Because even when a person is suspended, a regular employee is suspended, they are being paid sustenance allowance. Party has no ambiguity. No, there is no catch-22 situation for the party. Yes, we are trying to plead with the administration.
Okay, Mr. Rana of the BJP says that there is an element of politicization and it's not as innocent as Mehbooba Mufti is making it sound, and that the BJP is not in a catch-22 situation. But, Lalit Ambardar, is there, if Mehbooba really wants pundits to be in the valley, and this is only going to be a stopgap as she suggests, has she really, or her followers, her cadres and her core constituency, have they really worked as a civil society to really take care of this feeling of unsafety within the Kashmiri Pandit community? I mean, these OGWs, for example, euphemistically called overground workers, essentially terror sympathizers. What has Mehbooba Mufti and her cadres and her party and constituency done about them to make sure that the number of OGWs really goes down or vanishes from the valley?
Listen, genocide is not mere physical extermination. Genocide also involves many other aspects. And genocide does not happen overnight. There's one aspect, there's short of time, I can't give you every detail, but one is to have a trial assault on the targeted community. And this happened in 1986, when the bastion of Mufti's political power, South Kashmir, Kashmiri Hindus were targeted, their temples were destroyed, their properties were destroyed. Yes, but India chose silence. They tried the patience of rest of India, rest of Hindus in rest of India. Nobody rose to the occasion. And that's when 1989 arrived, and that was a final assault on Kashmiri Hindus. And who was the Home Minister of India that time? India's first Muslim Home Minister. He released dreaded jihadists in exchange of his daughter. The safety of his daughter was a priority, which also jihadists claimed later on that this was all part of the scheme. They wanted to have their guys released because they thought she was our sister. Wouldn't have done any harm to her. Everybody knew about it. And this man chose to be
Lalit, while that's an important historical perspective, let's stick to the debate of the day. I'm trying to find out. Let me go to Ghulam Ahmad Ayaz. We'll continue. Lalit, hold on. We'll continue this conversation. We still have some time. Let me go to Ghulam Ahmad Ayaz. In fact, I should have asked this question to Ghulam Ahmad Ayaz, representing the Muslim Personal Law Board in Jammu and Kashmir, and also, of course, a political analyst. He's live with us. Mr. Ayaz, I should be asking this question to you. Is it not the responsibility of the civil society in Kashmir to take care of the Kashmiri Pandits, a handful of them who are left? On fingertips you can count them. And yet we have a situation where a senior leader of the valley, someone who has been chief minister of the state when it used to be the state, she has to say, okay, fine, please take them till the time. Obviously, she is playing politics. She wants to suggest once the Kashmiri Pandits or whatever remains of them leaves the valley, oh, see, I told you it's not normal, and you are pushing a normality narrative at the cost of Kashmiri Pandits. Obviously, Mehbooba is not being very honest and innocent.
Well, this is a responsibility of everybody, but as long as the Kashmiri Muslim society is concerned, their options are very limited. Well, it's not a political issue. It can't be politicalized. It's a humanitarian issue, and need to be given that constitution. If Mehbooba Mufti has said that there need to be a constitution.
Mr. Ayaz, give me a straight answer. Is it not the responsibility of the civil society, for God's sake?
No, that's what I'm telling you. It is the responsibility of everybody. But as long as the responsibility of the civil society towards this issue in Kashmir is concerned, their options are very limited because it is standing against the gun, which hardly anybody will dare to do. So that's what I'm telling you. People being unarmed, they
Why
can't
are
stand against the
they limited? Why are they limited? Majid Hydari, if it is everybody's responsibility, why is Mehbooba Mufti almost behaving as if, oh, it's the state's responsibility, please take care of them. We are nobody because there is terror in the valley, please take them out. She is not owning up the responsibility, and if she as a leader is not owning up the responsibility, obviously who else would in the society?
Let's talk law. Let's talk logic here. It's not the responsibility of civil society to ensure security and safety of Kashmiri Pandits. It's supposed to be done by the government and only government through its security forces. If the government can bring 1.6 crore tourists to Kashmir and ensure their security,
at least you are being honest.
About 4 lakh
at least you are being honest.
For the Kashmiris. You can reopen cinema
Mr. Rana,
but you
Mr.
cannot
Rana,
ensure security of
Majid
Kashmiri
Hydari is very clear, as also Mehbooba Mufti, of course, though not as upfront as Majid Hydari, that this is the responsibility of the government. It's for the government to decide what to do with the Kashmiri Pandits. The valley is going to remain like this. If they are in fear, if they are being killed, we can't do anything about it. Mr. Rana, you think this is the right line to take in the situation that we are when almost a dozen odd Kashmiri Pandits have been targeted and killed in the last 1 year almost now.
That it is primarily the responsibility of the government, there is no doubt about it, but they cannot wash their hands off the responsibility they owe. Had they been in an iota of honesty, they would have gone to those minority pockets and assured them that we are not as helpless as they were in 1990, as they claimed to be helpless in 1990s. They would have assured them, no, we will ensure your safety today. They will have ensured that those who identify these targets, we will not allow them to identify who are those persons who identify these soft targets. He is someone living there in their neighborhood.
Cannot
ensure
safety of Kashmiri Pandits. We are not here for flowering today. This is a serious issue. It needs serious efforts from government, not any mushaira over Kashmiri Pandits, please. We can't do any mushaira over the safety and security of Kashmiri Pandits. It has to be ensured by government and only government.
But civil society, then do not claim that moral high ground. Why are you claiming that moral high ground that we will protect you from here and part of this? Even the agenda.
Hold on, I'll come to you. Let Mr. Rana complete his point. I can get both of you. Viewers won't be getting both of you. Majid Hydari, just let's follow the order. I gave you the opening comments. Majid Hydari, hold on, I'll come to each one of you. I'm trying to be very balanced. Let Mr. Rana complete. You will get your opportunity to respond. Mr. Rana, quickly complete.
I am saying there is, yes, primarily this is the responsibility of the government, but civil society and Kashmir-centric politicians cannot wash their hands off. They are blaming sometimes a movie, sometimes someone else, sometimes Jagmohan for all what is happening in Kashmir. In the 1990s, they were saying that we were helpless. We could not stop them leaving. What is stopping them today? Why are not going? They're going to those pockets where minority community live.
I want
not able to identify the people who.
Yes, I want both Lalit Ambardar. I want both Lalit Ambardar and Ghulam Ahmad Ayaz. You know, one on one. Lalit Ambardar and Ghulam Ahmad Ayaz. First to Lalit Ambardar. Lalit Ambardar, Mr. Rana says primarily this is the responsibility of the government, but civil society also has a role. While Majid Hydari is very clear. Oh, civil society hands off. We have no role. You know.
Sir,
you as victims,
the civil society
Kashmiri Pandits as victims, you know, fall between two stools. You have nobody backing you. Now, what's going on in your mind on this? The government says nothing doing. There is nothing called free lunch. Nobody can be given salary unless you are working. And since your posting is in the valley, you better be there. And Majid Hydari says we are not responsible for what happens to you. If Pakistanis are sending those terrorists, if these terrorists are killing you, if civil society is supporting them, we have no responsibility.
Sir, where is the civil society in Kashmir? When we suffered genocidal assault in 1990, civil society, the whole Kashmir was either in the mosques or in the streets shouting slogans, "Yahan kya chalega, Nizam-e-Mustafa, Kashmir mein rehna hoga, Allah Akbar kehna hoga." They did not choose silence, they took the side. They took the side of our neighbors. They closed their doors and windows on us.
Okay. That's a very sharp question. That's a very sharp question. Let it be responded to by Ghulam Ahmad Ayaz. You know, Ghulam Ahmad Ayaz, where is the civil society in Kashmir? Is there civil society that exists which can say, oh, these boys are wrong, we'll take care of them? These OGWs, these young terrorists who are picking up gun, hybrid terrorists who are melting into the crowd after carrying out these kind of crimes, of course, masterminded from across the border. Ghulam Ahmad Ayaz, where is the civil society in Kashmir? Lalit Ambardar, hold on, you made a sharp question. Let Ghulam Ahmad Ayaz respond to that.
You see, as I said, that civil society has a very limited role just because it's an armed struggle. It's not an unarmed struggle where civil society can play a role. It's an armed struggle between militants and the security forces. So where does the civil society come in?
Lalit, hold on. Lalit, I have requested you, hold on. You have asked a very sharp question and it needs an answer. It's a very important question. It needs an answer. Both Ghulam Ahmad Ayaz and Majid Hydari have to respond. Majid Hydari has washed his hands off. So let me ask this to Mr. Ayaz. Mr. Ayaz, responsibly speaking, it's a very sharp, simple, short, straight question which Lalit Ambardar has asked, and that is... No, Qayyum, you have to do something about Lalit Ambardar. He has to listen to me.
Let him hold for a while.
He has to listen to me.
See, this is a responsibility.
Mr. Ayaz. No, I want Mr. Ayaz. Mr. Ayaz, you know, it's a short, straight, simple question that Lalit Ambardar asks. Where is civil society in Kashmir? Please respond.
See, as I told you, that's an armed struggle between militants and the security forces. So it's an armed struggle. Where is the civil society? Where's the role of security society? It is basically the security forces which have to deal with the situation, and they have been doing it unabated. Let me tell you, without any any relaxation anywhere. It can't be said that they have not been doing. They are doing it. But the question is, where are the policies of the government to tackle with the situation that I believe is failing? Otherwise, I don't think Kashmiri Pandits would have been settled off. Despite having been working here for last so many years, they are again up, and there is no respite to them. They need a consideration, which also we have a consideration. We also feel they need a consideration, but as long as the role of the civil society is concerned, their role is very limited. Their options are very limited because they can't.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Mr. Ayaz, you know, let's be a little more honest than we have been. Just today, a huge cache of arms.
Tell me, where is the role?
Lalit Ambardar is actually making an important point, but I'll come to... you have made your point, Ayaz. Mr. Ayaz, let me take this forward. Lalit is not getting my voice. That's the problem. Otherwise, I could have had a little more structured, more constructive debate. But, you know, to all my panelists, in fact, today only, there was a huge cache of arms seized by the security forces from Baramulla. I was looking at those pictures and I was really, disturbed at the amount and number of guns, grenades, rifles that have been recovered. Obviously, those have been pushed from across the border. But Majid Hydari, ultimately these will go into the hands of some people who have families there in the valley, who have a support system in the valley. My question is, it is because of that support system that youngsters go rogue. It is because of that support system that Pakistan is able to brainwash an entire generation and generations, in fact. Now look at these pictures. Yeah, these are the pictures I was talking about. Majid Hydari, you know, when was the last time Mehbooba said, I request Pakistan not to send these weapons in the hands of valley's youngsters? Then Kashmiri Pandits would be safe, not by sending them to Jammu.
No, instead of using terms like who is bringing weapons and where's the ecosystem and the support system, let's say that government is failing.
When was the last time Mehbooba said these weapons should not be sent by Pakistan?
Mehbooba Mufti Sahiba is not in power. She is herself struggling for her own security. She has been thrown out of her secure house. She is herself struggling, so she cannot ensure anybody's security. In fact, no Kashmiri is able to safeguard his own security. So how can they assure?
As a responsible leader, a former chief minister, when was the last time? I don't remember. when was the last time Mehbooba Mufti said that Pakistan should not be sending weapons in the hands of Kashmiri youngsters?
Kashmiri Muslims
How are
who
these
say
weapons
that
reaching
we are
our country? That is my
Have you ever
concern.
raised the slogan against Pakistan? Has Majid Hadi ever spoken Pakistan Murdabad? No. Pakistan se rishta kya la ilaha illallah. Hindus are being used as guinea pig. Please understand, Kashmir Jihad is a military problem. It's a civilizational war. They don't want you there. They don't want you there. You are pushing us back as if we are bloody sheep. पहले पुरानी सरकारें करती रही थी, अभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है. And this governor, this loud mouth, he's a motor mouth. He says, "No, घर बैठ के नौकरी तो तनख्वाह मिले." Who is he addressing? The survivors of genocide. And you are addressing the collaborators to provide security
not
to
them
the
begging
survivors
on
of
streets for
genocide.
salary, please.
The rapists, murders, and mass murderers are roaming free in Kashmir. Don't forget, all the protagonists of Kashmir Jihad are roaming free. Not
All right.
one. Not
Lalit
one
Ambardar.
repeat rapist, murder.
Lalit
or
Ambardar.
murder has
Lalit
ever
Ambardar,
committed.
I
This
asked
government
an
has
important
failed to
question.
provide security to the
It's getting
council.
lost. It's getting lost in the.
Against that Bitakrat
No.
Farooq Ahmedar.
No.
Twice.
No. Lalit Ambardar, can you hold on? You know, I was asking an important question and it is getting lost. Qayyum, help me. It is getting lost in the din. It is getting lost in the din. Majid Hydari, you know, Majid Hydari and Mr. Ayaz, on the issue of civil society, Majid Hydari washes his hands off. But Mr. Ayaz says that maybe there is a limited role. But I don't see that happening at a scale that it should happen in the valley if the intent of Mehbooba Mufti is right, you know. And on the issue, on the more important issue of Mehbooba Mufti, you know, I don't recall, Mr. Ayaz, even once in the last few years, that Mehbooba Mufti has unequivocally said that Pakistan should stop supporting terrorism in the valley. He would say, oh, please talk to them. Oh, please, we can't have this situation in the valley without talking to Pakistan or not talking to Pakistan. Please, for God's sake, take a position. Have the courage to take a position and say, Pakistan, stop interfering in Kashmir and we will sort out the issue of safety of Kashmiri Pandits. Mr. Ayaz.
You are chasing Miraj. Pakistan se rishta ka inka la ilaha illallah ka hai. Never a word against Pakistan. Not even jihadists.
Let me respond to the point what was raised. See, point is, it looks as if Mehbooba Mufti or anybody else from here must have told Pakistan to sponsor people from there or send people from there. And today somebody will tell them to stop, they will stop. So that's not the question. If that you take that as issue question, then you
last word.
So point is how will Mehbooba Mufti say, or how will Pakistan accept Mehbooba Mufti saying, or somebody saying who is not at all wanting Pakistan to send the military? How will they accept it? Because they have an issue of their own. How can they accept somebody is telling them not to send the military?
No, I think, Mr. Ayaz, you are deflecting. Mr. Ayaz, you are deflecting. I was saying a moral position. I was saying it's not about whether Mehbooba Mufti can really influence Pakistan's actions, but it's about a moral position that Mehbooba Mufti can take, and that is that Pakistan stop interfering in the valley. We'll take care of Kashmiri Pandits. Then she would have commanded moral authority. My last word to Mr. Raina. Mr. Raina, please tell me. You are denying that you are in a catch-22 situation, but then what would you do of these Kashmiri Pandits who have genuine fears about their safety? The LG can say, okay, fine, as per the rules, if you're not working, you're not going to get salary, but something needs to be done. Quickly, if you can tell us, what's your mind on that?
Yeah, we have already told not only LG and administration in UT Jammu Kashmir, we are also contacting Home Ministry to ensure that their salary is paid. But I wanted to comment on the one point that civil society has limited options. You see the people, most of these employees are in rented accommodation. Those house owners are telling them to vacate their houses. These people could have gone there and ensured that no, they will not feel any problem on that front. Civil society, whatsoever of it has remained in Kashmir, is not working. They are in fact in silence. They are
okay, I understand that. On that note, I have to bring this conversation to an end. You know, the government obviously, despite the denial from the BJP and Mr. Raina, the government seems to be in a catch-22 situation, because if they agree with the protesting Kashmiri Pandits and bring them out of the valley in Jammu, then the whole narrative of normalcy in the valley really comes undone. And Mehbooba, the canny politician that she is, she understands that, and that's why perhaps she's trying to kill two birds with a single stone. Obviously, the government would need to find a little more nuanced answer than what the J&K administration has done till now. On that note, thank you so much for joining us this Saturday evening. A short break on the other side. Live and breaking back at 10 p.m.
Powered by Century ProWood MDF, the wood of the future.
Cashless hospitalization is easy. Get details on our network hospitals at www.starhealth.in. Always at your doorstep.
सोच रहा हूँ कमेंट्री ट्राई करूँ। मैच का आखिरी बॉल, तेज तूफानी डिलीवरी, एक धमाकेदार शॉट और ये गया छक्का।
छक्का नहीं, टूटा। आपके टाइल्स को चाहिए MYK लेटिक्रीट टाइल एडेसिव। फॉर्मूला ऐसा कि अब टाइल न टूटेगा न छूटेगा।
Everyone looks at the world today. At Hyundai, we go beyond with experiences that take us forward. Inspired by our today, we design your tomorrow. Some said electric is the future. We said, why stop there? At Hyundai, we are going beyond mobility, and you are welcome to join us.
देखें कौन नया खिलाड़ी आया है।
समझा देते हैं।
प्यार से समझाएंगे, धीरे धीरे से।
वो भी अपनी जुबान में।
ये तो अपनी जुबान है।
जुबान एक हो तो दिल भी एक होने चाहिए। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
पढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
अब जियो मार्ट के ग्रैंड फिनाले सेल में मोबाइल्स और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पे मिलेगा अप टू 80% ऑफ। तो साल जैसा भी गया हो, एंडिंग तो जबरदस्त होगी।
Burning question.
सबने सफ़र किया, पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए।
Burning question. Powered by Century ProWood MDF, the wood of the future.
एक दिन मैं सोते सोते गिर गया और मुझे कुछ नहीं हुआ। पता है किसने किया? घोस्ट ने। वो हर बार मुझे बचा लेता है। मिलोगे?
अरे कोई घोस्ट नहीं, रोनी के पापा ही हैं जो उसे सेफ रखते हैं। जैसे हैवेल्स लाइफ शील्ड वायर्स जो दिखते नहीं पर घर को सेफ रखते हैं, ना आग पकड़े ना जहरीली गैस छोड़े, वायर्स दैट डोंट कैच फायर।
क्या हुआ रोहन, क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो, एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए।
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा घर के रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? रिया अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
Helps beat sensitivity fast. Sensodyne Rapid Relief.
Former ICICI Bank MD Chanda Kochar, her husband Deepak Kochar in a 3-day CBI custody in a loan fraud case. Court orders a survey of the disputed site of the Shahi Idgah in Mathura survey report now to be submitted by January the 20th.
देश से नफरत करने वाले लोगों के साथ चलकर आप मोहब्बत का कौन सा पैगाम दे रहे राहुल गांधी?
The BJP takes on Rahul Gandhi over the Bharat Jodo Yatra, slamming him for insulting comment on the army.
सबने सफ़र किया पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए।
Mehbooba Mufti stoking controversy again. She won't call for crackdown on terror but wanting the relocation of Kashmiri Pandits. After banning women from universities, Taliban now bans women from NGOs, asking NGOs to terminate women employees. And a day after 3 are killed in a shootout, violent clashes break out between protesters and cops in Paris. A very good evening. You're with us here on Republic. This is our top focus story. A Mathura court on Saturday has passed an order in the Krish Janmabhoomi Shahi Idgah case to survey the disputed site. Now, the court, while hearing the petition of the Hindu Sena, has issued an order to survey the disputed site. The court has issued notices to all parties in this regard. This survey report, remember, is to be presented in court on January the 20th, and this order is on the same lines as a Varanasi court earlier had ordered the videographic survey of the Gyanvapi Masjid.
The Mathura District Court on Saturday ordered an official survey of the Shahi Idgah Mosque complex. The court directed civil court officers to conduct a detailed survey of the disputed site, ordering a report to be submitted on the date of the next hearing on the 20th of January 2023. The survey is similar to an earlier survey ordered by a Varanasi court on the Gyanvapi Mosque dispute. The survey order was passed while deciding upon a plea moved by Vishnu Gupta, National President of the Hindu Sena. Historians believe that Aurangzeb had built the Idgah Mosque on the plinth of the Keshav Dev temple after destroying it in 1670. The modern temple was completed in 1982 and stands adjacent to the mosque. The Hindu side contends that the present Idgah Mosque is built on the very site of the birth of Lord Krishna. A total of 9 petitions were pending in the Mathura district courts in the matter. The lawyer representing the Shahi Idgah Mosque dismissed all reports of the survey.
भ्रम की स्थिति नहीं होनी चाहिए कि सर्वे का कोई आदेश नहीं है। जहां पिछले लगभग 2.5 साल से 2020 में मिड 2020 से 15 मुकदमे चल रहे हैं और जहां विभिन्न तरह के वादी पक्ष हैं, लगातार इन पे बहस हो चुकी है। किसी भी न्यायालय द्वारा कोई सर्वे का, कोई अमीन कमीशन रिपोर्ट जारी का आदेश नहीं किया गया।
Meanwhile, the lawyer representing the petitioners had this to say.
भगवान बालकृष्ण जो जन्मभूमि में है विराजमान, उनके नाम पर ये संपत्ति है, श्री कृष्ण जन्मभूमि, और ये 5000 वर्ष पुराना व्यक्तित्व है जो ठाकुर जी यहाँ पे विराजमान हुए थे। उसमें जो अवैध रूप से निर्माण हुआ ईदगाह का, और उसके उपरांत उसमें समझौता कर लिया गया ऊपर वाला ही वाला, जो ट्रस्ट की जानकारी में कभी नहीं रहा, एक सोसाइटी है उसके अलावा उसमें। ये सब चीज़ें संज्ञान में आई तो हम लोगों ने ठाकुर जी की संपत्ति को अवैध रूप से जो निर्माण हो रहा है और जो असुरक्षित है, सुरक्षित करने के लिए दावा प्रस्तुत किया गया है।
The court order was met with divergent opinions. AIMIM MP Asaduddin Owaisi took to Twitter to express his displeasure. The UP government took a very neutral stance on the issue.
जन्मभूमि विवाद का मामला जो है वो फिर से माननीय न्यायालय जो भी निर्णय देगा उसका हम लोग अनुपालन करेंगे.
The Krishna temple, like the ancient Kashi temple, is said to have been destroyed through history many times. The question is, why politicize a court-ordered survey?
And now to our next big story. The Central Bureau of Investigation has got a 3-day remand of the former managing director, the chief executive officer of the ICICI Bank, Chanda Kochar, her husband Deepak Kochar. The CBI arrested the couple late on Friday. This is in connection, remember, with the alleged ICICI Bank Videocon money laundering case. This is what possibly could happen next.
Ex-ICICI Bank MD and CEO Chanda Kochar and her husband Deepak Kochar were remanded to 3-day CBI custody by Special CBI Court in Mumbai on Saturday. The remand was granted after the CBI said that they needed 3 days' time to question the Kochars. They bore a look of resentment while being taken to the Special CBI Court. The Kochars were arrested on the 23rd of December by the CBI. The CBI accused them of non-cooperation during questioning. The arrest comes on the back of the alleged rupees 3,250 crores Videocon ICICI Bank scam, which first came to light in 2019. The allegation is of then ICICI top boss Chanda clearing loans worth over rupees 3,000 crore to Videocon, which made their way into her husband's ventures, which became non-performing assets and caused a reported loss of rupees 1,730 crores to ICICI Bank. Chanda Kochar's fall from grace is a long journey she took since 1984 after joining ICICI. The shock of Chanda Kochar's arrest and the allegations are not unfounded, as she was once hailed as one of the most powerful women in the world, winning even top civilian awards in India. The Videocon ICICI case is considered one of the biggest scams in Indian banking circles. Now the country waits for a definite conclusion to these allegations of grave economic offences. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And now to the other story that we've tracked very, very closely this Saturday. Despite the warning, the COVID alert across the country, it's an adamant Rahul Gandhi who continues with his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Now, he, remember, has been given a befitting response, right from insulting the army to also what he said vis-a-vis China to the Bharat Jodo Yatra. This is the BJP's full frontal attack on him today.
Rahul Gandhi's walkathon finally reached the national capital. The Congress used the platform to run down the army.
चाइना ने 2000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर हमारी जमीन ले ली है. प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं कि हमारे बॉर्डर के अंदर कोई नहीं आया. तो भैया प्रधानमंत्री जी, अगर कोई नहीं आया तो हमारी सेना उनकी सेना के साथ 21 बार क्यों बात कर रही है? और हमारे जो सेना के लोग हैं, हमारे डिफेंस फोर्सेस के लोग हैं, वो क्यों कह रहे हैं कि चाइना ने हमारी जमीन ले ली है?
To ridicule the very real COVID threat.
ये जो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा बड़ी यशस्वी हो रही है, बीजेपी को ऐसा हो रहा है, वो डर गए हैं, इसीलिए ये कोविड का बहाना बीच में लाए हैं. अरे कोविड नहीं है कहीं भी, कोई एक मास्क भी नहीं पहना, आप देखिए, और किसी को कुछ नहीं हुआ.
And now the BJP is hitting back.
चले हैं मोहब्बत का पैगाम लेकर और साथ में वो चल रहे हैं जो भारत को तोड़ने की बात करते हैं. टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के सक्रिय सदस्य उनकी यात्रा में विभिन्न जगह चले हैं या नहीं चले हैं, ये भाजपा जानना चाहती है। देश से नफरत करने वाले लोगों के साथ चलकर आप मोहब्बत का कौन सा पैगाम दे रहे हैं राहुल गांधी?
The BJP is calling out the anti-army tendencies of the Congress.
सेना के प्रति नफरत और सैन्य अस्त्रों को लेकर तिजारत, ये आपकी पार्टी की राजनीति रही है राहुल गांधी। और आपने याद करिए, आपने राफेल जब खरीदा गया तब भी सवाल किया था, आपने उरी पर भी सवाल किया था और आपने बालाकोट का भी प्रमाण मांगा था। हमेशा भारत की सेना के शौर्य को कमजोर करने में आपको अंदर से अच्छा लगता है।
It's a political face-off like no other.
जब देश आजाद हुआ तो हमारे ऊपर ये जिम्मेदारी थी कि हम शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भारत के प्राचीन वैभव और हमारा महान गौरव को पुनर्जीवित करें। लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता के दबाव में सरकारें उस दिशा में बढ़ी नहीं और कुछ बातों में तो उल्टे पैर चली। और इन परिस्थितियों में एक बार फिर हमारे संतों ने, आचार्यों ने देश के प्रति इस कर्तव्य को निभाने का बीड़ा उठाया। स्वामीनारायण गुरुकुल इसी सुयोग का एक जीवंत उदाहरण है।
And now to a story that is repeated again and again. Mehbooba Mufti, her priorities, she's at it again. She's now said that if Kashmiri Pandits are feeling unsafe, they better be sent out of the valley for some time. On one hand, you have the PDP chief who will not condemn terror. She will not say a word against Pakistan. But on the other hand, she's stoking this fresh controversy by suggesting that the Kashmiri Pandits could be relocated.
Relocation. Kashmiri Pandits are protesting, seeking safety. They want protection against terror.
हम सड़कों पर बैठे हैं, हम यही उम्मीद लगा रहे हैं, हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि ये हमारी डिमांड्स को पूरा करेगी। हमें तब तक के लिए जम्मू आरसी दफ्तर में शिफ्ट किया जब तक वहां पे ग्राउंड जीरो पे सिक्योरिटी सुनिश्चित नहीं हो जाती कश्मीरी पंडितों के लिए।
Mehbooba Mufti's solution? To remove Kashmiri Pandits from the valley altogether.
कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए, ताकि जब उनको इत्मीनान हो जाए कि कश्मीर में हालात सही हो गए हैं, वो वापस अपनी ड्यूटी पे जा सकते हैं, तो उनको तब ड्यूटी पे जाने के लिए कहना चाहिए। अभी इस तरह से मजबूर नहीं किया।
With at least 4 hit lists of Kashmiri Pandits released so far, the need of the hour is a crackdown on terrorists. But Mehbooba Mufti wants second chances for terrorists.
मेरा ये है कि अगर इनको पता होता तो शायद इस तरह से मैं इस वक्त जब आपके हालात सुधर रहे हैं तो मैं समझती हूँ कि एक चांस हो सकता था।
The fact is, if Kashmiri Pandits are allowed to get a salary without work in Jammu, Mehbooba can use it to stoke anger against them, while removing them from Kashmir would be used by her to say that the abrogation of Article 370 failed. Tonight, Mehbooba must make her stand clear. Kashmiri Pandits or terrorists?
At least 7 were reported dead and several others injured in an explosion at brick kiln in Bihar's Raxaul. Around 24 laborers who were present at the spot were injured in the incident, and about 20 people are still reported to be missing. Nearly 10 ambulances and a fire brigade were rushed to the spot in a bid to rescue the ones stuck. Moreover, Police and SDRF teams have also been deployed on site and rescue operations are underway. Condoling the loss of lives, Chief Minister Nitish Kumar directed officials to ensure that all injured get proper treatment. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
And from Bihar to what's been happening as far as the COVID preparedness is concerned, the centre, remember, is stepping up preparations to fight against any COVID surge in the country. The Union Health Ministry earlier has issued fresh guidelines. It's also made RT-PCR tests mandatory now for international arrivals, particularly from countries like China, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong and also Thailand. On arrival, if any passenger from these countries is found to be symptomatic or he's testing positive, he or she is going to be put under quarantine. Earlier also, this is what we heard from the Union Health Minister.
देश में आज कोविड का केस बढ़ा है और देश में कोविड महामारी न फैले, उसके लिए हम अलर्ट मोड पर काम कर रहे हैं। हमने एयर सर्वेलेंस भी चालू किया है, सुएज सर्वेलेंस भी चालू किया है और ह्यूमन सर्वेलेंस तो हो ही रहा है। ये तीनों सर्वेलेंस से पता चल रहा है कि अभी दिल्ली और मुंबई में सुएज और एयर सर्वेलेंस में आरएनए मिला है। उसको देखते हुए आने वाले दिनों में क्या क्या प्रिकॉशन लेना है, उस लिए हम सभी राज्यों को अलर्ट दे रहे हैं, राज्यों के साथ इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर कर रहे हैं। हम देश के सभी नागरिक को भी अलर्ट करना चाहते हैं कि आप मास्क का उपयोग करें, आप जरूरत बिना कारण से भीड़ में न जाइए, सैनिटाइजर का उपयोग करें, कोविड एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर का पालन करें ताकि हम कोविड को रोक पाए और देश को सुरक्षित रख पाए।
So what should people right now be doing? What are the COVID protocols you must start adhering to, and how serious is the situation? Dr. Sanjay Rai of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences is answering questions right now that possibly could be on top of your mind.
With us, we have Professor Sanjay Rai from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. सर, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। इस समय दोबारा से कोविड के केसेस जिस तरीके से चाइना, जापान, यूएसए में बढ़ रहे हैं, स्पेसिफिकली चाइना में क्योंकि वो हमारे पड़ोसी देश हैं, कितना वरी होने का सिचुएशन है हमारे लिए, है भी कि नहीं?
जो हमारे यहाँ कंट्रोल है उसका मेन रीज़न जो है नेचुरल इन्फेक्शन है। ये हाईली वैक्सीनेटेड कंट्रीज हैं, चाहे आप साउथ कोरिया की बात कर लें, जापान इवन 4 डोज तक दिया जा चुका है। सो चाइना 346 करोड़ से ज़्यादा डोजेज दिए जा चुके हैं। बट वैक्सीन से इसलिए शायद डेथ कम हो रही है, जितनी होनी नहीं, अगर वैक्सीन दी गई होती तो डेथ और ज़्यादा होती वहाँ पे। लेकिन फिर भी उसको रोक पाना असंभव सा होता है। हाँ, आरएनए वायरस होने के कारण यहाँ पे भी हो सकता है, केसेस हो सकते हैं कहीं भी, क्योंकि री इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है, ब्रेक थ्रू इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है, बट उससे सीवियरिटी बढ़ेगी और डेथ बढ़ेगा, बहुत ही अनलाइकली है। तो हमें पैनिक होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हाँ, इसको मॉनिटर करते रहने की ज़रूरत है। सरकार अपने आप कर रही है, सरकार ने प्रोएक्टिव रोल लिया है, उसने सारे एडवाइजरी जारी कर दिए, सारे स्टेट को भेज दिया एडवाइजरी। मॉनिटर करना ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है इस वायरस के कैरेक्टरिस्टिक को, कि क्या कोई बिहेवियर चेंज तो नहीं हो गया, क्या नेचुरल इन्फेक्शन जिनको हो गया था उनको बाईपास करके, इम्यूनिटी को बाईपास करके वहाँ सीवियरिटी तो नहीं कर रहा है।
So no reason to panic, but yes, best to be prepared. But what's been happening, remember, in China, that is the real story. For days now, Republic has been showing you the total COVID chaos that China is witnessing. We've been questioning as to what is China really hiding. It's a leaked Chinese government document that has surfaced. Now, what you're also seeing on your screens are different videos that our team has been able to get for you. What you see right now is how the hospitals are completely running out of space. Then to funeral homes that are overwhelmed right now. They do not have the capacity, at least to look at the startling numbers that China is presenting. And this is a young woman. She's literally gasping for breath and then she falls down. So these three different videos, remember, bring to you the entire story of what China is facing and the truth that China possibly is hiding, something that the world must know. We headed to a break right now. When we come back, after banning women from universities, Taliban now is banning women from NGOs. And this is what happens when women in Afghanistan are standing up to their rights. And a day after 3 are killed in a shootout, violent clashes break out between protesters and cops in Paris.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking, and proactive professionals.
Hey, boss.
Rahul? How come you're here?
Boss, Shahrukh ne bataya.
Wait up. Booking a car service.
Booking a service from here.
क्यों? तुझे शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया?
इसने पूछा ही नहीं. There's so much more जो शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया. It's all on the industry first My Hyundai app. Open a world of possibility with My Hyundai app. One app, many worlds.
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amritkal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharati Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
Get the grip of good health even after 50. Presenting now Star Health Premier Insurance Policy. Always at your doorstep.
A gas tanker stuck under a bridge exploded in South Africa on Saturday, killing 8 people, injuring scores more and damaging nearby buildings. The blast broke out at the roof of the emergency department at a memorial hospital, destroying 2 houses and several cars and injured bystanders. The vehicle caught fire while under a low bridge, but emergency services spokesperson Williams said investigations were ongoing. Agency report, Republic TV.
A quick check also for top stories right now. The former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kochar, her husband, who were arrested in the loan fraud case, have been granted CBI custody by the court. In a big development in the Shahi Idgah versus the Krish Janbhoomi case, a local court has ordered a survey. This is coming in the backdrop of a plea demanding the removal of the Shahi Idgah. Amidst a global alarm over COVID, India swings into action mode. The health minister has made RT-PCR mandatory for international passengers.
हम देश के सभी नागरिक को भी अलर्ट करना चाहते हैं कि आप मास्क का उपयोग करें, आप जरूरत बिना कारण से भीड़ में न जाइए, सैनिटाइजर का उपयोग करें, कोविड एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर का पालन करें ताकि हम कोविड को रोक पाए और देश को सुरक्षित रख पाए।
As India fights against COVID, Rahul Gandhi continues with his Bharat Jodo Yatra amidst a massive backlash. The BJP now has fired a parivar over protocol jibe on Rahul.
Did Rahul Gandhi as a responsible person isolate himself? Start wearing a mask? He could be an asymptomatic carrier. Did he get himself tested? Did he do all the protocols that are required? Today he is saying mask is a bahana. COVID is a bahana. First they spread vaccine hesitancy. They spread lies and rumors about vaccines. Bachade ka khoon mila hai. Vaccines will be very dangerous for you. And now they are saying masks are also a bahana.
The PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti has stoked yet another controversy. She says there should be relocation of pundits for some time so that they feel safe. The question is, why is Mufti not calling for a crackdown on terror but wants relocation for Kashmiri pundits? The wreath-laying ceremony of the 16 army personnel who lost their lives in an accident was held on Saturday. This is coming after 16 army Jawans lost their lives after their convoy fell into a gorge on Friday in Sikkim. With this, it's a wrap on this edition of the news. Good night and goodbye.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आपकी किचन और बाथरूम्स को चाहिए MYK लेटीक्रीट SP100 टाइल जॉइंट का ऑलराउंडर। MYK लेटीक्रीट SP100 जोड़ हो तो ऐसा।
यूपी ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट 2023 के माध्यम से देश विदेश के बड़े निवेशकों को आकर्षित करने के लिए प्रदेश की बदली हुई छवि को रोड शो के जरिए प्रचारित करने के साथ ही प्रदेश सरकार राज्य में उपलब्ध असीम व्यावसायिक अवसरों को प्रोफेशनल्स की मदद से निवेशकों तक पहुंचा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार रोड शो का आयोजन भी करने जा रही है ताकि उत्तर प्रदेश में उपलब्ध असीम अवसरों का प्रसार करते हुए निवेश को आकर्षित किया जा सके।
For how long will you continue being tensed about the future? Pension can free you from future's tension. With LIC's new Pension Plus, make your own pension plan because this plan creates market-linked wealth for your future. Moreover, this plan comes with guaranteed additions and also offers various options for receiving pension so that you grow young and tension-free. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Former ICICI Bank MD Chanda Kochar, her husband Deepak Kochar in a 3-day CBI custody in a loan fraud case. Court orders a survey of the disputed site of the Shahi Idgah in Mathura. Survey report now to be submitted by January the 20th.
देश से नफरत करने वाले लोगों के साथ चलकर आप मोहब्बत का कौन सा पैगाम दे रहे हैं राहुल गांधी?
The BJP takes on Rahul Gandhi over the Bharat Jodo Yatra, slamming him for insulting comment on the army.
सबने सफ़र किया पर कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए।
Mehbooba Mufti stoking controversy again. She won't call for crackdown on terror but wanting the relocation of Kashmiri pundits. After banning women from universities, Taliban now bans women from NGOs, asking NGOs to terminate women employees. And a day after 3 are killed in a shootout, violent clashes break out between protesters and cops in Paris. A very good evening. You're with us here on Republic. This is our top focus story. A Mathura court on Saturday has passed an order in the Krish Janbhumi Shahi Idgah case to survey the disputed site. Now, the court, while hearing the petition of the Hindu Sena, has issued an order to survey the disputed site. The court has issued notices to all parties in this regard. This survey report, remember, is to be presented in court on January the 20th, and this order is on the same lines as a Varanasi court earlier had ordered the videographic survey of the Gyanvapi Masjid.
The Mathura District Court on Saturday ordered an official survey of the Shahi Idgah Mosque complex. The court directed civil court officers to conduct a detailed survey of the disputed site, ordering a report to be submitted on the date of the next hearing on the 20th of January 2023. The survey is similar to an earlier survey ordered by a Varanasi court on the Gyanvapi Mosque dispute. The survey order was passed while deciding upon a plea moved by Vishnu Gupta, National President of the Hindu Sena. Historians believe that Aurangzeb had built the Idgah Mosque on the plinth of the Keshav Dev temple after destroying it in 1670. The modern temple was completed in 1982 and stands adjacent to the mosque. The Hindu side contends that the present Idgah Mosque is built on the very site of the birth of Lord Krishna. A total of 9 petitions were pending in the Mathura district courts in the matter. The lawyer representing the Shahi Idgah Mosque dismissed all reports of the survey.
भ्रम की स्थिति नहीं होनी चाहिए कि सर्वे का कोई आदेश नहीं है। जहां पिछले लगभग 2.5 साल से 2020 में मिड 2020 से 15 मुकदमे चल रहे हैं और जहां विभिन्न तरह के वादी पक्ष हैं, लगातार इन पे बहस हो चुकी है। किसी भी न्यायालय द्वारा कोई सर्वे का कोई अमीन कमीशन रिपोर्ट जारी का आदेश नहीं किया गया।
Meanwhile, the lawyer representing the petitioners had this to say.
भगवान बालकृष्ण जो जन्मभूमि में है विराजमान, उनके नाम पर ये संपत्ति है श्री कृष्ण जन्मभूमि, और ये 5000 वर्ष पुराना व्यक्तित्व है जो ठाकुर जी यहाँ पे विराजमान हुए थे। उसमें जो अवैध रूप से निर्माण हुआ ईदगाह का, और उसके उपरांत उसमें समझौता कर लिया गया ऊपर वाला ही वाला, जो ट्रस्ट की जानकारी में कभी नहीं रहा, एक सोसाइटी है उसके अलावा उसमें। ये सब चीज़ें संज्ञान में आई तो हम लोगों ने ठाकुर जी की संपत्ति को अवैध रूप से जो निर्माण हो रहा है और जो असुरक्षित है, सुरक्षित करने के लिए दावा प्रस्तुत किया गया है।
The court order was met with divergent opinions. AIMIM MP Asaduddin Owaisi took to Twitter to express his displeasure. The UP government took a very neutral stance on the issue.
जन्मभूमि विवाद का मामला जो है वो फिर से
माननीय न्यायालय जो भी निर्णय देगा उसका हम लोग अनुपालन करेंगे।
The Krishna temple, like the ancient Kashi temple, is said to have been destroyed through history many times. The question is, why politicize a court-ordered survey?
And now to our next big story. The Central Bureau of Investigation has got a 3-day remand of the former managing director, the chief executive officer of the ICICI Bank, Chanda Kochar, her husband Deepak Kochar. The CBI arrested the couple late on Friday. This is in connection, remember, with the alleged ICICI Bank Videocon money laundering case. This is what possibly could happen next.
Ex-ICICI Bank MD and CEO Chanda Kochar and her husband Deepak Kochar were remanded to 3-day CBI custody by special CBI court in Mumbai on Saturday. The remand was granted after the CBI said that they needed 3 days' time to question the Kochars. They bore a look of resentment while being taken to the special CBI court. The Kochars were arrested on the 23rd of December by the CBI The CBI accused them of non-cooperation during questioning. The arrest comes on the back of the alleged rupees 3,250 crores Videocon ICICI Bank scam, which first came to light in 2019. The allegation is of then ICICI top boss Chanda clearing loans worth over rupees 3,000 crore to Videocon, which made their way into her husband's ventures, which became non-performing assets and caused a reported loss of rupees 1,730 crores to ICICI Bank. Chanda Kocher's fall from grace is a long journey she took since 1984 after joining ICICI. The shock of Chanda Kocher's arrest and the allegations are not unfounded, as she was once hailed as one of the most powerful women in the world, winning even top civilian awards in India. The Videocon ICICI case is considered one of the biggest scams in Indian banking circles. Now the country waits for a definite conclusion to these allegations of grave economic offences. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And now to the other story that we've tracked very, very closely this Saturday. Despite the warning, the COVID alert across the country, it's an adamant Rahul Gandhi who continues with his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Now, he, remember, has been given a befitting response, right from insulting the army to also what he said vis-a-vis China to the Bharat Jodo Yatra. This is the BJP's full frontal attack on him today.
Rahul Gandhi's walkathon finally reached the national capital. The Congress used the platform to run down the army.
चाइना ने 2000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर हमारी जमीन ले ली है। प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं कि हमारे बॉर्डर के अंदर कोई नहीं आया। तो भैया प्रधानमंत्री जी, अगर कोई नहीं आया तो हमारी सेना उनकी सेना के साथ 21 बार क्यों बात कर रही है? और हमारे जो सेना के लोग हैं, हमारे डिफेंस फोर्सेस के लोग हैं, वो क्यों कह रहे हैं कि चाइना ने हमारी जमीन ले ली है?
To ridicule the very real COVID threat.
ये जो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा बड़ी यशस्वी हो रही है, बीजेपी को ऐसा हो रहा है, वो डर गए हैं, इसीलिए ये कोविड का बहाना बीच में लाए हैं। अरे कोविड नहीं है कहीं भी, कोई एक मास्क भी नहीं पहना, आप देखिए, और किसी को कुछ नहीं हुआ।
And now the BJP is hitting back.
चले हैं मोहब्बत का पैगाम लेकर और साथ में वो चल रहे हैं जो भारत को तोड़ने की बात करते हैं। टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के सक्रिय सदस्य उनकी यात्रा में विभिन्न जगह चले हैं या नहीं चले हैं, ये भाजपा जानना चाहती है। देश से नफरत करने वाले लोगों के साथ चलकर आप मोहब्बत का कौन सा पैगाम दे रहे हैं राहुल गांधी?
The BJP is calling out the anti-army tendencies of the Congress.
सेना के प्रति नफरत और सैन्य अस्त्रों को लेकर तिजारत, ये आपकी पार्टी की राजनीति रही है राहुल गांधी। और आपने याद करिए, आपने राफेल जब खरीदा गया तब भी सवाल किया था, आपने उरी पर भी सवाल किया था और आपने बालाकोट का भी प्रमाण मांगा था। हमेशा भारत की सेना के शौर्य को कमजोर करने में आपको अंदर से अच्छा लगता है।
It's a political face-off like no other.
जब देश आजाद हुआ तो हमारे ऊपर ये जिम्मेदारी थी कि हम शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भारत के प्राचीन वैभव और हमारा महान गौरव को पुनर्जीवित करें। लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता के दबाव में सरकारें उस दिशा में बढ़ी नहीं और कुछ बातों में तो उल्टे पैर चली।
और इन परिस्थितियों में एक बार फिर हमारे संतों ने, आचार्यों ने देश के प्रति इस कर्तव्य को निभाने का बीड़ा उठाया। स्वामीनारायण गुरुकुल इसी सुयोग का एक जीवंत उदाहरण है।
And now to a story that is repeated again and again. Mehbooba Mufti, her priorities, she's at it again. She's now said that if Kashmiri Pandits are feeling unsafe, they better be sent out of the valley for some time. On one hand, you have the PDP chief who will not condemn terror. She will not say a word against Pakistan. But on the other hand, she's stoking this fresh controversy by suggesting that the Kashmiri Pandits could be relocated.
Relocation. Kashmiri Pandits are protesting, seeking safety. They want protection against terror.
हम सड़कों पर बैठे हैं, हम यही उम्मीद लगा रहे हैं, हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि ये हमारी डिमांड्स को पूरा करेगी। हमें तब तक के लिए जम्मू आरसी दफ्तर में शिफ्ट किया जब तक वहां पे ग्राउंड जीरो पे सिक्योरिटी सुनिश्चित नहीं हो जाती कश्मीरी पंडितों के लिए।
Mehbooba Mufti's solution? To remove Kashmiri Pandits from the valley altogether.
कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सफ़र किया है और हाल ही में उनकी काफ़ी हलाकतें भी हुई हैं, तो इसको बड़ा गौर से देखने की ज़रूरत है और कुछ अरसे के लिए जो उनकी डिमांड है उसको मान लेना चाहिए, ताकि जब उनको इत्मीनान हो जाए कि कश्मीर में हालात सही हो गए हैं, वो वापस अपनी ड्यूटी पे जा सकते हैं, तो उनको तब ड्यूटी पे जाने के लिए कहना चाहिए। अभी इस तरह से मजबूर नहीं किया जाए।
With at least 4 hit lists of Kashmiri Pandits released so far, the need of the hour is a crackdown on terrorists. But Mehbooba Mufti wants second chances for terrorists.
मेरा ये है कि अगर इनको पता होता तो शायद इस तरह से मैं इस वक्त जब आपके हालात सुधर रहे हैं तो मैं समझती हूँ कि एक चांस हो सकता था।
The fact is, if Kashmiri Pandits are allowed to get a salary without work in Jammu, Mehbooba can use it to stoke anger against them, while removing them from Kashmir would be used by her to say that the abrogation of Article 370 failed. Tonight, Mehbooba must make her stand clear. Kashmiri Pandits or terrorists?
At least 7 were reported dead and several others injured in an explosion at brick kiln in Bihar's Raxaul. Around 24 labourers who were present at the spot were injured in the incident, and about 20 people are still reported to be missing. Nearly 10 ambulances and a fire brigade were rushed to the spot in a bid to rescue the ones stuck. Moreover, police and SDRF teams have also been deployed on site and rescue operations are underway. Condoling the loss of lives, Chief Minister Nitish Kumar directed officials to ensure that all injured get proper treatment. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
And from Bihar to what's been happening as far as the COVID preparedness is concerned, the centre, remember, is stepping up preparations to fight against any COVID surge in the country. The Union Health Ministry earlier has issued fresh guidelines. It's also made RT-PCR tests mandatory now for international arrivals, particularly from countries like China, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong and also Thailand. On arrival, if any passenger from these countries is found to be symptomatic or he's testing positive, he or she is going to be put under quarantine. Earlier also, this is what we heard from the Union Health Minister.
देश में आज कोविड का केस बढ़ा है और देश में कोविड महामारी न फैले, उसके लिए हम अलर्ट मोड पर काम कर रहे हैं। हमने एयर सर्वेलेंस भी चालू किया है, सुएज सर्वेलेंस भी चालू किया है और ह्यूमन सर्वेलेंस तो हो ही रहा है। ये तीनों सर्वेलेंस से पता चल रहा है कि अभी दिल्ली और मुंबई में सुएज और एयर सर्वेलेंस में आरएनए मिला है, उसको देखते हुए आने वाले दिनों में क्या क्या प्रिकॉशन लेना है, उस लिए हम सभी राज्यों को अलर्ट दे रहे हैं, राज्यों के साथ इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर कर रहे हैं। हम देश के सभी नागरिक को भी अलर्ट करना चाहते हैं कि आप मास्क का उपयोग करें, आप जरूरत बिना कारण से भीड़ में न जाइए, सैनिटाइजर का उपयोग करें, कोविड एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर का पालन करें, ताकि हम कोविड को रोक पाए और देश को सुरक्षित रख पाए।
So what should people right now be doing? What are the COVID protocols you must start adhering to, and how serious is the situation? Dr. Sanjay Rai of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences is answering questions right now that possibly could be on top of your mind.
With us, we have Professor Sanjay Rai from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. सर, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। इस समय दोबारा से कोविड के केसेस जिस तरीके से चाइना, जापान, यूएसए में बढ़ रहे हैं, स्पेसिफिकली चाइना में क्योंकि वो हमारे पड़ोसी देश हैं, कितना वरी होने का सिचुएशन है हमारे लिए, है भी कि नहीं है?
जो हमारे यहाँ कंट्रोल है उसका मेन रीज़न जो है नेचुरल इन्फेक्शन है। ये हाईली वैक्सीनेटेड कंट्रीज हैं, चाहे आप साउथ कोरिया की बात कर लें, जापान इवन 4 डोज तक दिया जा चुका है। सो चाइना 346 करोड़ से ज़्यादा डोजेज दिए जा चुके हैं। बट वैक्सीन से इसलिए शायद डेथ कम हो रही है, जितनी होनी नहीं, अगर वैक्सीन दी गई होती तो डेथ और ज़्यादा होती वहाँ पे। लेकिन फिर भी उसको रोक पाना असंभव सा होता है। हाँ, आरएनए वायरस होने के कारण यहाँ पे भी हो सकता है, केसेस हो सकते हैं कहीं भी, क्योंकि री इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है, ब्रेक थ्रू इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है, बट उससे सीवियरिटी बढ़ेगी और डेथ बढ़ेगा, बहुत ही अनलाइकली है। तो हमें पैनिक होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हाँ, इसको मॉनिटर करते रहने की ज़रूरत है। सरकार अपने आप कर रही है, सरकार ने प्रोएक्टिव रोल लिया है, उसने सारे एडवाइजरी जारी कर दिए, सारे स्टेट को भेज दिया एडवाइजरी। मॉनिटर करना ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है इस वायरस के कैरेक्टरिस्टिक को, कि क्या कोई बिहेवियर चेंज तो नहीं हो गया, क्या नेचुरल इन्फेक्शन जिनको हो गया था उनको बाईपास करके, इम्यूनिटी को बाईपास करके वहाँ सीवियरिटी तो नहीं कर रहा है।
So no reason to panic, but yes, best to be prepared. But what's been happening, remember, in China, that is the real story. For days now, Republic has been showing you the total COVID chaos that China is witnessing. We've been questioning as to what is China really hiding. It's a leaked Chinese government document that has surfaced. Now, what you're also seeing on your screens are different videos that our team has been able to get for you. What you see right now is how the hospitals are completely running out of space. Then to funeral homes that are overwhelmed right now. They do not have the capacity, at least, to look at the startling numbers that China is presenting. And this is a young woman. She's literally gasping for breath, and then she falls down. So these 3 different videos, remember, bring to you the entire story of what China is facing and the truth that China possibly is hiding, something that the world must know. We headed to a break right now. When we come back, after banning women from universities, Taliban now is banning women from NGOs. And this is what happens when women in Afghanistan are standing up to their rights. And a day after 3 are killed in a shootout, violent clashes break out between protesters and cops in Paris.
अब जियो मार्ट के ग्रैंड फिनाले सेल में होम एंड किचन एसेंशियल्स पर मिलेगा अप टू 80% ऑफ। तो साल जैसा भी गया हो, एंडिंग तो जबरदस्त होगी।
क्या हुआ रोहन, क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया, पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो, एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए।
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा घर के रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? रिया, अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
Volkswagen Tygoon, India's safest SUVW. Volkswagen.
A gas tanker stuck under a bridge exploded in South Africa on Saturday, killing 8 people, injuring scores more and damaging nearby buildings. The blast broke out at the roof of the emergency department at a memorial hospital, destroying 2 houses and several cars and injured bystanders. The vehicle caught fire while under a low bridge, but emergency services spokesperson Williams said investigations were ongoing. Agency report, Republic TV.
A quick check also of our top stories right now. The former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kochar, her husband, who were arrested in the loan fraud case, have been granted CBI custody by the court. In a big development in the Shahi Idgah versus the Krish Janbhoomi case, a local court has ordered a survey. This is coming in the backdrop of a plea demanding the removal of the Shahi Idgah. Amidst a global alarm over COVID, India swings into action mode. The health minister has made RT-PCR mandatory for international passengers.
हम देश के सभी नागरिक को भी अलर्ट करना चाहते हैं कि आप मास्क का उपयोग करें। आप जरूरत बिना कारण